No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action post-All-Star break tonight in Austin for the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama, with Devin Booker, Jalen Green, and Grayson Allen all appearing to be off the injury report, but no Dylan Brooks for the Suns tonight, who is serving his one-game technical foul suspension, but tip-off will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats bounced back in a big way last night thanks to Anthony Del Orso and Ivan Karchenkov in a 75-68 win over AJ Debansa and BYU, and they'll now look to their much-anticipated Saturday game at Houston. Find out why Arizona Cardinals defensive coordinator Nick Rollis is not taking his second chance with the team lightly at arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley. When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan Vince Marada.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marada mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. A terrific Thursday to all you Valley sports fans. Welcome in. It is day 3 of Newsmakers Week, day 4 of the calendar week, and we've got 4 days left in the Winter Olympics. Did you know they're debuting a new sport today, Vinny?
I did hear something about this. What's it called?
It's called ski mountaineering, or skimo for short. And basically, what they're requiring, you could take a Waymo to the skimo competition, you'd be all good. This competition, Vinny, competitors wearing skis have to climb up the mountain to ski down the mountain.
That's really a sport?
Uh-huh. Yes, it is.
That's an interesting one. So it's kind of like a cross-country skiing plus downhill skiing.
But the cross-country part is all uphill. Which makes things very, very difficult.
There's only so much stuff you can do with snow and ice.
Well, that is accurate.
So they're trying to...
That is accurate. Now, I was hoping that these skiers... I was thinking this might be a slip-sliding kind of mess, right? You take a wrong step climbing up a mountain with skis, you're going down the mountain very fast.
Yeah, in the wrong direction.
In the wrong direction. But apparently there's something on the bottom of the skis that they can wear on the way up, and once they get up, they take it off and they ski down. Whatever. It's a sign that the Olympics need to come to an end is what it is.
Yeah, well...
Although, the hockey yesterday, I don't know if you watched any of it, that was exciting.
It was a great day for Olympic hockey yesterday.
It was, because, well... in more ways than one, because the right teams won, too.
Right.
To keep that Canada-U.S. thing alive.
Going. Yeah, right. Which you're going to get on the women's side, but everyone's hoping to get it on the men's side. Yeah. That's the way to end the Olympics. Right?
I was out and about again yesterday, and every television at every sports bar is on the Olympics, even though it's the Winter Olympics. fine. It's once every 4 years. I get it. I cannot believe the amount of curling competition they have.
Because they've got nothing else that people care about.
Ends.
I know.
And I don't get the curling hype. I tried to watch it yesterday. I genuinely could not.
I love it. It's hypnotizing.
Oh.
I don't know. I mean, would you sit there and would you watch?
Yeah, if you've got an IQ of 7.
Well, here's the thing:
playing shuffleboard at a bar.
I think part of the thing that makes it interesting is that people think they could do it.
They could, absolutely.
I think anybody could do it. I think if you played against an Olympic curler, you would not even score a point. You would get destroyed. But it's easy enough that you could at least do it. By the way, I think that sport you're talking about is on right now.
I think it is, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Look at that.
Not only do they...
I'm no longer a schemo virgin.
So not only... So not only do they ski up the mountain, then when they get to the end of it, there's stairs. They take their skis off, they put them on their back, they run
to the ascent.
They run up the stairs, and then they ski down. What a weird sport.
Wow.
But to your point on curling, I think curling is the sport where you could get good quicker in that sport than any other sport. Now,
no doubt about it.
To get to world class,
no doubt about it.
That's different.
I guess the other ones would be the not like the bobsled, the skeleton, and the luge, because it feels like the track does most of the work there. And the difference between the greatest people in the world and you and me is like, 0.4 of a second. So I wonder how much practice that takes.
Well, the key there is you could die while practicing in those sports.
That's right.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever got hurt
So,
curling.
Sammy, you tried to give curling a chance, and you just didn't understand what you were watching, basically?
So my options were curling or Arkansas and Alabama last night, and
Please tell me you chose the double overtime thriller.
Very much so chose the double overtime thriller. And so during commercials, I would click it, and I'd be like, What am I watching?
Yeah. What is the appeal of this?
And here's the even harder part. So my dad came home and I tried to watch it with my dad, and we both kind of turned it on. First little I don't even know what they call them, a throw.
A throw? Yeah.
We both look at each other and we go, "There's no chance we're watching this, right?" And you go, "Turn it back to Arkansas."
Yeah. Listen, I think the first year that it came out and people were like, "What in the heck is this?" But Jared, the fact that you still love it.
I really do.
Oh, boy.
And not just ironically. Like, I really enjoy watching it.
Okay. Everybody's got their things.
Again.
That ain't my thing.
Again. All right. Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Suns with their first game in 8 days tonight. They return from the All-Star break with a road tilt in Austin against the San Antonio Spurs. Spurs come in as the #2 seed in the West. Suns 7th, but Phoenix has won both of the previous matchups this season, both of them on their home floor at Mortgage Matchup Center. Devin Booker, Grayson Allen, Jalen Green, none of them appear on the injury report and will be good to go. Suns won't be whole, though. Dylan Brooks won't be on the floor. He serves a 1-game suspension. Tip-off tonight from Texas's capital city, 6:30. Pre-game coverage kicks off here at 5:30. You can hear it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns also formally announced the signing of forward Haywood Highsmith to a contract. 6'5" forward, spent 4 years in Miami before getting traded to Brooklyn last summer. He's been dealing with injury and has yet to play this season and still appears to be a few weeks away from returning to NBA action. We will talk with Suns general manager Brian Gregory this morning at 7:45 as part of Newsmakers Week. Elsewhere in the NBA, the Sacramento Kings, believe it or not, going deeper into their tank job. They announced Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine, both done for the year. Sabonis having meniscus surgery, LaVine opting for tendon surgery in his hand. Oh, the Kings are so much fun. 4th-ranked Arizona back in the win column after 2 straight losses. The Wildcats upended number 23, BYU 75-68 in Tucson. Anthony Del Orso came off the bench to pop in 22 points, while Ivan Karchenkov added 18. A.J. DeBonsa had 35 in the loss for BYU. Wildcats now 24-2 on the season, and another tough one. They're on the road Saturday in Houston to take on second-ranked Cougars. That should be a good one.
Yeah, they're in the gauntlet, man.
Yeah, Cougars and Cougars. What are we serving for dinner tonight? Cougar or Cougar? I texted this to Jarrett over the weekend. I don't know if I hit send or you just didn't respond to it because your team was losing.
I was at Disney at the time.
Oh, I didn't know you were there. That's my bad. I texted him, I want to punch Anthony Dell'Orso's haircut.
That's fair.
If you wanted to punch him now, you would have really loved to punch him last year.
Nothing against him. It's just the hair. Oof. Terrible news for Texas Tech basketball. Not only did they get upset by ASU and Tempe on Tuesday night, they lost their best player in the process. JT Toppin left the game with about 6 minutes to go. Wednesday announced he's out for the year, torn ACL. Toppin, the reigning Big 12 Player of the Year, and his loss cripples the Red Raiders' national title hopes. Oof. Terrible night for that program. Bruce Meyer, promoted to interim executive director of the Baseball Players Association on Wednesday, a day after Tony Clark's forced resignation, according to reports. Big news because of the looming lockout or work stoppage that everybody's talking about in Major League Baseball, maybe hitting in December. And at the Winter Olympics, U.S. men's hockey through to the semifinals. 2-1 overtime win over Sweden in Milan Cortina Wednesday. U.S. led 1-0, but Sweden's Mika Zibanejad tied it with 1:31 to go in the third period. Quinn Hughes won it for Team USA about 3.5 minutes into overtime. They will face Slovakia in one semifinal on Friday night. Just before that, it'll be Canada taking on Finland in the other semifinal. And you're right. If it's a U.S.-Canada men's gold medal match to end the Olympics, we've seen it before. It's kind of a cool way to put a wrap on the 2 weeks of the Olympics.
It's certainly going to be a violent way to put a wrap on the 2 weeks. A lot of hate, a lot of punches being thrown. Sign me up.
A lot of flashbacks to the Four Nations.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go. There is your splash. On this Thursday, February 19th, day 3 of Newsmakers Week. Coming up next, the Suns are back. Well, almost all of them. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Marada mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're moving in the right direction. I like the spot that we're in. The one thing is with this league, it is fragile. Things turn quickly in this league. So what we need to do is not be satisfied, to keep driving, keep pushing.
Back from the All-Star break, the Suns visit San Antonio tonight. Pre-game at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, 0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can the Suns beat Wemby and the Spurs without Dylan Brooks? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're moving in the right direction. I like the spot that we're in. The one thing is with this league, it is fragile. And I mentioned it before, things turn quickly in this league. So what we need to do is not be satisfied, to keep driving, keep pushing how we're going to play, what our team looks like, from on the court to their engagement with the fans to their work in the community. All those things are critical that we not only continue, but now we push it even further.
Brian Gregory, general manager of the Phoenix Suns. Speaking of Phoenix, a shout out and a thank you to our listeners, our audience in Phoenix. We appreciate you taking the show in this morning. Brian Gregory speaking to the media right before the Suns get back at it tonight in Austin against the San Antonio Spurs. They're still doing that Austin thing. But talking about moving in the right direction. And the part to focus on there is Brian Gregory's acknowledgement, hey, things happen fast in this league. They can happen fast really well, which the Suns are experiencing that wave. Nobody expected this. But if you don't take care of your business, you could be on the outside looking in just as easily in today's NBA. When you look at the logjam of the standings in the Western Conference, the Suns need to win games if they want to accomplish the goal of being a top 6 seed.
Right, and I was a couple things about Brian Gregory's appearance yesterday. First of all, I'm glad to see him kind of step forward a little bit because when we talk about this team and the additions they've made, whether it's Mark Williams, whether it's Colin Gillespie, everyone's giving all the credit to Matt Ishbia. And we're kind of overlooking the fact that Brian Gregory is the team's general manager, and he's been involved in a lot of this. So I'm glad that he's stepping forward and sort of talking about some of this. And I also appreciated yesterday his restraint that, okay, look, because it would be very easy for a guy like Brian Gregory, who was clowned on after that initial press conference, to come out and kind of go, you know, how you like me now? Kind of like Matt Ishbia has done.
If he came out and said, hey, we look pretty aligned now, don't we, you sons of...
Right, exactly. Yeah, align this, right? But he didn't. He very maturely said we haven't accomplished anything yet. And I like that because there is a wonderful victory lap to be had for this basketball team, but only if they finish the job. And by that I mean you've got to make the play-in. Bottom line, the number 6 seed or better would be ideal. But there's nobody there. I don't think there's anybody in this universe, certainly not in this state, that would dare call the Phoenix Suns a failure if they only made it to the play-in. Given what was said about them, let's not talk about where they're at now. Let's zoom out to where this team was. If this team makes the playoffs in a year when Vegas had them winning 30.5 games, that's a success. It may not feel like it, but it is.
Yeah,
that's the way I feel.
But we talk about that during the course of every season, is expectations can change along the way. Because they've blown past the Vegas projections. Yes, you're exactly right. In one way, that's a check mark. That's a success, but the expectations have changed now. And I think if the Suns don't make not making the play-in at this point would be, and that's seed 7 through 10, that would be a failure. I don't think that's going to happen. But to make a run, maybe to win a playoff series, you want to talk about year one success. Also tonight, one of the things to look out for is that there's no Jalen Green, no Devin Booker on the injury report.
Oh, I thought you were going to say there was no Jalen Green on the court tonight. I'm like, what happened, Vinny?
On the injury report. Yeah. Well, how good can they be, Brian Gregory?
I think pretty good. His explosiveness, his ability to get to the basket, his feel for the game, I think those two guys together are going to form one of the best backcourts, if not the best, in the NBA as we move forward, especially down the road. As they get to play more and get a better feel for each other. But he brings a lot of stuff that at times that we're lacking, so I think his fit is going to be really, really good.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it in bigger doses, and I think there'll be a little bit of a bigger dose tonight, but the All-Star break doesn't wash away everything. It wasn't like the Suns were at the practice facility, and some of them did stay back and work, but it wasn't team-wide 5-on-5 during the All-Star break, so we'll see the ramp-up continue to be gradual for Jalen Green, but I'd like to see the first number in his minutes played column tonight be a 2. I think that'd be a good thing.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I also think that these last 27 games now, I think a lot of this is going to be about Jalen Green and what he can do to this team. And my warning is this. I will use the bowl of gumbo example, okay? A really good gumbo has got a lot of good stuff in it, okay? But if you throw in some sausage on top of the chicken and the crab, maybe it ain't so good.
Yeah.
My point is,
I don't know, it sounds pretty good.
My point is really good soups. Jared probably knows this better than anybody.
You got his attention.
Really,
the
there's
first
a
this morning.
balance and a texture, and it's not as easy as just throwing things in a pot. So now you're adding a significant piece to the mix. You're adding a big ingredient to the soup. No guarantee it's going to taste as good as it's been tasting.
In other words,
that's all my point.
A lot of things could taste. You could put in a lot of different delicious ingredients.
Yes.
Doesn't mean that they're going to be all delicious together.
Yes.
And you could overdo it.
You could overpower it. Right. So the thing that's got to happen here is Jalen Green has got to return, get his minutes, like you said, in the mid to high 20s, be a significant force offensively while lifting the entire team at the same time. So that's what's got to happen here, in my opinion.
But also get to the point, too, where whatever that process looks like, just lifting the cloud of doubt. There's a cloud of doubt right now because he hasn't played in 3 straight games yet. And we haven't seen him completely unleashed in the offense or on the defense or playing at crunch time. And that came up in the media session with Brian Gregory yesterday. He was asked about and acknowledged the fans being a little bit impatient with the Jalen Green experience so far.
Yeah. I mean, totally understandable, but, he's 23 years old, and he's got a bright future in front of us, and you want to make sure that things are in the right place for not only game 1, but also game 20, and then for his entire career. So his work ethic has matched anything that we needed, and now I think he's good to go.
Yeah, so Grayson Allen off the injury report as well. That's huge. But no Dylan Brooks tonight. He will serve his one-game technical foul-related suspension. And that's big because Dylan Brooks has been kind of the constant for the Phoenix Suns. Ever since he came back from that injury early season, he's been, in a lot of ways, the guy that is, the straw that stirs the drink, if you will, and they won't have that straw in the drink tonight.
Well, and then the question becomes, what is the over-under on how many more games Dylan Brooks will get suspended in the final 27? Can he turn it off like a water faucet?
I'm going to say one more.
So he's going to get 2 more technicals and suspended one more game.
I was saying he's going to get 3 more technicals. He's going to get 2 more, get suspended, then get another one, but then
he's going to shut it
hold
off.
it off for
Okay.
So that would be.
I'll take that.
Less than 1 technical every 9 games.
Mm-hmm.
There's no chance.
One technical.
the pace says there's no chance.
There's
You're exactly
no
right.
chance.
What's so far? It's once every 3 games about that he's been getting them 16 and.
And he's had 3 rescinded, so he's had 19 technicals in 55 games.
I'm being optimistic. One of these games he's going to miss, so it's really only 26 games. Yes.
Look, I would love to believe that he can get to that point, but I don't mean this as an insult either. I don't think he can get to the point where he can turn it off like a water faucet, to use your terminology.
I don't think so either.
I think the faucet would have been turned off. He knows how important he is to this team.
I just want to see him and Jalen Green both in the rotation at the same time and see what the shot allocation looks like. That's what they need to figure out before the end of the year, to me.
Well,
because Booker is Booker.
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to see if everybody's fully healthy the rest of the way and playing their normal minute load. I don't think you're going to see a ton of Dylan Brooks 20-plus field goal attempt nights. I just don't think you're going to see it.
I hope he knows that.
Jalen Green, by the way, was named to the Forbes list of 30 under 30 in Arizona. 30 people under the age of 30 in Arizona. Corbin Carroll made the list. I think there's a couple other athletes who might have made the list as well.
Sammy Sabolka.
No, Sammy did not make the list.
Not this
on the
year.
outside looking in.
We still have a couple more years.
Jalen Green, though, it claims he sports major partnerships with Calvin Klein, Wingstop, and Coinbase. Have you ever seen him in Wingstop commercials? I haven't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I
have?
have.
Oh, yeah.
There was a national one running last year.
Oh, okay.
When he was still with the Rockets.
It felt like every commercial break.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I haven't
I
seen it
only
since
noticed
he's
the
been with
wings.
Suns.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you only noticed the wings.
Jared's still stuck on gumbo.
That's right. That's right.
Join Burns and Gumbo today, 2 to 6.
Look, Barnsey!
As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball game. February 28th versus Utah. Use the code 987 to unlock this exclusive discount. You can head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more info on how to unlock that discount. Coming up next, what can Nathaniel Hackett do for the Cardinals offense, and what can Nick Rawlis do differently for the Cardinals defense? We'll hear from the Cardinals coordinator straight ahead. Bickley and Marada mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
For me, this was a massive benefit for the Arizona Diamondbacks to bring Zach Gallen back. And sure enough, if it didn't happen, my expectation, I don't know what yours is for Zach Gallen, I think he's going to have an incredible year. As a matter of fact, my expectation is he becomes one of the best pitchers in the National League, one of the best pitchers in baseball once again.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There's something a lot of people deal with, but when they're dealing with it, almost nobody wants to admit or talk about, and that's private student loan debt. When you're struggling with it, it feels like a weight you're dragging around everywhere you go, but you don't have to keep dragging that weight. Hey, it's Vince Marada, and that's because YRefi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget, not a fantasy budget. And they do it without judgment. They're not going to lecture you or question you. They're here to help you start fresh. And I've talked to people who have felt completely buried, like they have 0 options left. Then YRefi steps in and gives them a real path forward. And when you're in that situation, there's something very powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you. You can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next. Give YRefi a call today at 888-YRefi85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more. The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's Truck Month at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at babboitalian.com.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Newsmakers Week continues here on Bickley and Marada. See who will be joining us today and tomorrow over at ArizonaSports.com. The Phoenix Suns return from the All-Star break tonight in Austin for the 2-seed Spurs. And while Jalen Green, Devin Booker, and Grayson Allen are all off the injury report ahead of tonight's game, the Suns will be without Dylan Brooks, who received his 16th technical foul and 1-game suspension prior to the break. But Spurs and Suns will tip at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And while the return of Nick Rawlis may have surprised Cardinals fans, he's not taking his second chance with the team for granted. For more on that story, head to ArizonaSports.com today. And the Arizona Wildcats got a much-needed win against the 23rd-ranked BYU Cougars last night, 75-68, before they head to Houston for a top 5 showdown on Saturday. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Help kids get in the game. Drop off new or used sports gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text GEAR to 620-620 today.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Bickley and Marada.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, it's
it's different when it's your first time and you're pushing that button. Sometimes in that first preseason game, you don't even know how to push the button and talk to, the mic backer, the green dot, and the quarterback. So that's a huge deal. It's not the end-all, be-all. There's a lot of first-time play callers that are awesome, So, but to have that experience, just like in any other thing, whether they're the play caller, whether they're a coach in a position, experiences like in all walks of life is huge.
Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur, who will join us tomorrow for Newsmakers Week, talking about having experienced coaches. The coordinators were unveiled yesterday. Looks like the staff is complete now with the Arizona Cardinals moving into 2026, and there's a lot of focus on, in particular, one of the coordinators, because it's the same coordinator as last year, Nick Rawlis. He talked to the media yesterday, and it was a bit of a surprise. That news broke late last week. I didn't get a chance to react to it. If I had, I would have said, okay, bringing back a coordinator from an underachieving defense on a 3-win team, that's certainly a maneuver. Didn't expect that to be the case.
Yep.
And Nick Rawlis was asked if he knew being retained was a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Monty was very clear about that. I mean, the communication was great. I was in constant communication with Mike, obviously after he got hired. And yeah, I know that they wouldn't have, had me under contract still had it not been a possibility.
And Mike LaFleur himself explained why he kept Nick Rawlis.
I didn't personally know Nick at all. Obviously being in the division, you knew of Nick, and then having to go against him 6 times. He was the only person in this division that you went against 6 times. When you think about all the coordinator changes or head coach changes, from Seattle to San Francisco, obviously there was coordinator changes there. So you felt like you knew him well, and I always like I stated in that opening press conference, there were some great battles, and being able to get to know him through this process, we had very honest and open dialogue, and I like what I heard. This he's a stud, and his best days are totally in front of him, and I know it's just a great fit for us.
Look, that's the hope with Nick Rawlis being retained and part of this new staff, is that last year was such a humbling, such an eye-opening experience. Hey, because things went pretty well for Nick Rawlis. And really that whole coaching staff for the first 2 years under Jonathan
Gannon.
They
sure did. They attained a level of respect and affinity. They were actually popular in the Valley after posting 2 successive losing seasons. You're not likely to see that again. But I think that was really a function of what the Cardinals were coming out of. All that dysfunction, all the drama, all the weirdness. Where's our general manager? All that stuff. And so I think that we all kind of vibed on, this new group, they're professional. They're family men. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was a lot of that going on. And I think that that carried them a lot longer than it normally does in football towns. And so, listen, I've got a whole bunch of mixed feelings about this. As somebody who firmly believed the Cardinals needed to make a change at the top, I can't get this out of my mind, because you've brought this up a couple times, and I get the idea that it's accurate, and that is that the Cardinals were hoping that maybe Jonathan Gannon could win 1 or 2 games on the way out so they could keep him. And if that is true, I wonder to myself, is this team and is this organization that concerned with public opinion? Because we already know they were one of the handful of teams to fight the NFLPA on the report card. They're one of the teams credited, if you want to use that word, for getting that to go bye-bye. Okay? And they have very obvious reasons for wanting to get
the publication of it.
The publication of it, right. Yeah. And so my thinking is, if you as an organization, and this is all hypothetical here, but if what you're saying and what you feel is accurate, and a lot of people do feel this way, if the Cardinals were looking for a reason to keep Jonathan Gannon, why didn't they just keep him? Why didn't they rely on their conviction rather than public opinion? Just a question I've got bouncing around my head. Because you're bringing back Nick Rawlis, you're bringing back the offensive line coach. These are units that were terrible last year.
Yes.
If it's okay for them to come back, why wouldn't it have been okay for Jonathan Gannon to come back?
Well, I think you're asking fair questions, but I think you've also answered your question with your setup to it. They are absolutely concerned with public opinion.
Yeah, okay. And
because look at the report card thing. The publication of it, the distribution of it for people like us to pick apart and for it to make headlines, that's going away. So now you'll just get leaks. it doesn't change the process. You're still going to get that feedback from your employees telling you what you're really bad at in their minds. But if the public doesn't know about it, you don't have to make any changes.
That's also very accurate.
Let me ask you this question. Tomorrow's a big day for the Cardinals. Tomorrow's the ribbon cutting out at their new facility on the 101 at Scottsdale Road. And if you drive by there, you can see a couple trailers, and it's advertising, hey, coming in 2028. It's long overdue. Do you think if the publication of the NFLPA report cards was squelched 3-4 years ago, that Michael Bidwell would be out there with a pair of scissors tomorrow?
No.
I don't think so either.
No.
So some good came out of it.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely some good came out of it, and this is something that you hope will sort of kind of lead to better football players coming here, but that's what we were promised about the stadium. It's always something they don't have that they need before they're actually competitive.
Let's look at the history of the Cardinals organization. That was true. They moved to St. Louis. They didn't expect to wait 18 years to get their own stadium because they came here on a handshake deal. Shame, shame. Handshakes don't mean much.
Depends whose hand you're shaking.
Yeah, but we did see an increase in how they did business. We did see an increase in the competition level. Overall, it was an increase, but it hasn't been consistent. And that's
they've let it slip. They've let it get away from them.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so all right, but again, now all that being said, I am optimistic about Mike LaFleur. I think his candle burns bright. But when you can't fill out your own coaching staff and you're bringing back guys from the former staff, it's not the best look. But it's also more revelatory of the lack of options. The lack of desirability at this current moment to attach yourself to this team and where it's going. As you pointed out, there's a story out already that have the Falcons and the Cardinals as the worst teams in the NFL next year?
Dolphins and the Cardinals. Talking about projected win totals. Okay. Dolphins and Cardinals at 4.5 through at least one sports book in Vegas's eyes. And that's before free agency, before the draft. That number could go down. We don't know. Probably won't.
Yeah.
But that's what it is right now. And those are the two lowest figures in the league.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to talking to Mike LaFleur tomorrow. I am excited about what he brings. I'm excited about his pedigree, his family, the people that he can lean on. Maybe you hope that Nick Rollis can get back to the guy that we saw as a year one coordinator when it looked like he was going to become a rock star at the profession. The Nathaniel Hackett thing, at least he's bringing some experience. This guy they hired for the D-line, Pete Kwiatkowski, he's coming from Texas. He's got some age on him. He's got some experience on him.
Yeah.
I guess we're hoping for the best is what we're hoping for.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting, too, that Mike LaFleur kind of stood on the table and said, yeah, Hackett was my guy. Didn't want anybody else. And what people say about Nathaniel Hackett is really good guy, great coach, players love him. Hasn't had the results that they were looking for. He's in a different role, though. He's not going to be calling the plays.
No.
And I think his experience in the league will serve Mike LaFleur well. That's the goal anyway.
Yes, exactly. And that is why, and again, when I talk about Mike LaFleur's family, Matt was very involved in getting Nathaniel Hackett to come here.
Yes.
Because he had already committed to the Dolphins. He had been in there. He had been part of that organization for 6 days. So, I think that for the Cardinal fans, when this Kyler Murray ruse can finally be put to bed, I just feel like we as a football town are like a dog chasing its tail with this Kyler Murray story.
Amen.
Do you know what I mean?
Look, that might be a healing process, too, when we can finally put that story to bed one way or the other.
Instead of having the team have to pretend like, we haven't decided yet.
Yeah. It's like the Kevin Durant thing, kind of.
A little bit.
I misspoke, by the way. The ribbon cutting out for the new facility is today, not tomorrow.
Oh, it's today.
Yeah,
okay.
The 19th. Coming up next, we kick off our Day 3 slate of interviews for Newsmakers Week 2026. We'll focus on the Phoenix Mercury. We'll be joined by their GM, Nick Uren. Next, Bickley and Marada Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marada back to let you know Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and the deals are rolling hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family. And right now, some serious savings to be had. Zeros across the board on new 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford FlexBuy. Zero money down and zero payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, you could score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase, and that's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt used to say, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership in Chandler. Find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O Rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindow.depot.com or visit a location near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marada mornings.
Now, day 3 of Newsmakers Week 2026, and we kick off with a focus on the Phoenix Mercury of the WNBA, close to a title last year. Goal is to get back to the top of the mountain, and joining us now, the general manager of the Phoenix Mercury, Nick Uren, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Nick, good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Let's talk about going back to last season. Great run through the playoffs. Ran into a bit of a buzzsaw, some bad luck, but overall a very successful season. Is that how you thought the revamped roster would kind of ideally perform for you, Nick?
Well, yeah, it was a great run. Like you said, we ran into a team that has been there before. I think they're officially a dynasty now, and we had 2 returning players from the year before. Impossible to say that's how it was going to go,
yeah.
But to your point, it was as good as, or almost as good as we could have hoped for, and just really thankful and proud of the coaching staff and all of our support staff, because to do what we did, having turned the entire roster over almost 2 years in a row, is pretty rare without some level of continuity. So we were really happy, really thankful, and hopefully we can finish the jobs here soon.
Yeah, Nick, and at the same time, the unceremonious way, and again, you did lose to a dynasty. No one's arguing that. Did that leave a bad taste in some of the players' mouths to the point where that's going to be a rallying cry?
Hopefully. It's never easy to get swept. The playoffs are such an interesting microcosm. Like we go from making the finals. We had a historic comeback in Game 2 of the semifinals, and we close that thing off at home, and then a couple of days later we're tipping it off in the finals. There's almost no time to celebrate being there. You just got to turn your attention to the next thing, and then the next thing you know, it's 4 games. You never like to get swept, and in our world, a lot of these women go play overseas, and they're like out of town in like 5 or 6 days, which is crazy. So yes, absolutely, no one likes to get swept. The way it ended hurt. And what Coach Nate and I told the team afterward is kind of like, now we know how hard it is. You've got to go take that thing, and we fought like hell to make it there, and it's hard to get there, and now hopefully we can use that for the future.
Phoenix Mercury General Manager Nick Uren, our guest here on Newsmakers Week, and talking about the roster turnover, you brought in some star power. Satu Sabali comes over. You bring in Alyssa Thomas. DeWanna Bonner joins halfway through the season, and Mercury fans are very familiar with DeWanna's game. But when did it kind of click that, hey, you did identify the right people, and when did it look like to you that you could be a championship caliber team?
That's a great question. I don't know when it clicked that we could have been a championship caliber team, but pretty early on, we had some injury issues early on, and we just had a tough and resilient team. For much of the first half of the year, 2 of our main 3 players were out, and we were able to still grind out some wins. So I think that's where, like, some of the rookies we brought in, some of our international talent that we were able to find, our front office did a great job identifying some players that people had never heard of. When they stepped up and starting to earn the trust of our veterans, and it looked like actually we had some depth and we were able to win some games without being at full strength, that's when I kind of felt like, okay, this could be a pretty fun year. And then you add DB in the middle of the year, and then it kind of became clear, like, oh, like with this depth, and then once we get healthy, you never know, but we knew we sort of had a chance to at least make some noise.
You guys are also unveiling a new logo. You kind of refreshed the brand a little bit. What was the reasoning behind that? What do you want that to signify?
Well, that's more of a question for Vince Kozar, who does a great job on our business side. They've done a tremendous job, but, I think the biggest thing is just being one of the flagship organizations in this league. It's coming up on our 30th year anniversary of not only us, but of the league. And so I think that's something our organization's really proud of, is kind of that staying power and being one of those original teams. And so I think their goal is kind of give it a fresh look, but honor kind of the staying power and what we've had over the last 30 years.
Talking with Nick Uren, the general manager of the Phoenix Mercury during Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Marada mornings. You mentioned you one of the flagships, but this league is continuing to grow. Last year, Golden State comes in. They actually had really good first-year success. 2 more new teams joining this year in Portland and Toronto. How much more challenging does the growth of the league from a roster construction standpoint and a management standpoint, how much more challenging does it make it for you?
Yeah, it's really exciting, first and foremost. Like, I think the league's in a really healthy place. I think it's never been more exciting to be part of this league, and you can see that growth. There's 3 more teams coming by the end of the decade after these 2. So it adds another element that I'm not sure many other leagues have gone through. We've got an expansion draft almost every year. We've got a 2-team expansion draft this year. So we've got to keep finding talent from all corners of the globe because the existing talent's going to continue to get dispersed across these teams with 2 new teams coming in. Who knows how many roster spots we're going to have. That might increase, more money. It's just it's going to be a really, really evolving landscape, I would say, and things are changing rapidly in a good way for the state of women's basketball and the state of the WNBA. But, yeah, for us general managers, it's constantly changing and constantly evolving.
I thought it was a bad deal for Alyssa Thomas, those missed free throws in game 1 of the finals last year, given how phenomenal she was for you all season long, and just a double-double machine in her aggression and her physicality. It just shines on the basketball court. Do you expect another MVP kind of season from her, and what is her place in all of this?
She's just a model of consistency. I mean, I have no idea whether she'll be an MVP candidate or not, but I have no doubt she'll be right there, like, in the mix in terms of her impact. And, like you said, double-double, usually triple-double or near triple-double. Her intelligence, her competitiveness, they call her the engine for a reason. Like, I said it when we acquired her, like, she raises the standard for everyone else, and she just wills her teams to win. And if you look at her teams in Connecticut before she even got here, it's just been the same thing year after year, and I would not expect anything different this season.
Well, Nick, thanks so much for joining us. Hopefully things work out on another front and you guys can get this season going and try to get back to the top.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the support, and have a great day.
Thank you, too. Nick Uren, general manager of the Phoenix Mercury, kicking us off here on day 3 of Newsmakers Week 2026. We will continue Newsmakers Week. The focus shifts to Arizona State football. The head coach, Kenny Dillingham, joining us in studio for not 1, but 2 segments. The first one is next. It's Bickley and Marada mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and I believe in a couple of things. Number 1, nothing costs too much if it's worth it. Number 2, few things are worse than the high price of mediocrity. You will find that all over the automotive world. You will find nothing mediocre about Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance, an award-winning family-run business for 58 years. They do everything different in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is also unheard of in the industry. Proof that it's a great place to work and a great place to buy a car. Chapman BMW, great reputation for elite service and handling. You'll feel the difference the minute you walk into either of their locations, and those 2 locations guarantee you the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. And they've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable, meaning they have got something in everybody's price range. And if you have never been behind the wheel of the ultimate driving machine, get on it. It's one of the most exhilarating driving experiences on the planet. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free home delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona. 2 Mexican warriors, Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com.
Come on into the great outdoors.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more.
Show off shows you've been waiting.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
And the great outdoors is waiting.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action post-All-Star break tonight in Austin for the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama, with Devin Booker, Jalen Green, and Grayson Allen all appearing to be off the injury report, but no Dylan Brooks tonight, who is serving his 1-game technical foul suspension. Tip-off from Austin will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Find out why Arizona Cardinals defensive coordinator Nick Rallis is not taking his second chance with the team lightly at arizonasports.com today. And Newsmakers Week rolls on today, and the likes of Kenny Dillingham, Torey Lovello, Brian Gregory, and more joining us today. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia this President's Day. Experience the no bull way. Simple lease specials, honest pricing, and a name trusted since 1951. Visit EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marada mornings. Arizona State University.
Sun Devil football, the focus. Nobody better to talk to on the subject than the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, Kenny Dillingham, who joins us in studio here at the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Kenny, thanks for coming in bright and early
Welcome
today.
to our modest world here, Kenny.
Beautiful morning. You know, I woke up bright and early, and
yep.
now I'm here.
That's great.
You told us the story off the air. We
Yeah,
got to start here.
First.
You woke up bright and early, but you woke up on a floor in a tent. You got to tell this story.
Yeah, my son's on this sleeping in a tent, since Monday. So we got a tent off the internet, whatever that is. These things are awesome now. You literally just open and throw them, and then they set themselves up.
Wow.
So it's a little two-man tent, and he wants to sleep in a tent, not outside, but in the living room. So currently in a tent in the living room. So it's a nice spot for me in the next 3 days. And I'm not even in trouble with the wife. This is, this is just purely by I guess, choice and peer pressure from a 4-year-old or almost 4-year-old.
Yeah, and I asked Kenny, well, why aren't you sleeping outside in the tent? And he said, well, according to us, there's monsters outside.
Yeah, at night.
Right, he's 4 years old. Of course there are. Can't be out there.
I had a little chilly last night, too.
Well, that
the
too.
first time in forever. Right now, state of Sun Devil football. Your contract situation's all taken care of, moving forward. Where are we at now?
I feel great. I mean, I think, every year I've challenged university to, increase and get better and try to be better. Like we're trying to be better. And I think they did again. I think every year we're nowhere near where I want to be as a program, but every year we've taken steps. And I'm fully aware this isn't going to go from, where we were to like the top of where I want to go overnight in terms of, all the resources and all that stuff. But we are absolutely taking steps and strides every single year. So I feel really, really good about what the university's doing. I think today we released the renderings for the new indoor, the up-to-date renderings. I know it got approved.
Nice.
I went on a rant about a 8-figure donor one day.
Mm-hmm.
And
who's stroking that check?
Yeah.
We got somebody very close to that to help with the indoor already. Somebody who's not naturally associated with the program, but somebody associated with the Valley for that indoor. So that's trending in the right direction. That got approved for the indoor. It's going to be one of the largest indoors in the country. It's going to have a 50-yard football field and a 100-yard field with 2 indoors in one indoor. So it's about 180 to 190-yard indoor facility, which is going to be unbelievable for the football team and for the tailgating and the fun and the experience. Maybe able to host youth football championship games in there because you have your practice field to warm up. Like there's so many different things that we're going to be able to do with this. So from a football standpoint, I think our roster is in as good a position as it's ever been.
Listen, and the quality of the home crowds now are getting to be exactly what you want, and nobody's leaving at halftime. They're getting there early. They're giving you the volume that you want. What about this tailgating area, this indoor facility? Your vision for this? What is this going to look like? What is it going to feel like?
Yeah, I mean, I hope it feels. However, I don't know the dynamics. There's layers of the dynamics and what tents you can put up on turf, and I'm not a logistics coordinator. However, I expect it to be fun.
Yes.
I expect people to show up to have air conditioning in September and October at 2 in the afternoon, and I expect it to be, like I want to say, it's a mix between tailgating and sports barring. Can we create, which is kind of what the Waste Management Open is you're kind of mixing tailgating and sports barring together. How can we create that mixture of tailgating and sports barring at the same time because it's air conditioned in a place where you can bring friends, family, and it's kind of the place to be. Like that's where you gather on Saturdays. To watch football, and then you go out and you watch the football game, and some people stay there and tailgate.
Perfect.
And have fun. That's what you want.
I love it. Now, before we get off the Waste Management Phoenix Open, I do want to say this because I'm not sure if I guess you have seen this.
I think I know where you're going because I was going to go there too.
Okay, so Kenny Dillingham was hanging out on the 16th hole of the WM Phoenix Open.
Minding his own business.
It was the Pro-Am day, right? And so Larry Fitzgerald rolls through, and Larry, being the instigator that he is, grabs you and pushes you towards the tee box. So basically now you have got, as you told me, you've got 2 choices, right? You can wrestle Larry Fitzgerald physically, and you're going to lose.
Bad choice.
He's a big guy, right? Or you're going to have to suck it up and grab his golf club, which isn't even your club, and hit that shot. And you did. And your swing was really good. Vinny and I were trying to figure out, where did the ball land? Did you get that on the green?
It landed in the front. I've never played the course, but the front left of the green, I guess, rolls off into the sand.
Yes.
Right? So I hit that front left, like the top of that hill, and then it rolled back into the sand.
Okay.
But I hit the green. I mean, that dude, there's a reason he's a Hall of Famer, right?
Right.
He hits that with a pitching wedge.
Is that
right?
what he handed you?
I'm like, I looked at the club, I'm like, pitching wedge, great. I don't even need a practice swing because there's no way this even gets close. I'm just going to hit this thing and walk off this course right now.
Wow.
And I happen to hit a decent shot. Not good, but decent.
You know, and as I
not
told,
embarrassing.
But as I told you, your form was impeccable.
Yeah.
It was good stuff, Kenny.
Well, that's good. I mean,
Stepping up under pressure, brother.
As long as they don't have me putt or chip,
okay, then you're
I
right.
won't look horrible.
Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, our guest in studio for Newsmakers Week. Let's start big picture, ultimate goal type talk. The Indiana Hoosiers are the national champions, 16-0. The talk after that was, what a great story. If it can happen there in this landscape in college football, it can happen anywhere. We've talked about it and applied it to Arizona State football. That's the ultimate goal. How did you take that in, and how realistic is this?
Yeah, I mean, last year we were on the cusp in year two. We didn't get it done, but we were there. I mean, we're one of the final 8. Mm-hmm. We're a play away from the final 4, right? So we were very, very close to that, right? And that university, along with that coach, has done a phenomenal job, right? Phenomenal job, but the university has also doubled down while he's doing a phenomenal job, and it created that tidal wave of a national championship. So I think it still goes back to everybody's got to be pushing in the right direction, and that university is pushing in the right direction, and they got one of the best coaches in college football pushing in the right direction, and they definitely figured out a secret sauce. I think if we continue to push, anybody can win now in today's landscape of college football. Mm-hmm. And if you have everybody behind you, that is the great equalizer now, with the rules and how everything's changed. If you get a wave of momentum behind you from a city or from an administration, even from a couple donors, you can drastically change, your ceiling. And then the coaching and the culture piece and all that is still really real, because you can have as much money as you want and still lose and still suck, right? That's real, right? So, but you have to be able to combine it both, and they did such a great job of combining both resources with culture and coaching, and that's why they sat there undefeated.
Yeah, and their level of football, I think people really vibed on how crisp they played. They didn't fumble the ball. They didn't commit penalties for the most part, and a lot of that is because, as you said, all that money that he's got to allocate to coaches. Are you where you need to be with that component of being able to build a staff that can build a team like that?
I think this year we are. The hard part in this sport is you cannot ever be complacent. Every single year, if you're not fighting and you're not pushing the envelope more, somebody else is. Nobody likes to lose. So the reason why sports gets more expensive and more expensive is because some competitor out there is resetting the market because they don't want to lose. And then the next competitor is like, well, I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose. And then you just raise the market again. So if you ever become stagnant and if you ever allow yourself to just be the same, well, this was enough last year, this was good enough last year, you've already fallen behind because sports is constantly raising.
Yep.
And I think that's the part that is the hard part for people to understand, is like, it's never enough. When is enough? It never is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Every year, it gets more and more investment is necessary, and you got to keep pushing the envelope.
Yeah, well said.
Kenny Dillingham has been kind enough to give us 2 segments today. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be back with more. We'll talk ASU football with the head coach, Kenny Dillingham, next. Bickley and Marada mornings here on Arizona Sports.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here. Say it all the time. Nobody wakes up in the morning and goes, hey, I got a real great way we can spend the day. Let's go buy new windows. Let's replace all the windows in our home. But if you're a homeowner in Arizona and if you've been in your house a while, chances are you know the sun can do a lot of damage to your windows. And if you've been in your home close to 15 years, your windows are probably shot like mine were. It's a great time to beautify your home, reduce those energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, no middleman markups, a company celebrating their 40th anniversary in business, a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned, by the way, by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. You might remember him, Utah legend. They got their own factory right here in the Valley. They do tremendous work. I know they replaced my windows. They look phenomenal. Everything about the whole process from installation to cleanup was immaculate. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. And during February, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. If you need less than 10, you'll get that discount prorated. 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marada Mornings. Arizona State University.
Hey, good morning, and thank you to our audience in Maricopa. Appreciate the support coming from Maricopa. Kenny Dillingham sticking around for a second segment. Coach, we appreciate it. Let's get into
football.
Football. Transfer portal. It's a major thing. A lot of movement, a lot of new players. Let's start. You said once upon a time, not too long ago, with a smile on your face, we're going to have a good quarterback playing for Arizona State. Cutter Boley comes over from Kentucky. Tell us more about how that came about and him as a quarterback and a person.
Yeah, I mean, that's a guy I recruited coming out of high school. when I was at Oregon, when I was recruiting Dante Moore and some of those guys. And I really loved him. I thought his potential was through the roof. You know, another guy happened to also recruit him. Liam Cohen was the offensive coordinator at Kentucky. And he's from that region, and he chose Liam Cohen. Good choice. And for him. So, you know, that's a guy who we think has unbelievable potential for us. Young guy, better athlete than people give him credit for, has all the arm strength. You know, he was I don't know what you call it, like the newcomer team of the SEC or whatever.
Yeah.
Freshman team, right? Whatever that means. And then we got a local guy, Mikey Keene as well, who I think, you know, had one of my most embarrassing performances as a head coach was versus him when he was the quarterback at Fresno State. And he actually torched us. So in year one. So I think, and then you have the Jake Fetties, you have Cam Dyer, the young guys that are coming up. That could also, you know, cause a wrinkle in this thing. So I'm excited for our quarterback competition, what we got.
What do you want to see in some differently than last year? And I know that the Sam injury and a lot of the injuries kind of held you back last year, but I know there were times when you were not happy with the level of football you played, the turnovers, all that stuff. What do you want in summary to be better than last year?
Yeah, we have to clean up turnovers. You know, we went from one of the best turnover teams to one of the worst turnover teams in 1 year. And we're taking a deep dive into why that is, what the causes of that are, and we got to clean that up. Statistically, if we just removed our turnovers through all the stuff that happened, we won 8 games with half of our guys out, right? Our guys battled. The effort was there. The fight was there. We just turned over the football, and we have to not turn over the football. I wish there was a bigger thing to talk about where those turnovers happen. You know, most of them come from behind. Most of them come from falling to the ground when you're in a leaned over position because the ball naturally bends with your chest. And once the ball goes down, your elbow goes up, and that's when the ball goes out. So we got to do more drills that emphasize that when your chest go down, the tip of the ball goes up and stuff like that. And then at quarterback, we just got to take care of the ball better with some more controlled, quick passing game, which you're going to see what you saw in the bowl game, more controlled, quick passing game. You're going to see more of that this year.
At the quarterback position, Kenny, I think Sun Devil fans were conditioned that Sam Leavitt would not be the quarterback at Arizona State going into 2026 because he'd be going into the NFL draft. It didn't shake out that way. Fans are not privy to everything. We're all not privy to everything that went down. I'll just ask the question this way. Are you surprised that Sam Leavitt is playing college football for another school that's not named Arizona State?
It's college football. I'm not surprised about anything. So you could tell me any comment right now, and I'd be like, yep.
I get it.
I get it. I understand it. Like, you know, Peyton Manning can go play again? Yep. Got it. Like, hey, that's just college football nowadays. Like, I don't know what's going on. I mean, all of it can change on a dime. So, no, I'm rooting for him. Like, people think all this stuff. I am not one of those people that, I want to see the people that I leave fail. I want to prove that I want to go see him win the Heisman. That's what I want. I want to go see him win the Heisman. I want to go see him compete for a national championship. But I have that dude helped change our program. That dude's a great person. There's a lot of layers of these things now. I mean, Sam is an unbelievable person to me. Had a huge effect on my career. So I want to go see him achieve the goals he wants to achieve that I was hoping he'd achieve here. But you know what? We got more guys here now that they have goals too. And my goal is to get them to achieve theirs, which is win the Heisman, right? Compete for championships and those same things. And that's my focus now is getting our current guys to play their best level of football, get them where they want to go.
One of the smart things I think that you did is promoting Hines Ward to a position where he can be even more impactful. And I've even kind of started to see that his ability to kind of bring in quality wideouts might help ASU become wide receiver you. Your thoughts on Hines Ward and what he brings to the table for you?
Hines is unbelievable. Hines is the first dude in the office. He's one of the last dudes to leave. And he doesn't need to. Right? He could be the last guy in, showing up late because he played a quick round of golf, right? And then leaving early because he wants to play a quick round of golf. And he is the first one in, the last to leave. He sets an unbelievably high standard in his room. He cannot handle minimum expectations. You either do or you do not. There is no try with him. It's you figure it out. This is the standard. This is what it takes to be successful, and you're going to achieve it. And I think one of the coolest things with him is he's had one number one wide receiver in his coaching career, right? Jordan Tyson.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, 1 for 1.
Yeah,
right?
right.
So when you see that and you're like, whoa, this dude is a great person, one, and then he sets a standard, and then when NFL scouts come in and there's articles written about the most fundamentally sound wide receiver in the draft is Jordan Tyson.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, his coach is Hines Ward. Oh, and then the moms come in, they're like, you won Dancing with the Stars. I don't even know your 1,000 yards and 100 touchdowns. You're the Dancing with the Stars guy, right?
That's right.
And then the little kids come in and they're like, you were in that movie, right? So, I mean, he just has an aura about himself, and through it all, he's humble and he's a great person. He's completely changing the game when it comes to this is where you want to come if you want to be a wideout and get developed and not get told how great you are, but to get pushed to be how great you can be.
Yeah.
He was in one of the Batman movies,
He
wasn't he?
was.
That's where he-
I
that's it.
remember that
Yeah,
now.
that's
I
it.
didn't remember it until you said it. How often does the painful, because we know you're a Cardinals fan as well, how much does a painful Super Bowl experience come up when you're talking Hines Ward? Does it still come up?
Yeah, I've brought it up a few times. Like, he was out of bounds. I've mentioned it to him. Like, the toe, there was no clear evidence that the toe hit, right?
Thank you, Kenny.
But that's just my opinion. So we've brought it up a few times, but other than that, not much. He's just an unbelievable person. For what he's accomplished and how humble he is, it's exactly what we want in our program is, we're all in this together. I don't care what you've accomplished. I don't care your role. We're all in this thing together.
Yeah, and you mentioned the impact that he had on Jordan Tyson, but new crop of receivers, a lot of movement in the transfer portal, Amarian Miller, big name from Colorado coming in, but a lot of other impact guys at that position. Tell us more about these new receivers.
Yeah, Amarian Miller, who routed us up in the slot corner when we played him versus Colorado. I'm like, that dude's really good. I could see it happening. The safety was leaning. I'm like, this touchdown, we can't cover that dude one-on-one. He's really good, right? So he actually was hosted by Jordan Tyson at Colorado. So we had a really natural in. When he went in the portal, it was like, whoa, I was hosted by Jordan Tyson at Colorado. This makes sense to try to be developed by Hines and kind of do what Jordan had done, right? Then you have Reed Harris, who's from, Brock Osweiler's hometown, ironically. So when he went in the portal, we called him, right? And we're like, yeah, our last guy from out there, Brock Osweiler, had a pretty good career. Holy cow, they know Brock Osweiler because his jersey is still worn in his hometown high school, right? 6'5", 220-pound wide receiver, right? So he's going to very N'Keal Harry-esque, a little bit bigger. And then you have Raiden Vinesbright, who we brought in, who started as a true freshman in the Big Ten, who's from out here. So to get him back, right, and want to move back, I just couldn't be more excited about the football program, the competitive depth we have. That's what fires me up. There are no jobs secured. It's on come spring ball.
And what are you finding out now when you're on the recruiting trail that shows you how far this program has come? Because I know the stories when you first started recruiting, you were selling kids on a dream, and some of them bought it and are very happy they did. Are you finding now that kids are, heck yeah, man, I want to be in Tempe?
Lot of 100%. What you just said, it's like, well, what have you heard? Well, my buddy went there, or my buddy's friend goes there and says it was awesome. Said it was his favorite experience, or he loved it, right? So I think the longer we're here and the longer we try to do everything, we're not going to be perfect, right? But the longer we try to do the right thing, we try to be good people, we try to make good decisions and treat people right, word of mouth will spread. And I think the word of mouth is spreading, right? That we do try to keep people right. We do try to have a good culture. And that's combined with we live in Phoenix, Arizona.
Right.
Like, I don't have to sell that, right?
Right.
That's common sense, especially in the winter. And then you combine that with the amount of guys now that are going to get drafted. Oh, the development's there too. And I think when you combine those things, it's starting to become a destination place. Now, you got to continue to win. We got to continue to win. If you continue to win, you continue to recruit well. So if we got to continue to win, we got to continue to push the envelope. We got to continue to build. We got to continue to invest. And if we do those things, right, the consistency of the program, I've always said, it's not about the ceiling. Everybody wants to talk about the ceiling. Go in the natty. Great. I want that too. Where's our floor? When the bad season happens, how far is the bottom out? Because everybody knows this city can go from 0 to hero. Yeah. We cannot bottom out. That's what this city's about. It's about being relevant in November. If we're relevant in November, We will always keep this place exciting. And then our highs are the highs. How high can we make them? The lows are the low. We got to stay relevant in November.
Yep. Kenny, thanks so much
Great
for coming
stuff,
in.
Kenny.
Great
I got
to
one
talk
more
to you.
thing.
Please
Yes.
do.
Women's basketball, it's great to see us back to where we've been. You know, people forget our women's basketball program from 2014 to 2020 won 20 games 14 out of 16 times.
Yeah.
We were a 20-game machine in women's basketball until COVID. So it's great to see our women's basketball program get back to what I call the standard. 20 wins here is the standard.
Yeah.
And we established that standard, and it's great to have us back into that standard that we've accomplished 14 out of 16 times over a span
Well
of
said.
16 years.
We're going to clip that. We're going to play it back from Molly when she comes in studio tomorrow.
Awesome.
There you go.
Thanks, Kenny. All the
Kenny,
best.
thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, joining us in studio. We shift our focus to the Diamondbacks. Manager Torey Lavello joins us next as Newsmakers Week rolls on here on Bickley and Marada Mornings on Arizona Sports.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marada talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-718-4040. That's 800-718-4040. 800-718-4040.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st.
Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Tops merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns return from the All-Star break tonight in Austin for the 2-seed Spurs, and while Jalen Green, Devin Booker, and Grayson Allen are all off the injury report ahead of tonight's game, Suns will be without Dillon Brooks, who received his 16th technical foul and 1-game suspension prior to the All-Star break. But Spurs and Suns tip at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And while the return of Nick Rawlis may have surprised Cardinal fans, he's not taking his second chance with the team for granted. For more on that story, head to arizonasports.com today. And as Newsmaker Week rolls on today, the likes of Torey Lovello and Brian Gregory and more are joining us today. For the full list, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marada mornings. The Arizona Diamondbacks.
I haven't been able to connect with Torey Lovello yet. Hopefully that will happen momentarily. Thanks again to Kenny Dillingham for joining us. His energy, goodness.
Well, that's his energy is fundamental to what he's been able to accomplish. Yeah. There's no doubt about that.
And that's a guy who slept on a floor.
That's exactly. That's after sleeping on a floor. He's got all that energy.
For 4 nights.
It's fantastic.
That's a great story.
That is good.
Yeah, hopefully, like I said, we're hoping to hook up with Torey Lovello. Brian Gregory, Suns general manager, joining us, scheduled for 7:45. ASU athletic director Graham Rossini at 8:15, and then in the 9 o'clock hour, Bryce Drew, GCU basketball coach, after a big win by the Lopes in San Diego, and then we'll close out today, jam-packed day with Arizona State baseball head coach Willie Bloomquist.
Nice,
joining us as well.
And one of the things I wanted to bring up, but we ran out of time with Kenny, is, and this bears a mention, is that 64 players on that team last year, 2/3 of his roster, finished with grade point averages of 3.0 or better.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and he was talking about it off the air, the number of students, football players that will be members of the Barrett Honors College, which is, that's no small deal.
Well, look, and what it speaks to me is you're recruiting the right kind of kids. And a lot of coaches in the old world of college football, you'd go in and to turn around a program, you'd have to create an environment where the kids didn't have to go to class, that you found pathways for them not to be engaged as students. And it's great to see, programs that do exactly the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, because we all used to, in days past before NIL and all that, we'd scoff at the phrase student athlete because it was such a talking point, such a stressed term by the NCAA and by the institutions themselves. And now, fast forward to, with the current conditions in place, NIL being what it is, there's millionaires on that team. And for that to still be going on in today's landscape is even more impressive.
When we talked to Nick Uren from the Mercury, part of the deal they're dealing with there in the WNBA is that if you're a marquee star in college basketball as a female, as a women's player, you're taking a pay cut by turning professional.
Absolutely.
And that's a hard thing for the star players in that sport to reconcile.
Yeah. And that's, we didn't get into the CBA talks because there's not a whole lot to talk about, especially from Nick Uren's viewpoint, being part of an organization, not much he can say. But that's one of the things that they're fighting is the base salaries. The star salaries in the WNBA and the last CBA were almost embarrassing.
Mark Cuban just came out and said, if you were a star player in college basketball on the women's side, you're making between $500,000 and $1.2 million to play for your school in college. Then, if you're industrious, you can squeeze in education along the way. And then so what you're getting out of your experience in college is very, very, very productive for you. in terms of money and in terms of education. And then that's part of what they're dealing with, because on the high end player is taking a pay cut turning professional.
Yeah, and then you get to be a first round draft pick, and then your salary goes down to about $265,000 a year.
Yeah. I mean, and relatively speaking,
Yes.
but that's a tough thing. If you're a Paige Beckers, if you're a Caitlin Clark, if you're a great player, that thing is hard to reconcile. So there you go.
Yeah. So again, thanks to Kenny Dillingham for joining us.
There was an impromptu meeting. We are rescheduling. Tori will join us at 8:30 today.
Sounds good.
8:30. Okay. We can talk D-backs real quick.
Sure.
Cactus League opener tomorrow. Baseball is here.
Mm-hmm.
We talked to Geraldo Perdomo earlier. I love the phrase that Geraldo used in his conversation with us. Full gas. Print up the T-shirts. I like that. And his acknowledgement of coming off a season where he hit 20 home runs, drove in 100, and finished 4th in the National League MVP voting. If that's the guy that's pushing your team and motivating your team, and we did talk about that with Geraldo too. 26 years old, and he kind of deflected it. There's a lot of good leaders in this locker room. He's the leader of that team. And when you have a leader setting an example like that, not only with his production, but with his attitude, it definitely gives you a positive tone to start the season.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that this is. I think the difference is that he is the acknowledged leader going into this year, where I think that happened organically over the course of last year, primarily around the time of the Ketel Marte fiasco.
Yeah,
and so that's important. That's important because that leadership structure should be in place on day one for most really good teams. That's not something you want to go into a season. All right, we'll see how this shakes out.
Yeah. Good teams have organic leadership. Not so good teams have assigned leadership.
Listen, I'm not a big fan of the Mets owner and what they've done, but Steve Cohen of the Mets, he refuses to announce a captain because he wants that to happen organically every year. He wants his clubhouse to figure that out on a yearly basis, and I agree with that. I think that's a good way to, but it's got to be in place when you start.
Yes, but he also made the claim that'll never happen as long as I own the New York Mets. And he's rich and powerful, but what happens when the Mets acquire somebody who's got the captaincy on his resume at his previous stop and has a little bit of an attitude about it?
Yeah.
Are you going to bend the rules?
Derek Jeter, we don't want you. We don't have captains around here. No, of course you do. Of course you'd bend the rules. Listen, Cactus League Baseball, I say this all the time. This is... We go through this drill every year in the Valley. It's the party time in the Valley. It begins with Barrett Jackson. It shifts over to the WM Phoenix Open, and then it ends with the Cactus League.
Yeah.
And what's it all about? Drinking and people watching. with an event happening near you that you can drift in and out of consciousness with.
Yeah. Maybe you could see somebody sink a birdie. Maybe you could walk away with an $85,000 automobile.
Exactly. Anything's possible.
They should move Cinco de Mayo up to February, so we can put that in there too. Why not?
Cinco de Febrero. And interesting too that today was the first day driving to work. It was low 40s on my car temperature gauge. We get the cold snap right before the first Cactus League games. It's not going to last long. It's going to be really warm starting on on Sunday.
85 degrees next week. Yeah. So, but we got the last gasp of winter here next couple of days.
We had nothing resembling a winter.
No, this was
year.
a warm winter.
There are people that are obsessed with weather. I think Jared Carlin's one of them.
I know. You always comment on that. I am very interested.
You're very in tune as to forecasts and what I never have a clue, ever.
Neither do I, but, admission, when I was in 3rd grade, I had a teacher ask me what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I said I wanted to be a TV meteorologist. So I was fascinated.
You even said the word meteorologist in 3rd grade?
Yeah.
Wow. It's a great job in Phoenix. You don't have to know anything.
No, I didn't even know that, but I was just fascinated with the maps and the numbers and, like, the graphics on the screen. And this is, like, 1979, so it wasn't all that advanced. But,
that's crazy.
I grew out of that real quick. Like, it's science. Never mind.
Right.
Coming up next, Jared said it. Torey Lovullo is going to join us at 8:30 this morning. We'll reschedule with him. But we will talk to Suns general manager Brian Gregory up next on this Thursday during Newsmakers Week 2026. Bickley and Marada mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tyreek Hill, I'm going to pass. That's going to be a hard pass. As a matter of fact, you're talking about a guy that is wildly talented, as we all know. Have we seen wildly talented wide receivers in the National Football League? Have we seen them just go astray? Unfortunately, yes, we have definitely seen that before in the past. And this is a guy that is wildly talented, yet nobody wants the headache that is going to be Tyreek Hill, in my opinion.
Okay, I think we've answered the question. What do you want to talk about now?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team, you need the right set of teammates, you need the right game plan. This is why if you are worried about retirement, if you are seeking financial independence, if you've got some anxiety that you think your golden years are not going to be the way you want them to be, go set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. You can get a second opinion on your current portfolio or portfolios, and you can get that game plan that's going to assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, plus they are not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of options, and they are fiduciaries, which means they are obligated and duty-bound at all times to act in your best interest. I met with Trajan Wealth. I was greatly impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just real, honest, straight talk. And when you meet with them, you'll see it all begins with relationships, customized strategies, personalized plans based on what you want your retirement to look like. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Give them a call. Get that plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free home delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's Truck Month at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovik Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marada mornings. The Phoenix Suns.
Suns back at it tonight. 27 games remaining on the regular season schedule. It starts with a date against Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. And here joining us to talk Suns basketball, the architect, the general manager, Brian Gregory, checking in on the Arizona Sports Line. Brian, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
It's always a pleasure. And, All-Star break, I don't think anybody expected the Phoenix Suns to be where they are. It's been a very positive surprise. I was going to ask you, in terms of roster construction, and last year, obviously, big changes made with the organization, and Matt Ishbia made it very clear what this organization was going to be about. And you reflected that in your introductory press conference with, a lot of talk of alignment. And this team visually is aligned, and obviously it's identifying pieces that fit together. But when you're putting together a roster and it goes well, how much is just good fortune or good luck on that, Brian?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of it starts off with, the kind of people that you're bringing in, the character, the work ethic, the desire to be part of something that is being kind of, as you said, restructured and with a new identity and a new cultural piece and all that. So identifying those type of players, type of coaches, front office people, everybody in the 5G center is critical. But you can only control what you can't control, and there's a lot in the NBA, as fragile as it is, that is uncontrollable. And then you have to respond when those things happen and respond in a positive way. And I think from top to bottom, from Matt to Jordan Ott to our players, they've responded extremely well in every situation. And because of that alignment, things have worked out in a good way.
Brian, I give you guys a lot of credit because a lot of cynical, jaded people, and I'll raise my hand and say I was among them. I heard this approach, and I thought, how can you really implement this collegiate kind of style into a league like the NBA? And you guys have spoken this thing into existence. And it starts, I think, with Jordan Ott, in your hiring of Jordan Ott, who has been absolutely terrific in his first year as a head coach. Did you kind of get that feeling when you were interviewing him that, okay, that I have got an outstanding young coach in my hands here?
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, obviously it was long process, one that we went into great detail on. But I think the one thing that he brought, and it kind of goes with what you just said, it's not a collegiate style. It's the best style for us. And what matches what we want to do in terms of our identity, in terms of how we want to play, in terms of how we want to approach and attack every single day, the behaviors and habits we need to have. Jordan demonstrated that. I said at the press conference when we introduced him, the word substance. He has the substance. Obviously, great knowledge of the game, great communicator, ability to build relationships and so forth. But it's not a college style. It's the right style for us. And it may not be the right style for everybody else, but, we emphasize the work ethic and the preparation and coaches that want to coach, coaches that want to hold guys accountable. And then you got to have players that want that too. You got to have players that want to be coached, players that want to be driven. And when that match happens, and that's where we're at right now, then you can have success that maybe no one saw around the corner happen on a daily basis, and that's kind of where we're at.
Brian Gregory, Suns general manager, our guest here during Newsmakers Week. A lot of fans have been clamoring for the full return of Jalen Green without limits, and I know you referenced this with the media yesterday, but if things go well and there's no setbacks, and when could we expect maybe a timetable to see that unlimited version of Jalen Green on the court, Brian?
Well, when we talk about unlimited, obviously there's a amount of playing time where guys are able to maybe shake off a little of the rust of not playing extensive minutes at this particular point in the season. But he's had 3 great weeks, obviously played in those games prior to the All-Star break. The one setback was him making a hustle play on a defensive rebound and getting, knocked to the floor from 10 feet up in the air. You know what I mean? And there's no way to prepare for that. But then he bounced right back and then came back and played well in the 2 games prior to the All-Star break. He's had a great break. His conditioning is better. His explosiveness is better. So we're getting there, and it will start tonight. He'll be ready to go and be ready to play his best game. And it's important that we understand that, you're adding a new piece into it. And over these next 4 or 5 games, we got to make sure that we do a great job of incorporating him into how we're playing and that we continue to play Suns basketball.
Brian, you guys do a lot of little things very, very well, getting back defensively, I've noticed, the offense rebounding, the commitment to that. There's a lot of things that you guys have done that have led you to this point. I think some people have pointed out that some of the metrics have slipped recently. What does this team need to do to kind of continue to build on what you did build through the first 55 games? How do you close this deal and get into the postseason?
Yeah, I think we have to continue to emphasize what has got us to this point. And one, on the defensive end of the court, it's creating havoc. It's creating turnovers. We got guys with, great active hands. We help each other. It's a team defense. Everybody, a lot of times people they always talk about offense. A lot of times teams are more selfish on defense. I got my man, I'm not helping out, all that, my man's not scoring. You got to have a little bit of that, but the thing that we've done is we've played great team defense. And now, a big key for us is finishing off those defensive possessions with defensive rebounding. And I think that's been a big point of emphasis over this break. How can we get better on the defensive glass? Controlling the defensive glass and then creating some offensive opportunities in transition. And then on the offense, sharing the ball, moving the ball, and, really pounding the offensive glass. Our thing is, to win the possession game, to get more possessions, you have to create turnovers and you have to take care of the ball. And then on the offensive end, you got to get extra possession by offensive rebounding. So, when we do those things and we have a good shooting night, not even a great shooting night, a good shooting night, we've proven that we can not only compete with anybody in the league, but it's going to go down to the wire, and a lot of times we've won those games. Sometimes if you do those things and you don't have a good shooting night, you can still figure out a way to kind of slime out a win, and we've done that, without playing particularly, aesthetically beautiful. And that's kind of who we are. That's what we're going to need to do, and we need to continue that in these next 27 games.
The Haywood Highsmith acquisition is official, and I know he hasn't played yet this year. He's on the mend from surgery last summer, but there was a lot of competition for him. He was wanted around the league. How are you able to get that done, bring Haywood to Phoenix, and when he does get back, what can he bring this Suns team, Brian?
Yeah, I think it's a good lesson for all of us in terms of, we had a sincere interest in him in the past, created relationships with the people around him. And when there was an opportunity to bring him in, all that definitely helped. So, obviously, last year he was a key component with Miami in their playoff push and played extremely well. He's our type of guy. He's versatile defensively. He's tough. He hasn't taken a path to get here, played Division II basketball, played in the G League, went overseas, came back, and when he got his opportunity, he's made the most of it. And we got to get him, game conditioned and so forth because he hasn't played. And the hope is that he can add a spark to us and contribute as we make this push towards the end of the year.
Brian, thanks so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it. And look forward to watching this team close out the regular season, hopefully to a playoff push.
Guys, I appreciate you having me on, and let's go. 27 more to go.
There we go. Thank you, Brian. Keep up the great work.
Brian Gregory, Suns general manager, joining us during Newsmakers Week on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, second half of the Thursday show kicks off
fire
with fire. The Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Marada mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics and 40,000 people. That is not just a crowd, folks. That's a small city, and it's also the number of people who chose the simple but life-changing treatments at QC Kinetics, people choosing pain relief without the surgery. 40,000 people who thought there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular-level treatments to restore and revitalize damaged joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, getting their lives back. You can find QC Kinetics right here in the Valley using safe, natural treatments that are backed by real science that activate your body's natural healing power. They're safe, natural, non-surgical with zero downtime. It really works, folks. I've leaned on them a couple of different times to dramatic results, and the patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics is a staggering 92%. Remember, the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofing roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action post-All-Star break tonight in Austin for the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama, with Devin Booker, Jalen Green, and Grayson Allen all appearing to be off the injury report, but still no Dylan Brooks tonight, who's serving his one-game technical foul suspension. Tip-off from Austin will be at 6:30 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats bounced back in a big way last night thanks to Anthony Del Orso and Ivan Karchenkov in a 75-68 win over AJ Debance and BYU. Find out why Arizona Cardinals defensive coordinator Nick Rallis is not taking his second chance with the team lightly at ArizonaSports.com today. And Newsmakers Week rolls on here on Bickley and Marada with the likes of Tori Lovello, Graham Rossini, and more joining us today. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Bickley and Marada mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Phoenix Suns have been playing games inside of games all season long, and one of them is making the other team call the first time out of the second half. It's their way of seizing control of games immediately after the break while rattling the opponent, and the record shows the approach has been working wonderfully. And in a much bigger sense, that is what is happening right now. The final 27 games of the regular season are their new second half, and the goal is to come out firing, locked in, and finish the job. Much is on the line here. So many victory laps for so many people if the Suns can make the postseason. Now, granted, finishing 6th or higher should be the goal and would be ideal because they would be guaranteed a best of series against a better team, the kind of scenario and learning experience that is essential for the growth of a young team. But any kind of postseason appearance will stamp this season as one of the most successful, surprising twists of fate we have ever seen in the Valley. So here's hoping Jalen Green is ready to ascend, Dylan Brooks is able to avoid further suspensions, and the basketball gods are finally ready to give Devin Booker and the rest of us our due and our redemption. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at ChapmanBMW.com.
I like that. The first time out of the second half.
Yeah.
Which is a time that I've outlined, and anybody who's been to an NBA game can attest to this. It is the deadest time when the second half starts in any NBA arena. It's the deadest time because there's nobody sitting courtside. The whole first 5-6 rows are getting their free food and drink.
Exactly.
In the clubs.
Yeah.
So there's really no energy. Great time to, and it seeps into the players too. You see them come out sometimes dragging. Great time to jump on the opponent.
And it's amazing because I just read about this phenomenon, and we know anecdotally, and you know from working these games courtside, that the Suns have had any number of games where they have come out smoking in the second half, and they catch the other team flat-footed, and they take controls of games. I think their third quarter metrics must be off the charts. And this, anecdotally, it's all by design. Mm-hmm. This is something that Jordan Knott has put into their heads. And it's interesting because as the story was reported, even Kenny Atkinson, his former mentor in Cleveland, said, "That's a great idea. I might steal that." So it's just another example of Jordan Knott having himself a great first season as a rookie NBA head coach. And I'm sorry, one of the things I cannot stand about basketball media is how conflated the NBA Coach of the Year award can be. Okay, I get that JB Bickerstaff in Detroit, that they're having a good year, but the Pistons were good at the end of last year.
They were the 6th seed in the in the East last year.
They were the 6th seed in the East last year. The Suns were left for dead. This should not even be a debate. If the coach of the year, if the season ended today, Jordan Knott should be running away with this thing. He shouldn't be in second behind JB Bickerstaff.
Celtics?
Joe Mazzulla has got a really strong case
that I'll
as
listen
well.
to.
Yeah.
That I'll listen to.
Stronger than Bickerstaff's.
Definitely. But nobody predicted the Celtics to have no future.
No, it was based on.
It was okay. You know what?
They made the determination. Hey, we're really injured, and we're not going to pay this luxury tax. We're gonna move away from
the
some
team.
Of these
Just
guys.
sold to a new owner who
Yeah.
doesn't have the money, who this and that, and okay, we don't have Jason Tatum, so there was a lot of stuff. So I would listen to Joe Mazzulla, but nothing compares to the Phoenix Suns and what they were predicted and prognosticated to do or not do.
Jordan Knott, to me, and is there bias here? I'll admit it, but he's done a phenomenal job. It's him. It's Mazzulla, it's Bickerstaff, maybe Darko Rajakovic in Toronto. He's done a really good job. The Raptors are the 5 seed. They weren't good last year. But in the Western Conference, who's getting it? You're giving it to Dagnall? No. Mitch Johnson in San Antonio's done a really nice job.
Yeah, but I mean, come on.
David Adelman in Denver. With the injuries they've had,
All right.
him as the 3 seed, but he also has the best player in the world on his team.
Right, and nothing. But again, you can make these cases team by team for very worthy candidates, but nothing compares to a basketball team that bookmakers had winning less than 31 games.
The bleakest situation in the last quarter century.
That's what was said. An owner who's going to be the worst in the history of the game.
Look, well, one thing we're sure of, and you kind of hit on, all right, what's the ceiling? What are the expectations? What's reality for this team? I am sure, and I will put 100% of my belief in this. The Phoenix Suns will play more than 82 games this year because that means they're in the play-in. And if you look at the way the Western Conference is shaking out right now, the Clippers are in the 10 seed with 26 wins. The 11th seed is Memphis, 20-33. The teams below Memphis, Dallas, Utah, New Orleans, and Sacramento are all tank jobs.
Yep.
So they're not elevating.
No.
The only thing that could happen is if Memphis got red hot and made it interesting, and the Suns would have to falter.
Yes.
So they're at least a play-in team. I think, in terms of changing expectations, that would still be a bit of a letdown for what we've seen from the first 55 games. I desperately want this Suns team to have a playoff series.
So
a
do I.
real best-of-7 playoff series as a top 6 seed.
So
and
do I.
And it's right there for them. And the one thing we really haven't seen, and we won't see it again tonight, and we've seen it in glimpses, but this full roster going at it. And tonight it's Dylan Brooks that won't be there. Thankfully, it's not an injury. It's a suspension. So when they get back Saturday against Orlando, they should have a full team that we could see and maybe build around for the first time.
Okay, but I just hope that because what the Suns have been doing, and they've done it very consistently, but it's very, very hard to do. What they've done to win these games has taken a lot of effort and a lot of commitment. And there have been people who have looked at the metrics. I have not poured into NBA metrics. There are things you can see with your eyes, and you know a good team when you see them. But there are people who point to them and say, there's slippage.
Yeah,
Dorks, they call them. Nerds.
If you do dive into if you do dive into those metrics too, there's a good chance you're never coming out of it.
You're never coming out of it.
Dorks, nerds, and Sammy.
Yes.
Right.
People that look at
Yes.
Suns metrics are actually still like the 3 games before the All-Star break, the dippage, but it's a 3-game sample size given what they've done the rest of the year. And the metrics, let me tell you, they're still thumbs up on the Suns.
Yeah,
Let me tell you, got a little hot and bothered.
Well,
there.
didn't Burns and Gamble go through an entire segment breaking this down? Yes, they did.
I don't listen to that show.
No.
I'm joking. I didn't hear that segment, but
Okay, no, but again, I think that nothing can be taken for granted with this basketball team.
no.
Because I think that they have overachieved to a certain level. And doing what they've done has taken ultra commitment. And I think there's the factor that, okay, after the All-Star break, you're going to get a different level of lock-in from the good teams.
Happens every year.
Happens every year.
Yeah.
The bad teams are in the tank, and you're right. And I think the security blanket for the Suns is there's almost no danger of missing the play-in, given what's below you. But at the same time, you got to get it done.
Yeah, but it would take a real level of negative complacency for the Suns to eke their way in, and I just don't think this team is wired that way.
I don't either.
We have way too much proof that they're not, and it would be quite shocking to see the opposite happen. On Saturday, February 28th, a monumental all-Mexican clash here in the Arizona desert. IBF World Super Featherweight King Eduardo Sugar Nunez and WBO champion Emmanuel Navarrete meet in a unification battle at Desert Diamond Arena. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com or win a pair at ArizonaSports.com. Just click on contest. Coming up next, Newsmakers Week continues. We'll get the state of Arizona State athletics from the AD himself. Graham Rossini joins us in studio here on Bickley and Marada Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hi, it's Vince Marada, and Southwest Gas committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas is also proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal. Natural gas, the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining, outdoor cooking at home, or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or for nights getting cozy by the fire or roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marada Mornings. Arizona State University.
Quick good morning and a thank you to our audience in Wickenburg. Appreciate you listening and watching in Wickenburg today. We continue talking about Arizona State athletics. The AD himself, Graham Rossini, joining us in studio for Newsmakers Week. Graham,
good morning.
I've already complimented you off the air on the pullover. People can see it. That's awesome.
Thank you.
The retro Sparky logo brings back good memories.
Yeah, this was a fun throwback we wore for the Texas Tech game back in October.
Yeah.
That worked out pretty well.
Oh, is it?
We've got a nice little throwback coming this fall as well. There's a nice team milestone that we'll celebrate this football season. So always grateful for Adidas for setting us up for those moments.
All right, so the football team, is it a testament to the rising tide lifts all boats? Are you feeling that everywhere across the university?
No doubt. I mean, we set the tone with what's happening in Sun Devil football. And the moment that Kenny got back to the Valley and really set this new energy, activate the Valley, we're reaping the benefit of that in all areas of the department right now. And I think other coaches are kind of understanding that his ability to be that energetic, his ability to connect in the way that he so uniquely does, it works. People love that energy. They love that consistency. They love that access and really authentic voice into what our programs are doing. And so there's no doubt we'll go as far as football goes, and that momentum and energy trickles through all levels of the department.
Yeah, not too long ago, there was a lot of Sun Devil football fans that were skating on ice, wondering if Kenny was going to be here because of all the rumors, and that's the world we live in college football.
Sure.
Should they have been nervous?
I don't think so. Look, we have a lot of conversations behind the scenes on what we need to do to continue to invest in football. We've got the right leadership in place. There's no doubt about that. We know we've got a great thing going on, and we'd be foolish to let that escape. And so, like we talked about last fall, there were a lot of details, a lot of really little intricate details in these complicated contracts that we wanted to get right, and we got there. And at the end of the day, Kenny's committed to this program. He wants to be here for as long as we can humanly possibly make that happen, and we want to continue to resource the energy because it's paying off in all dividends. This valley is connected. This university is aligned. We have incredible momentum in all the spaces, not even beyond athletics, and football is a big part of setting that tone.
It's also very, very expensive, and Kenny made that very, very clear that to do this every year, it's a massive investment, and the whole idea that he came out publicly and wanted somebody to stroke that $20 million check, he claimed you got somebody. You didn't get the full 20, but it's close, and it's not necessarily a Sun Devil. Do you want to tell us who this person is?
Not yet. We've got an announcement that will come, but we had a really good, about a week and a half ago, we had a great meeting. We earned an incredible commitment from a longtime ASU partner, maybe an unconventional way to get to that number, but a group based here in the Valley
That's great.
that heard the news. They've seen the value. They've had a connection to ASU in other ways, and they see a great opportunity to tie their name to this football facility. So we're getting ready. We've got a groundbreaking coming up in a couple months, and we'll have a big announcement for it. But really grateful for, our fan base continues to step up. This business community continues to step up. The cost of doing business in college sports is obviously changing, but there is a great return on that investment in terms of you're investing in young people, you're investing in output of, you talked about it a few segments ago. These are still student athletes. Mm-hmm. They're still earning incredible accomplishments in the classroom. They're still motivated beyond football or the sport that they play. And so, companies and individuals that are buying tickets, making donations, supporting these projects, or investing in talent. That's a big part of what we focus on is talent development in our space. So just grateful for the support. Selling out a season, making the kind of investments and donations that we're starting to realize and see. We need more of it, but excited about the momentum, and we'll have some really good news to share on that front very soon.
ASU Athletic Director Graham Rossini, our guest in studio. Tuesday morning, one of the first things Bobby Hurley did was come in studio with us. He ended his day with a pretty good win over Texas Tech.
Yep.
We know Bobby's in the last year of his career. Where are
contract
or last year of his contract? Excuse me, wrong C word. Last year of his contract. Where are things right now? And I know there was some speculation, some articles written. Hey, did that win over Texas Tech maybe save Bobby Hurley's job? How complicated is that situation?
It's not complicated at all. We're going to see how the season plays out. I'm really proud of how these guys have played hard all season long. And a lot of people wanted to write them off after last season. They were begging for us to make a change after last season. We don't want to do it. I've got a ton of respect for Bobby and what he means for not only the sport of basketball, but his contribution at ASU. He's been there for 11 years. That's hard to do in college basketball. I think if you look at maybe the traditional Pac-5, including the old Pac-12 days, 13th longest head coach in college college basketball, second winningest of all time at ASU. He's left a tremendous mark on this program, and so we're not ready to make a decision either way. We want to see how the season plays out, but they've been incrementally playing harder and harder, and you see that manifest into a huge win against Texas Tech a few nights ago. And so the way that this schedule sets up the rest of the way, get a couple more wins, make some noise in Kansas City, backdoor into the tournament, and we'll see what happens.
Having put a couple of kids through ASU myself, I know that there's been a nonstop state of construction in Tempe. Yeah. When is that going to happen to the basketball facility? I know you've kind of got this circled as something that needs to get done at some point.
Yeah, it needs to get done. We're ready. We'll start phase 1 in May. There's actually been a couple phases that have been going on behind the scenes the past couple of years on infrastructure and building management and the things that people won't really care about. But we'll take a big step forward this May when we start. We're going to take the court out. We're going to really load in a ton of conduit, a ton of abilities as we continue to renovate and take care of scoreboard and audio and all the modern creature comforts that we need. But we're going to address courtside. We're going to have more courtside seats this fall when we get back for volleyball season. Obviously, that'll benefit basketball when it gets going in the fall. That lower section of retractable seats we'll redo this offseason as well. And so there's really 3 phases that we're looking at. We're starting this summer with the court side, that lower section of more comfortable seats, more padded, more leg room, handrails, some of the basic creature comforts. And then from there, we go bottom to top. We're going to do a complete building refresh. All aspects of the seating area will change. We're going to create new ways to watch a game. We're going to have loges. We're going to have theater boxes. We're going to have more comfortable seats throughout the stadium. The energy in that environment is really important for us to focus on. And so we want to create the type of fan experience that people want to be a part of, that brings energy, that brings the home court advantage as we go, addressing the concourses, addressing the amenities in the space. And so, a significant $100 million plus project that will start this May. And over the next 2.5, 3 years, we're going to touch every aspect of that building.
The other basketball team that plays at Desert Financial Arena has had quite the turnaround. Molly Miller, in her first year, I think she's kind of delivered on what she does. She just wins basketball games. And look, it's a return because it was a really, really solid program for a very long time. How well has this hire worked out for you early on, Graham?
I mean, it's exceeded expectations, and we had a ton of confidence in Coach Miller when we made the decision to hire her and bring her in. But for her to really capitalize out the gate and understanding what this program means to the Valley and understand the legacy that Charlie Turner Thorne was so instrumental in building. The fact that they had a great relationship with her coming into this environment was really helpful. We celebrated 50 years of Sun Devil women's basketball last fall, and that was really important for Molly to embrace the history and the traditions of this program and be front and center in those relationships, understanding that, hey, there are people through all levels of the program that want to reconnect and contribute and pour that momentum into it. And then to sit here with the best start in program history, 15 consecutive wins out the gate, 21 wins, the most for a first-year head coach in program history. It's a testament to she's a winner. And that's the profile that we're looking for of people that have a track record of winning at all levels in their career. She was a high school valedictorian. She was a state champion. She was a national champion as a player at Drury. And all she's done in her coaching career is win. And so we felt that her ability to lead and win was already there. It was our responsibility to make sure that she has the tools and the resources to compete at this level, and she's done that. And we think they're a tournament team. We think the resume is very strong. We know there's some more wins on the table as we get into the end of the season and make some noise in their tournament at Kansas City as well. But very excited to have the Final Four here in the Valley this April. That's going to be an incredible showcase for Phoenix, the way that these major events always are. But can't say enough about Coach Miller and what she's done in year one, and she's been an incredible teammate as well.
All right, finally, there are people who believe that athletics are probably more important than ever before with the advent of online education options for kids, getting people to come to a campus and hang and live there and be part of the full campus experience. Sports teams are going to be a real driver in that, in providing that kind of energy and that kind of attraction. Do you believe in that? You're the custodian of that at the university level.
Yeah, no doubt. We're lucky with 26 sports that we've got, and so wherever you're from, whatever you're into, we have it. And that's the beauty of having this kind of wide variety of sports. And a number of our Olympic sports are having incredible success. I think we have 10 programs in the top 25 sitting here right now today. We've led the Big 12 in conference championships since we joined the conference, and so our success is beyond just football and women's basketball. You're seeing that take place with our golf programs that are top 5. We have top 10 beach volleyball, water polo, softball back in the national polls, baseball right there as well, off to a great start. And so that energy that you can create from August when school gets back to June as we wind down the spring semester is really important. And you've got millions of people coming on our campus to support support our Sun Devil athletic teams. And that's incredible for the experience that our athletes have. It's incredible for that extended university community. It emotionally connects people to ASU in ways that very few things can. And so, big believer. And that's a responsibility that we take very, very seriously. And I talk a lot about our responsibility within the department is to obsess over the people who obsess over us. Have to build a better game day. Have to deliver. It's customer service. It's memory business. It's all that energy that we can create. It can't just be football and basketball. It's got to be the entire profile of our sports.
Graham, thanks so much for coming in and spending some time with us. Appreciate it,
Absolutely.
as always.
Thank you, Graham.
Thanks, guys. Go
Graham
Devils.
Rossini, Athletic Director of Arizona State University, our guest as we continue with Newsmakers Week 2026. It's Bickley and Marada mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're moving in the right direction. I like the spot that we're in. The one thing is with this league, it is fragile. Things turn quickly in this league. So what we need to do is not be satisfied, to keep driving, keep pushing.
Back from the All-Star break, the Suns visit San Antonio tonight. Pre-game at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. By now you know Sweet James, the accident attorneys for your Phoenix Suns. In fact, I'm sure you've seen the television commercial of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I don't know if that vertical leap is real, if it's digitally enhanced, if it's AI or what, but I do know this. Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on the opposition you are going to face if you're ever injured in an accident. And of course, I'm talking about the insurance companies that are not going to want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and all of their trial experience gives them great leverage when negotiating with those insurance companies, which is why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in the nation. When you hire Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation, and remember, you will pay nothing until they win your case. And if you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marada. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 top fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated
dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at babboitalian.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns return from the All-Star break tonight in Austin for the 2-seed Spurs, and while Jalen Green, Devin Booker, and Grayson Allen are all off the injury report ahead of tonight's game, the Suns will be without Dylan Brooks, who received his 16th technical foul and 1-game suspension prior to the break. But the Suns and Spurs tip at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And while the return of Nick Rollis may have surprised Cardinal fans, he's not taking his second chance with the team for granted. For more on that story, head to arizonasports.com. And the Arizona Wildcats got a much-needed win against the 23rd ranked BYU Cougars last night, 75-68, before they head to Houston for a top 5 showdown on Saturday. And Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Marada rolls on today and tomorrow. See who will be joining us at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marada Mornings. The Arizona Diamondbacks.
Torey Lovello, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Next up on Newsmakers Week, joining us via video from Salt River Fields. Torey, there he is. Good morning. We see you. We can't hear you.
What's up, guys?
There we go. All right. Hi, Torey.
You guys just cleared out my office. Everybody saw this was happening. They're like, we're out of here, man. We don't want to hear Lovello's BS. We're tired of his stuff. Yeah.
See, we're good for something, Torey. We can get your office cleared out for you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
We have been known to clear a room, Torey.
Yes, we're good at that. Yeah. There you go.
Early impressions of camp so far. You got your first Cactus League game tomorrow coming up. How has this camp gone? And I know people have talked about going back to last year, there seems to be talk of an increased intensity from day one in camp. Has that been evident to you so far?
Yeah, for sure. First of all, I apologize. I'm a little bit late, but it's been a super busy morning here. We're playing a little bit of catch up. So
no worries.
Appreciate you guys hanging with me and giving me this extra hour. But yeah, that was definitely something that we talked about. We highlighted the importance of creating some intensity and awareness. And like, we're not going to miss a day without going out there and training these guys as hard as we possibly can. Now, there are going to be days, kind of deloading days, where we're going to back off of them, but on it, and they know it. And when there's a day where we're supposed to go out there and practice full speed and get after it full speed, and especially from a focus standpoint, we're going to do it. It's okay. It's not okay to make a mistake because it's early in spring training. Years past, the first week, we just worked into it. We're trying to eliminate that as much as possible.
I'm really vibing on what happened over the weekend with Zach Gallen coming back to this team, because I think a lot of Diamondback fans, we were all bracing for, is Ketel going to get traded? Which one of these starting pitchers are we never going to see again? Is Torey coming back? And now it almost feels like this whole crew is going to roll the dice and run it back another time. Tell us about the vibe of this team in sum now that you got this roster full.
Yeah, we got the band back together, right? And there's always comfort in that, but that comfort might create a little bit of complacency. So we're not taking anything for granted. So the conversations that I've had with Zach and Merrill and Ketel are those that we got to get after it, and let's not take anything for granted. At times last year, we maybe put a little bit into cruise control, but we love these guys. We're glad they're back. They want to be here. They are Diamondbacks. I don't care what anybody says, and we got a group that can go out there and help us win a lot of ball games. Credit to Mike, a credit to Derek and Ken for saying okay to the two pitchers that came back in and walked back into this clubhouse. which is their home. They're going to help us win a lot of baseball games.
Torey Lovello, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest here during Newsmakers Week. And I know one of the storylines, too, Torey, is who's going to be the closer from day one. And we were talking about this, around here. You got candidates. You got guys that you're familiar with. Paul Sewald's back in the fold. But how difficult is it when you're looking for a closer to begin the season? How difficult is it to identify who that is? Because closing in Major League Baseball during the regular season is a high-pressure, high-wire act, whereas there's not a whole lot of pressure in the spring training games to evaluate. So how difficult is it to identify that?
Yeah, really good point. So you're mostly talking about finding that guy from an emotional standpoint. What's the heartbeat look like? Is he glossy-eyed when you have a normal conversation with him? Is he looking me in the eye when we're talking? Those are little keys and little signs that I'm looking for when there is zero stimulus. And there's little, we all know our certain tricks, right? You walk in and talk to one another every morning. You can practically tell by certain responses what the day is going to be like. So,
We lost Torey. Darn it. It was going so well, too.
I was wondering if he is privy to our morning meetings by saying when you walk in and talk to each other.
Well, because that's, I think, universal everywhere.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
Is when you know people well enough, when you've been together with people long enough, you can take those cues right away.
That is very true. So hopefully we'll be able to reconnect
there he is.
With Torey. Oh, he's
that's
back.
good. Sorry about that.
We're all good.
I'm hunkered into my office. It's probably a block building, so I apologize. But yeah. At the end of the day, the cues are right. You're absolutely right. When you know the cues and you know what somebody looks like, I don't know if you heard me say it. I don't need knees knocking, standing on the mound in San Diego when things are on the line. Like, you got to be able to execute. That's the bottom line.
All right, so give us some ideas of some of the newer faces that might be ready to pop. Obviously, we're all waiting for Jordan Lawler to kind of become that guy, but there's a lot of been talking about this young Waldschmidt kid and what he brings to the plate. Give our fans and your fans a glimpse of what new they might be seeing this year.
Yeah, well, first of all, Arenado, Santana, right? We're really excited about those guys. Gonna really elevate our defense. I'm pitching a defense in my core. It keeps you in games, helps you win championships. That's really what I believe in. So we feel like we addressed a few things there. Really excited to have them on board. You're right. You got Drew Jones. You got Jordan Lawler, who's been coming but battling injuries, maybe a little bit of a positional change. Putting him in center field. That's been going really well. And then you got Ryan Waldschmidt, right? He was an incredible draft for us, and he is coming. He's emerging. He was part of the reason why I was late, actually. He was the one I was meeting with at 7:30 this morning, and he was getting very conversational. Once again, coming into my office as a young guy, looking me square in the eyes, I'm not going to stop that. I want to continue to get to know him and see what makes him tick, and he was very comfortable. I don't want to label anybody as a can't miss, and everybody wants to know what's going to happen with him. He's going to determine what that timeline is. A very talented player, controls his own offensively, runs the bases well, plays defense really, really well. He's got a lot going for him.
The news early in camp was not good news on Corbin Carroll, obviously with the surgery with the hamate bone. Widely reported he's working to get back the day after surgery. And I think there's still hope that he's going to be back for opening day or early in the season. Is there any update on the timetable of Corbin Carroll?
Nothing right now. I don't like the sight of blood, and I saw the photos of the surgery. I was about to throw up, so I'm still trying to work through that myself. Right, there's a big hole in his hand. It's gross, but he is on his march, and this is what we know about Corbin. We love him. We love the fact that he's able to go out and get the job done no matter what is in front of him. He never wastes a day. So literally the day after surgery, he's throwing plyo balls against the wall to get the rest of his body in shape. So he's on that path. We don't know. I want to say it's close to opening day. Does it happen before? We're not sure at this point. He's got a little bit more recovering to do.
All right, so I know going into training camp or spring training, there was a lot of talk on just making sure Ketel was in a good place, that conversation would be had about last year. Update us on Ketel and where he's at with everything.
He's in a great spot. It's hard to probably go through what he went through this past offseason. He loves the Arizona Diamondbacks, and we're very grateful for our time with him. And he might be the best player that I ever managed. So I I make sure that he understands that. And that was what I was getting to, getting through to him when we were talking through the course of the offseason, just connecting a little bit, very generally. But I think he was a little bit hurt by the fact that, it was potential trade talk. But when what happens is, you open Pandora's box and one team calls on him to see if he's available. And the next thing you know, it just went crazy. He's a Diamondback. He wants to be here. And he's in a really good spot. And look, Cattell is a great human being. He is a very kind, caring human being that happens to be a really good baseball player that can hit it 116 miles an hour consistently. So everybody thinks that he's very aggressive, like I'm going to get after you every single day. But when he steps off the baseball field, he's a gentle giant.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure that we're continuing to cultivate this relationship with him. And making sure that he realizes how important he is to this organization and this community and this town and this state. And I've seen fans welcome him and say, we love you too, which is very important.
That's great.
ABS is here. It's a reality. You guys got a taste of it last year in spring training, but now it's here for the regular season. How much of spring has been focused on ABS philosophies and determining who's empowered to challenge, who's not empowered to challenge? How much have you put into that, Torrey?
A lot. We're going over that. We've got a lot of really good, smart baseball people that are talking about it, that have been involved in it for a couple of seasons in the minor leagues, running some of our meetings. We want to get it right. I will give you like a little tip here. We're going to consider the pitcher and catcher the battery, and most likely take it away from the pitcher and give it only to the catcher. You got a head jerk with a pitcher that's throwing the ball. He throws a pitch that's a little just this far off and it squares up the glove. He thinks it's a strike every time. It's got to cross the plate. So we're going to probably give it to the catcher and then the hitters and directly take it away from a pitcher being able to make it.
That's smart.
Gotcha.
That's good. All right, finally, what'd you do? Anything fun? What was the vacation like for you and the bride this year?
Yeah, we take a real fun trip every year. I appreciate you giving me a chance to show a little bit of love to the family. But we took the entire group to Bora Bora. I don't know if you guys have ever been there, but I think I've talked to you about this at different times. Put it on your bucket list. You got to get there. You talk about stepping away from life and just enjoying downtime, getting a chance to spend really good quality time with your family and your loved ones. There was nothing better. So that was the main trip. Aside from that, you know what it is. It's just trying to grind through an off season, decompress, and get ready for the next year.
Now, in Bora Bora terms, were you in one of those like houses that are actually in the water? That's what you did. So yeah, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, it was good. It was really, really fun. We had a real good system, and you're doing dock jumpers off of your deck with a football, and your sons are throwing it to you, 30 yards from their deck next door to your deck, and you do one these amazing catches. It was a great time.
That's fantastic.
That sounds awesome.
Well, good luck to you, Torrey. Thank you so much for making this work today.
Yeah, thanks for the time, Torrey. Appreciate
all right, boys.
it.
Likewise. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, Torrey Lovello, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, joining us for Newsmakers Week. Coming up next, yesterday the Cardinals introduced their new and old coaching staff. It's one and the same. We'll tell you more next. Bickley and Marada mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marada talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, ASU football head coach Kenny Dillingham, D-backs manager Torrey Lovello, Suns GM Brian Gregory. Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, so building wealth is difficult to do if you're starting from scratch, if not downright impossible. But the smart people will tell you the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. And if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. Find out if you're a good fit, because if you are, they're going to save you a ton of money. They're going to help you wipe out all of that debt. Innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. In fact, all of your income goes to wiping out all of your debt, and you do it without changing a nickel of your spending habits. You do it without any anxiety because you always have access to your equity, 24/7 access, which gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want it or need it. And remember, 5 years, the average time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which then gives you a ton of time to build that personal wealth while everybody else, probably chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, but I'm telling you this, if you're a good fit, you are going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I can and may.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Bunker to Bunker is celebrating the return of spring with their 4th annual Spring Fling 2-person scramble golf tournament on Saturday, April 18th at the Augusta Ranch Golf Club, with proceeds benefiting PGA Hope. The event is loaded with prizes, raffles, breakfast, and a special sneak preview of Augusta Ranch's spectacular Top Tracer Range practice facility. There's even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $115. It's open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Bickley and Marada.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so many factors in success and not. Like, it's like define success. I get what you're going to say, well, wins and losses. Well, I could say sometimes it's a little bit more than that with the variables that are placed in the NFL. So he's been very successful. He's very, thought of, particularly within our profession. And there's not you guys believe one thing from this press conference, it is literally I wanted him and nobody else, and he's here.
It's Mike LaFleur, new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, talking with the media yesterday. And speaking of his offensive coordinator, Nathaniel Hackett wanted him and nobody else. Now, we do know this. It'll be a Mike LaFleur offense. It'll be Mike LaFleur calling the plays on game day. But as we outlined earlier, Nathaniel Hackett, being a new member of this staff, has experience, has head coaching experience, has extensive offensive coordinator experience.
He was at one point in time, he was really considered an up-and-coming hot name. You remember that?
When he got the Denver job, that was an A-plus hire.
Yeah, it was.
Until it wasn't.
Until it flamed out. But that is a good hire. That's the kind of experience that I think Mike LaFleur is going to need. Somebody he trusts, somebody he worked for his brother.
Yeah, and here's Nathaniel Hackett talking about his offensive philosophy.
Gotta love explosives. That's why the fans get in the stands. I think we're always looking for that. But there's also a sense of efficiency. So everything you do within a foundation of a system is to be able to find your efficiency and what those guys can hang their hat on. So I think that whatever it is for us, you have to be able to evolve, because the players change a lot in this league. I mean, we've seen, especially the past couple years, whether it be an injury or something happen, there's so many changes. And for us, it's about flexibility to find that foundation for the players that we have within our system, and then to be able to find those explosives. Because again, that's what the people want.
Yeah. That will live in
infamy,
perpetuity,
all of it.
Now, on the defensive side, that's the new part. Nathaniel Hackett, Michael Gobriel, the special teams coordinator, also new part of the coaching staff. It's not all new. Holdover. Nick Rawlis, defensive coordinator. And again, it's a surprising decision. I obviously like a lot of the things that Nick Rawlis said. Hey, I can't take this for granted. But kind of thought that he might be retained when it was all said and done. There was other names that were attached to that job. One thing that really, really shocks me the most about that determination, that Nick Rawlis is the guy, and I know he's still well thought of, and I know he's still really young, but when things were going really bad toward the end of last year, the home game against the LA Rams, that was a game I attended, me and my son went to as fans, and it was hammer and nail. It was not competitive after about the first quarter of that game. And the Rams did whatever they wanted offensively. And Nick Rawlis came out in his media availability the next week and said, yeah, I really didn't like the game plan. I thought that was the death knell.
So did I. Yeah, listen, and there was any number of those kind of instances over the course of last season when the coaching staff collectively and individually didn't exactly distinguish themselves in games that could have been won. And that is why, and again, this has nothing to do with the names involved, but me, from somebody who's covered this sport for decades, this is something that is always a line of delineation between great coaching candidates and the ones that are very, very new and trying to get it all figured out on the fly. And that's the ability to bring in, the bones, or if not the entire staff, a good chunk of it, a good percentage of it. And that doesn't seem to be the case here. But again, I don't think that's Mike LaFleur's fault. I think that's a product of who the Cardinals are and where they are at this point in time.
And it doesn't mean it's not. Right. It doesn't mean it's not going to work. But even if Nick Rawlis were highly coveted and unbelievable and the hottest thing going around, it is still highly unusual for a brand new head coach to come in and not bring in a new coaching staff with them. Because you rarely see major coaches retained in situations like that.
because it's one of the things that most coaches with leverage insist upon. Like, I get to bring in my guys, right? You're giving me enough money to hire my guys, right? And I think, I'm not saying that wasn't the case here, and I think to the contrary, I think it's a function that this was not a place that's appealing to a lot of people. I don't think that a lot of people look at the Cardinals and go, yeah, that's a team that's about to pop, so I want to be there because they're going to launch my career.
Yeah. Nick Rawlis was asked yesterday, too, hey, were you looking at other jobs in this coaching cycle?
Yeah, that's just not in my control, though, I know at the end of the day, it's not about the job that you have. It's about the job that you're able to do. And so whatever opportunity would have came, I would have embraced it and done my best.
Yeah, and that's part of the business for coaches, too. There's a lot of relocation if you want to work your way up the ladder. He doesn't have to do that. I'm hoping that, look, there was injuries on the defensive side of the ball. The defense was not the same after the loss of Mack Wilson, who's a really good football player, but it seemed like he was the entire linchpin to production on game days, and it can't be designed that way.
I would maybe even go back further and say they haven't been the same without Kaiser White. You could make a case about that as well.
That too certainly was a difference, but I think Mack Wilson early in the season was that tone setter that Kaiser White had been.
I tend to agree with that.
And it's it's pretty plain when you look at the numbers on paper. The drop off was pretty immense, and over the last 8 weeks of the season, to give up 35 points a game, it is what it is.
Yeah, that is what it is.
But players can make coaches too, and that's now the assignment for Montias and Ford and company is to beef up both sides. Don't choose a side, don't flip a coin and say, this year we're going defense to improve this offseason.
Yeah.
It's widespread improvements all across the board.
Listen, because I'll tell you one thing that the Cardinal fans are not going to tolerate. They're not going to tolerate any talk about, okay, we're back in a rebuilding mode. They've been at that long enough, right? I mean, there are only a handful of people still on this football team from the Steve Keim era. They were almost all cleaned out.
Yeah.
So the overhaul has been immense and painstaking. This team should be in a place to win.
And a couple of those remaining guys could still be gone before
that's true.
Kickoff on opening day in September. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we're inviting you to the men's basketball game February 28th against Utah. Use code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount when you head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all that info. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. We are in the middle of Newsmakers Week, so we shifted our schedule a little bit. Instead of social studies, we're going to get rebooted at 9 with Sammy Sabalka. It's Bickley and Marada mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
For me, this was a massive benefit for the Arizona Diamondbacks to bring Zach Gallen back. And sure enough, if it didn't happen, my expectation, I don't know what yours is for Zach Gallen, I think he's going to have an incredible year. As a matter of fact, my expectation is he becomes one of the best pitchers in the National League, one of the best pitchers in baseball once again.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with 3 great reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they're reputable and highly decorated. Talking about an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most awarded firm in Arizona. Reason number 2, they're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. I've told you repeatedly about my plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. Called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning on the way into this radio show. Got a live person to answer the phone. That blew my mind. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house fixing my issue. Tremendously impressive. Reason number 3, they're trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed background checks. They've all passed drug tests. Look, you don't let anybody into your home. That's your sacred space. You've got to be comfortable with the technicians you let in your front door. At Parker & Sons, that is never a concern. They have been serving the Phoenix area for over 50 years. Great reputation for going above and beyond your expectations to make sure you are 100% satisfied. And all you've got to do, call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action post-All-Star break tonight in Austin for the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama, with Devin Booker, Jalen Green, and Grayson Allen all appearing to be off the injury report, but no Dylan Brooks tonight, who is serving his 1-game technical foul suspension. Tip-off from Austin will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Find out why Arizona Cardinals defensive coordinator Nick Rallis is not taking his second chance with the team lightly at arizonasports.com today. And as Newsmakers Week rolls on today and tomorrow, Bryce Drew and Willie Bloomquist coming in studio here in the 9 o'clock hour. And tomorrow, Mike LaFleur, Mike Hazen, Molly Miller, and more are joining us. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details are at casinoarizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marada mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, it's 9 o'clock.
No, it's not. It's 7:30.
Normally, yeah. Oh, I hope not. But normally at 9 o'clock, we do social studies with Sammy Sepulka, but because of Newsmakers Week, we have moved the Rush Hour Reboot to now, so I'm here to get you guys caught up with all the sports stories around the country and world. Yeah, there we go. So we've talked a lot about Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, even Devin Booker, but who in these next 27 games is going to be the Suns' X factor?
I think it's Jalen Green.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the player that I think, as Vinny has pointed out, all the guardrails of the Governors are coming off. He needs to be available in big chunks of minutes, and it's time to let it rip if you're Jalen Green.
You know what you just said when I thought of when you said guardrails and everything being ripped off? The scene in Forrest Gump where he's running as a kid when he's running from the boys.
Yeah.
And they're throwing rocks at him. Uh-huh. And then the braces just
Forrest,
explode.
run!
And from that point on, he's unstoppable.
Yeah.
I was running.
When I was going somewhere, I was running.
Okay, so tonight, first game post-All-Star break against Victor Wembanyama, who the Suns haven't seen since early in the season when they kind of, quote, shut him down. And they're the 2 seed right now. The Suns are the 7. Maybe it's a potential series in the future. What do you expect to see from the Suns and Spurs tonight?
I'm hoping to see more of that. I mean, that was one of the real eye-opening performances from early in the season, what the Suns were able to do against Victor Wembanyama. They took him out of his game offensively. He looked out of sorts. And it wasn't I don't think it was just a one-off for the Suns' defense.
Mm-hmm.
I think when they really planned for that, we saw them do it against Cade Cunningham. There was another player, Tyrese Maxey really struggled offensively. So different types of players, when they hone in on them, I think they're able to do it. The problem is San Antonio's got other players that can really hurt you. That's a good basketball team, but I'm also curious to see if this is just a bad matchup for the Spurs.
Yeah.
Like, they've owned Oklahoma City this year. Oklahoma City's a better basketball team, in my opinion. It's a bad matchup for them. Can the Suns go 3-0 against the Spurs? That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I look at it a bit differently. I think that a lot of people are looking at the Spurs as maybe a dark horse team over the back half of the season as the team to beat in the West. Now, of course, Denver's going to have something to say about that, and obviously Oklahoma City. But this Oklahoma City injury to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, some people I know are getting a little freaked out about it. There's no real return date selected for him, and it's who knows where that thing is going.
And I think Jalen Williams kind of retweaked his hamstring before the All-Star break, if I am correct. So something to watch. So, again, post-All-Star break, what is the most compelling story in the NBA that you'll be watching, aside from the tanking issue?
I don't find that compelling, but I'll be paying attention to it. To me, I'm looking at a couple states east of here, to Houston, Texas, to see if Ime Udoka is going to be able to keep that ship afloat.
Yeah.
And we got something on that late in the show during Off the Grid, but the Kevin Durant stuff, it didn't quiet down after yesterday's media session. I'll say that.
Mm-hmm.
Did not.
Well, because Kevin Durant did not in any way, shape, or form deny that.
Do you want to address that now?
I can play
Or do you want to save it?
Or do you want to save it?
Well, why would you save it? It's the Rush Hour rebuild.
Let's
All
do
right,
it.
Here we go.
Kevin, there was allegations of the All-Star that you used a burner account to disparage current and former teammates. The handle for the burner was @GetHigher77. Is that your account? Did you send the messages to that?
I know you got to ask these questions, but I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. I'm just here to focus on the season, keep it pushing. But I know I get you got to answer those questions.
About all of your teammates?
My teammates know what it is. We've been locked in the whole season. Enjoyed our break. Had a great practice today. Looking forward to this road trip.
That sounds like someone who's a little guilty.
And if you watch the video of it, he looks a little bit shaken by all of this. It's your hand in the cookie jar.
How easy is it to just say, no, that's not me?
Well, because he can't say that.
Right.
Because it is him.
Yeah, but for him to use the phrase, I'm not going to get caught up in all this Twitter nonsense.
Oh, my
Your
goodness.
whole career
is
being
Twitter
caught
nonsense.
Up in Twitter nonsense.
Yeah.
You've boasted about it.
No doubt.
I go hard when I'm on Twitter. And
Yeah.
then I don't stop until I get off the app. Really?
He told people, come find me. And they did. And right. I'm with Vinny. This to me is something that really, really, really bears watching. Yep. And he pointed it out. We've already seen one instance of a teammate, Jabari Smith, who caught a real heavy stray from Kevin Durant, kind of make it seem like him and KD are cool. Ime Udoka is, I'm sure, trying to stitch this thing back together.
Yep. Okay, so we have Bryce Drew coming up next. I'll talk a little college basketball right now. Speaking of weirdness, did you guys see Darren Peterson again last night?
Yes.
How?
Yes. 23 points in 18 minutes.
Yes.
And then can't play.
He hits a three right in front of Bill Self. He looks to him. He goes, take me out. I'm ready. I'm done.
Yeah.
How? Have you guys seen anything like this?
Listen, no. I don't know what NBA team isn't going to just slap 5 red flags on that kid.
I just saw Tankathon release another mock draft this morning. He's still the number 1 pick. If I have the number 1 pick,
thank you.
Look, he's really talented.
Yes, but thank you.
I'm not going there.
Nope.
Because Bill Self, you have to watch what you say because he's if Peterson's engaged and healthy and wants to play, they might be able to make a run.
Yes.
They're that good. But what he did when he showed up before the Arizona game was like, I'm sick.
Kind of sick. And
then last night, and Bill Self's comments after the game, you could tell he is exasperated and frustrated, but he can't be too demonstrative in it.
Nope.
It's a bad situation to be in.
Oh, brutal. If I'm an NBA GM, I don't know if I want to touch that guy with a 10-foot pole. Okay, and lastly, so I know we're not doing social studies today, but someone on social media, Daniel Robeson, he said, at Bickley and Marada, I'm the GM of House Rules in Old Town Scottsdale, an ice curling bar.
Wow.
Really? I would love to have you guys come out and try curling. It's not easy.
Done.
It will change your mind. So I wanted to get that in
will
there.
it change your life?
I never said it was easy. I just said you could get good at it quickly, I'm betting, as opposed to other sports.
That's great to know that there's actually a place you can
Curling
go
bar.
ice curling.
2-on-2. Here we go.
Here we go.
Make it happen.
So there you guys go.
Don't you need more than one sweeper, or can you do it with one sweeper?
You can do it with one sweeper.
Okay.
There's 2-on-2s. It's going on.
Yeah, I mean,
I think they have every
rendition.
combo. Yeah,
Never mind.
You had a joke, and then you realized it wasn't that good.
I've only swept with one person before.
That's actually a really good joke.
You're brutal.
Thank you, Sammy. I'll reboot a little later than normal, but we are rebooted. Sammy did mention it will continue Newsmakers Week. We'll get a visit from GCU head basketball coach Bryce Drew in studio next. Bickley and Marada mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Kenny Dillingham says a high-level donor helped ASU's indoor practice facility move forward. We're going to be us. Mike LaFleur and Nathaniel Hackett aim to make Cardinals offense their own. And Suns officially signed former Heat forward Haywood Highsmith to multi-year deal. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I've been telling you for quite some time why you should forego the big box stores. If you are shopping for electronics, head on down and see my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance instead. You will not be disappointed. Waltz has been serving the Valley since 1957, back when Eisenhower was president. That's how long they've been in the Valley. They're a Valley institution. They have seen so many trends come and go in the market. What has never changed is their commitment to you, their customer in Arizona. They will give you great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, an incredibly knowledgeable staff that can answer all of your questions and give you the insight you'll never get from big box stores. They'll match any price you bring them. They'll give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, while their service and expertise is absolutely unparalleled. Now, there's also some great incentives going on at Waltz right now. If you buy a Samsung QLED or OLED television 75 inches or larger, you're going to get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Buy one, get one free on a Samsung television. Great deal. And while you're at Waltz, get added incentive by dropping my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty. That is your decision. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's Truck Month at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovik Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, 0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
You applied to Grand Canyon University because you want somewhere fun and affordable, where hands-on classes and access to industry pros can help you build skills employers need, with the opportunity to graduate in less than 4 years. You want to feel seen, loved, called to more, to know you found your purpose. Make yourself the main character. Begin your story. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Bickley and Marada talk Grand Canyon University men's hoops with the head coach. This is the Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card.
Yep, time for his weekly visit. Also, it ties in with Newsmakers Week. So Bryce Drew, the head coach of GCU Lopes, kind enough to join us in studio. Before we get to Bryce, want to send a quick shout out to our audience and listeners in Youngtown this morning. Had to get that out of the way, Bryce. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you. Congratulations on the win over San Diego State the other night.
Oh, thank the Lord. It was a blessing. Guys played great environment, and it was awesome to come out there with a win.
Yeah, I was telling Bick, I was tuned into the game right around the end of the first half, and I'm fighting sleep. I'm trying to keep my eyes open. But that was about the time San Diego State turned up the intensity, a lot of midcourt turnovers leading to the halftime. I didn't get to see the second half, watched it later. But what do you tell your team? Because the crowd started to get into it too, and that's a tough environment to play in. What do you tell your team at halftime to stem that tide?
I was really happy how we played the first 16 minutes. We controlled the tempo, we made shots, had a lead. We got a little sped up with the ball, so we need to slow down and just because they were pressing, not try to go attack every time. So thought halftime, guys came out and played with a lot more poise, a lot more patience with the ball.
And you guys climbed into 4th place in the conference, and I know there's a couple of games that you're probably lamenting that were right there for you guys, and things could have been a lot different, but not in a bad shape to close this thing out. What do you think about your positioning and what's in front of you guys?
Yeah, you definitely want to finish strong. We're thankful we've won 2 in a row. We have 2 home games coming up. Every game's big. These games are huge. Being a top 4 seed is really important because you get a bye in the first round of the conference tournament. And, our guys obviously played one of their better games of the year on Tuesday. Got to bottle that up and play that way on Saturday.
We were talking to Brian Mueller, president of GCU, and he talked about how his stance on conference tournaments has changed because now you're in the Mountain West, which isn't necessarily a one-bid league. The pressure for you guys to win the conference tournament every year in the WAC, that was immense because you knew if you didn't win, you probably weren't getting in. How's your mindset changed on it this year?
Yeah, I think we're 2 wins away from being on the bubble right now. And so for us right now, it looks like you have to go in and win the conference tournament. So just as much pressure as there was, the last couple of years. But there's a lot of good teams. I mean, there's a lot of teams that could win it. Last year, Colorado State ended up winning it and going to the tournament and going to the round of 32. And so there's a lot of good teams that are capable of winning the NCAA tournament. It's just who gets there.
The one thing that Brian did say, and it was very complimentary of you, that you've got this great knack to always get your teams peaking at the end of the season at the right time. Is there a method to that? Is there a way you get to that end?
We sure hope. We're starting to take off right now. We definitely are March focused all throughout the season, all throughout the summer on things that we do. Boils that again down to the players, their mentality. I think, especially you get to March, everybody knows what everyone's going to run. Everyone knows what everyone's going to do. What players can go out there and play with poise and play with the confidence that they need and make enough plays to win.
Bryce Drew, the head coach of the GCU Lopes, for his weekly visit in studio with us during Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Marada Mornings. In terms of guys who deliver, we've talked a lot about Jaden Henley with you all season long. He's been very consistent, but it seems other than Jaden, you've got 3, 4, sometimes maybe 5 guys who can step up and really contribute offensively. How much of a luxury is that for you at this point of the season?
Yeah, I think any good team needs to have multiple guys that can go score 20 in a night, and we have multiple guys who can do it. A big key for us has been F.A. Demerol, our center. When he's played aggressive, when he's played well, our team's been on a different level of performance. And so he's a really big key to what we do. Our guards have been pretty consistent. We need our 3 guards to go score, and they're going to have a lot of shots and opportunities to do it. But when we can get inside presence, it changes the trajectory of our game.
And one of the things that Jerry Colangelo said earlier in the week is that in a big picture, a viewpoint of the program, this has really been a year of calibrating, finding out what this new conference is all about, and then maybe recruiting to it a little better the second time around. How do you think about just the trajectory of the program and the lessons that you have learned this year?
Yeah. You watch on TV a certain league, but, we got sprung into the league, and we definitely, I think, understand a little bit better that we will recruit a little bit differently. Not saying we don't have good players, but maybe a style of a player or a style of play that we need to do to adjust to our league. So we'll definitely look into that, and just different things with scheduling, travel, getting familiar on, do we come home, do we stay out on trips, just a lot of innuendos, different refs. We've had a different crew of refs all year this year. And so there's just a lot of newness that now we have a summer to really prepare and get ready for next year.
You guys are back home coming up next game at Wyoming. You started your Mountain West Conference schedule against Wyoming, and we've talked to you about certain teams changing during the course of the year. What's different about Wyoming, if anything, this time around?
Yeah, they're really well coached, and they play extremely hard. They are flying around on both ends. Sundance does a great job up there, and so they're ready to play every single game, and they bring energy every single game, and they execute every game. So, we're gonna have our hands full. We have a lot of prep today and tomorrow to get ready for all the stuff that they're gonna do.
I know you and your staff do a great job of teaching. There have been probably more than one occasion this year where you've had to remind them to get physical, to fight through screens and impose your will on the game. You think you're past that now? Do you think that lesson's there?
Yeah, they definitely know. We've talked about it all year, and that was the biggest jump, I think, is the physicality level on a possession by possession basis. And our guys have gotten to embrace it. When we haven't is when we haven't performed well. And so, I think they understand to win, you got to be physical. So we've been very pleased with the last couple games. We were pleased again for the stretch of January, how we played. Now we got to, really be locked in, not only to that, but also, again, I think, your togetherness as the season progresses. Sometimes it's easier to get more quiet. You're kind of used to each other, but I think, communication has to be high level at the end of the year.
I mentioned briefly the atmosphere in San Diego the other night. Their crowd was way into it, especially right toward that stretch that I referenced. But we know your home advantage is what it is. So far, first time through, was San Diego the toughest place to play? Was that the best atmosphere?
There's this league, I think, is so underrated for atmospheres. I've been in the SEC. I've played in a lot of Big Ten arenas. I followed a lot of the Big 12. And, you go to the Pit, and it's as good or better than most SEC arenas. You go to, San Diego State, it's as good or as better than most SEC arenas. And then our place, is, I think, the best. And so, you have unbelievable arenas. We haven't gone to Utah State yet.
Yeah, that's coming up.
That's a phenomenal place.
Yeah.
And so, for the West Coast, you don't get a lot of buzz on the East Coast about West Coast arenas and atmospheres, but I've been all around the country, and there's some of the best on the West Coast.
One of the other kids that, when he has made a difference for you, it's made a huge difference. 7'2" Dennis Evans with that crazy wingspan, and he's turned games on its head a couple of times this year, right?
Yeah,
it's just a matter of getting him locked in consistently and giving it to you consistently.
Yeah, it's still matchups kind of with him.
Yeah,
what kind of offense are they running? What kind of 5 men do they have that he matches with? But when it's a great matchup and he can be around the rim and protect it. He's a game changer for us with how he alters shots, can block shots, and also the energy he brings. Our crowd loves him. Our players like him when he does good things. I think it excites our players too. So he's a great cog that we have that when he's effective, our team has played at even a higher level.
So do you think that that all these nationally televised games that you guys have had this year in the new conference, do you think that's going to pay off? Because I know we've talked about this. It has certainly led to a second wave of people going, wow, those Havocs are incredible.
Yeah. For sure. This is one thing, as you try to build the brand of our school and as our program brand, you try to build eyes on it during TV is such a big deal. And it might be the person who's a basketball fan, or it could be the casual person who, again, is sitting in a restaurant in Florida or in Chicago or New York, and our games are up there, and their eye just keeps catching it. And so it's already helped us a lot just in recruiting with, people calling and saying, hey, we watched your game last night. Hey, we watched your game. We like how you play. And before, we didn't really have that luxury. And so the branding there is helping. I think just every year, the branding will help more and more. We talk about Gonzaga a lot. They've been branded on TV by ESPN for decades.
That's right.
Yeah. And it's really helped. And this is really the first year that we've been able to really be branded on TV. And we're already seeing some positive effects. Another so many years of branding, it'll be really fun to see where we're at.
Yeah, and those national TV broadcasts, when they're tied to being part of the tournament, those really help a lot.
Those help a lot, too.
Yeah, how about it, right?
Let's hope you get another one of those this year.
Yeah, right.
Bryce, thanks so much for coming in. Again, congratulations on the win the other night, and best of luck.
I'll see you on
Wyoming.
Saturday.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Bryce Drew, head coach of GCU Lopes, kind enough to join us in studio for his weekly visit. We'll continue with Newsmakers Week. Willie Bloomquist, Arizona State head baseball coach, will join us next. It's Bickley and Marada Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card. Bickley and Marada Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here's what's different about GCU. It's one of the country's biggest universities with over 360 programs shaped by industry leaders. GCU's campus ranks among the top in the nation. Most of all, GCU cares about affordability. The average federal and private loan debt for GCU undergrads is lower than the average for private nonprofit four-year universities. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event, going on now.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at babboitalian.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Downtown Phoenix is turning up the volume with the NCAA Women's Final Four Super Saturday. It starts at the Super Saturday practice presented by Samsung Galaxy at Mortgage Matchup Center. One last practice for the final two teams. Plus, the Super Saturday concert presented by AT&T, a free live performance at Hance Park. Super Saturday, April 4th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is turning heads everywhere, and now you've got a President's Day event to match.
You've got it, Dave. President's Day is the perfect time to go electric in a big way. Right now, get up to $9,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV SUV or lease it for just $749 a month. This is a bold ride with serious savings, but only for a limited time.
So shop and buy online all the time by going to LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns return from the All-Star break tonight in Austin for the 2-seed Spurs, and while Jalen Green, Devin Booker, and Grayson Allen are all off the injury report ahead of tonight's game, the Suns will be without Dillon Brooks, who received his 16th technical foul and one-game suspension prior to the break. But Spurs and Suns will tip at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And while the return of Nick Rallis may have been surprising to Cardinal fans, he is not taking his second chance with this team for granted. For more on that story, head to arizonasports.com. And the Arizona Wildcats got a much-needed win against the 23rd-ranked BYU Cougars last night, 75-68. And Newsmakers Week rolls on today and tomorrow. See who will be joining Bickley and Marada over at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marada mornings. Arizona State University.
And college baseball season already upon us. The Arizona State Sun Devils off to a 4-0 start to their regular season, and we are joined in studio by their head coach, Willie Bloomquist, kind enough to come to the studios today. Willie, good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Always great to see you guys as well.
Good start. You got the sweep over Omaha, and then you got the midweek game against Connecticut. I'm sure seeing a 17 in the run column makes you very happy.
Yeah, that was nice to see our guys bust out a little bit and swing the bat the way we're capable of. It was first weekend. There were some obviously bumps and bruises and things we got to clean up as always, but they made pretty good adjustment offensively on Tuesday.
So one of the interesting things when we talked to Bobby Hurley, when we talked to Kenny Dillingham, is the Big 12 as it applies to a conference. And we know in basketball it is a monster, right? In football, it's tough, but basketball, it's a monster. How is it in the baseball realm?
You know, baseball's been it's been different and exciting, I guess, and I'm a traditionalist. I like the Pac-12. I like all the schools there.
Yep.
Very, very comparable on a talent level to the Pac-12, in my opinion. It's just different teams, different uniforms, getting understanding their style of play and how they like to go about it. But as far as the talent level is concerned, very comparable to the Pac-12.
Yeah, and last we spoke was Newsmakers Week last week. You were at the beginning of your season, hadn't dived into the Big 12 portion of it. Reflect on your first go-around in the Big 12 in terms of travel, in terms of competition, all those things.
Sure. Yeah. The travel itself wasn't any more difficult than the Pac-12 was. There's basically three outliers: Cincinnati, Central Florida, and West Virginia, as far as travel distance is concerned and time change. And the scheduling's trying to do one of those a year, so we don't double up on those far road trips. And last year was Cincinnati, and that was a challenge that we went there, and they're very unique style of play that they play, and difficult. You had to prepare for them. They'd bunt, they hit and run, they steal bases. Very unique style that they bring, and very energetic style, and they were tough. We lost 2 or 3 there. So just learning, what programs like to do certain things and adjust to them versus, the old school Pac-12 guys that we used to know pretty well.
Yeah, I was happy to see that you, along with Kenny, got your contract extended recently, because as we've talked about before, you don't have to be doing this. You're a former big league player. You're doing this out of love for the university. So I guess this means you're still very happy doing this.
Yeah, I enjoy it. It's a huge challenge, and there's a lot of hurdles that we have to go over in order to get this thing successful on a consistent level. But on the same token, it gets me out of bed every day. It's challenging. It scares me. It excites me. It does all the things that lets me know I'm still alive and still have that competitive desire to be good at something. And the main thing is, like you said, the program itself means so much to me. And I just want to give everything I can to it, give my heart and soul to it. And these kids, man, I'm attached to these guys that they're fun to go to work every day and work with them. They keep me young, I guess, at heart, and they listen, and they're just a lot of fun to work with every day.
That's great.
You wore the uniform as a player and some really great times for ASU baseball, and we know the history of it. It's one of the premier programs historically in college baseball. What would it mean to you in this role now to be the guy to elevate this program to what it was? And get to the top again.
Well, I think yeah, it was fortunate as a player to play for a national championship and play for Murph, and that was ASU had never really experienced not winning, right, at that program, and we've had some hiccups a little bit, and it's been a minute since we've been to the big dance, but the biggest thing is we're in a whole different landscape than we've ever been in, where the deck was kind of stacked in our favor for a lot of years, and now it's we're kind of the underdogs trying to scratch and claw for every resource that we can to keep up with some other schools, and so to do that in this era would be obviously for the program would be awesome, and I would love nothing more than to be able to do that.
And I know from talking to Murph about this back in the day, that's the one thing. You guys have a great fan base at ASU when it comes to baseball, but they're also a fan base that wants things the way it was way back in the day when you guys were dominant year in and year out, and that's very, very difficult to do in today's college baseball.
Yeah, it definitely is, and again, the landscape has changed, the resources have changed, the scholarships have changed. The NIL has certainly changed the landscape tremendously. So it's not like those days where, hey, we got sunshine and beautiful ladies on campus and good academics and a great party school. Everybody wants to come here. Other schools have recruiting power out there now, and we have to combat it with whatever we can to get those type of players here and teach them and coach them while they are here. So it's definitely a different landscape, but it's, again, one that's challenging, but I'm obviously taking the challenge head on.
Yeah. ASU head baseball coach Willie Bloomquist, our guest in studio. 4 games in the books, long way to go, obviously. You got a big road trip coming up not too long from now, but give us the early synopsis. Tell us about some of your standout players this year on the Sun Devils.
It's we have a lot of good arms, which is refreshing to say. It's been a minute since we've been able to construct a roster of arms that we have like right now. It's just a matter, there a lot of them are pitching in different roles than they've had in the past. Cole Carlone went from our closer, is now our Friday night starter. We've kind of used a little bit of a piggyback system here early on with the guys that we've had lengthened out. Carlone to Overbay are kind of 2 bona fide type starter guys that if we piggyback those guys on top of each other, we should have pretty good success on Friday. Saturday, we Colin Linder, a kid coming off an injury that's got a really unique fastball that's pretty good, and kind of piggyback him with the sinker ball guy, so it's kind of playing off of each other. But several guys that are, not that it's about velocity, but several guys that are in that low mid 90s, some of them upper 90s as well, and then a very dynamic offense too that we have 14 or 15 guys that are quote unquote starters. So that's my biggest challenge, is working those guys in consistently and understanding that the checking the egos at the door is a big thing for us. It's like, man, I get it. You guys are all starters, but I can only pencil in 90 at a time.
Yeah.
So juggling that a little bit will be a challenge moving forward, but we have a lot of good talent.
I'm going to go back to Pat Murphy real quickly because he once called you the most mentally toughest player he has ever coached, and that's saying something given all the players who have come up under Murph. How is it for you to watch the success he has had this late in his life on the big league level?
Well, appreciate the compliment, Murph. That's nice. You've had some pretty dang good players over the years, but I learned a lot of that from him. And so to me, it's if you're gonna preach it and teach it, you better be able to do it yourself. And Murph is that guy. He's had shots fired at him his whole entire life and his whole career. And the man has thick skin. He understands what he's all about on the inside, and he sticks to what he knows to be true. And so for him to have success after many years of finally getting his opportunity, for him to get it and be back-to-back NL manager of the year, I'm not surprised in the least bit. That's Murph, man. He's him. He's that guy, and man, it's awesome to see his success. I couldn't be happier for him.
In your role, do you still get the opportunity to pick his brain on things
all the time?
All the time.
Yeah, we obviously he gets busy, I get busy, but we know we're a phone call away from each other. I still call him on important issues, and he's usually got pretty good advice for me. So it's a good mentor to still have.
All right, before we let you get out of here, is there anything else you want to touch in regards to your team in terms of getting the fans fired up, maybe some big series to come out and see? Anything you want to get out there?
Well, for me, it's we set an attendance record last year.
Yeah.
And fans coming out and supporting us has been outstanding. We've had great attendance here early on as well. I would urge you and invite you to keep coming out. A packed house is our best recruiting tool. When we're looking at bringing these kids in. And it's way more fun. It's a fun environment to play in. These guys are playing hard. They're upbeat. They're up tempo. It's a fun style of baseball. Everybody that likes spring training, great. But this is spring training games that mean something.
That count,
right?
Yeah,
that count.
Right.
They're playoff games for us. Every game's a playoff game. We don't overlook any of them. They all matter. So having fans come out has just been huge. So please keep coming out.
Excellent.
We got St. John's this weekend before we go on the road, and then we come back against Loyola before we start with a top 10 TCU team in the Big 12.
Look, I loved Packard back in the day, and it meant so much, and you played there, and obviously all the greats played there. And you mentioned you're a traditionalist, but the situation now at Phoenix Muni, do you still get fans commenting about, hey, we still miss Packard? Because I imagine the fan experience is so much better now than it was even at Packard with all the history.
Yeah, I think people miss the nostalgia. It's kind of like old Yankee Stadium,
Sure.
right?
Yeah,
They
exactly.
miss old Yankee, but new Yankee's kind of cool, right? So it's similar to that, I guess. And most people, we've done a really good job of making that ballpark a college, creating a college atmosphere with it, and we're not done. Speaking with Graham Rossini, we're talking about doing some major renovations over there to Muni and really make that place pop. So we just, like Kenny says, we just need that one big donor to come forward like they had with the football bubble. Maybe we can get that for Muni too. But we have some plans to really make that thing pop and blow.
Very cool.
Up.
Willie, always good to talk to you.
Always
Thanks
great
for
to have
making
you,
the trek
Willie.
in, and best of luck this season.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Willie Bloomquist, head baseball coach at Arizona State University, putting the wraps on our roster for Newsmaker Week interviews. We'll have some final thoughts to close things out on this Thursday. Next, it's Bickley and Marada mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're moving in the right direction. I like the spot that we're in. The one thing is with this league, it is fragile. Things turn quickly in this league. So what we need to do is not be satisfied, to keep driving, keep pushing.
Back from the All-Star break, the Suns visit San Antonio tonight. Pre-game at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Something a lot of people deal with, but when they're dealing with it, almost nobody wants to admit or talk about, and that's private student loan debt. When you're struggling with it, it feels like a weight you're dragging around everywhere you go, but you don't have to keep dragging that weight. Hey, it's Vince Marada, and that's because YRefi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget, not a fantasy budget. And they do it without judgment. They're not going to lecture you or question you. They're here to help you start fresh. And I've talked to people who have felt completely buried, like they have zero options left. Then Y Refi steps in and gives them a real path forward. And when you're in that situation, there's something very powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you. You can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next. Give Y Refi a call today at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marada, Song of the Day.
Underrated new wave band of the 80s. But playing it more for the title of the song. This is the band Talk Talk with their song Talk Talk.
Talk Talk, right.
We've done a lot of talking to people this week during Newsmakers Week. 7 interviews alone today. Big finale for Newsmakers Week 2026 tomorrow, but it's gone very well.
Yeah.
It's kind of like one of those situations where you see the duck, the majesty of the duck on the water.
Mm-hmm.
And what you don't see is the underneath part. All the hectic.
I'm not sure I've ever looked at a duck and thought, oh, majestic.
How about a swan?
Definitely.
Same.
Definitely.
Talk Talk with Talk Talk, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Marada going off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
There was allegations over the All-Star break that you used a burner account to disparage current and former teammates. The handle for the burner was @GetHigher77. Is that your account? Did you send the messages to that?
I know you got to ask these questions, but I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. I'm just here to focus on the season, keep it pushing. But I know I get you got to answer those questions.
That was yesterday in Houston as the Rockets reconvening for the second half of their schedule. And if Kevin Durant had every opportunity to verbally squelch these rumors. It was a very direct question that gave him a very convenient answer. Is that your account?
Yeah.
No, it's not my account.
Yeah.
Can we move on from this?
And
he didn't do it.
No. And obviously he couldn't do it because it is his account, in my opinion. I just wonder how he got this across to his teammates.
Even if it is his account, why couldn't he just say it wasn't? Couldn't he just lie and say it wasn't? How could they ever prove it was him?
They couldn't. I mean, we
there's-
talked about it. I
yeah.
heard Gambo talking about it too. The fact that the account went dark, that it got locked at that point, either it's obviously 100% his account and he wasn't equipped to deal with it even after he challenged people, come find me, or it's somebody with the most diabolical plan to take down Kevin Durant from a social media standpoint, which I really doubt anybody would. Nothing really amazes me on that front.
Yeah, I think KD would express that, wouldn't he? I mean, has he done any tweeting since? Because as of yesterday, he had gone a couple of days without it.
Even on his legitimate account?
On his legitimate account. So, listen, I am quite certain that Ime Udoka, who's got a very forceful personality, and he's one of those head coaches who can lead with his chin and confront players. He's a big dude. He's physically imposing. He might have just laid down the law that hey, whatever you're, it doesn't matter. We're here to play basketball. We're here to win games. But those guys that he threw shade at, I'm curious what Devin Booker thinks about him, to be honest.
I don't think we'll ever know.
I doubt it.
I think to know, you have to dig through some context and go back to media day. Devin Booker sat down with, he was on with Burns and Gambo, right? Mm-hmm. And he made a couple of references to the last 2 years being my least favorite, worst years of my career. Mm-hmm. I think there's reasons for that.
I think so, too.
And I think it's a really tough spot for a lot of NBA players to be in because the reverence they have for Kevin Durant is so intense. But he's Kevin Durant in every single way.
Well, everything that came with Kevin Durant as part of his image when he came to Phoenix. Remember, we had many discussions about this. There was the Mr. Miserable line that came from Charles Barkley. There was, he's not a winning player. He's a bad teammate. And we all thought, what is this all about? You go through that so-called burner account, and it kind of confirms all of those worst suspicions. And that is exactly why there's been addition by subtraction. And so you think about the pressure now on the Houston Rockets to not flame out in the postseason, for Kevin Durant to prove that he can lift a team. It's gonna be quite something. How about a Suns Rockets series? Wouldn't that be fantastic?
I'd sign up for that.
So would I.
Even though the Rockets have been a little bit of a thorn in the side of the Suns. I wanted to get this in too. Came across this in show prep yesterday. Off-season is here in the NFL. We're going to have a lot of player movement going on. There's a podcast called Heed the Call. It's former NFL host of Around the NFL podcast, Dan Hanzus, was doing this with Mark Sessler, and they're talking about Puka Nacua. He's an amazing football player, tremendously gifted receiver, unstoppable, puts up huge numbers. But listen to this discussion on Puka Nacua. This is Dan Hanzus.
Everything I'm seeing about Puka Nacua, like off the field, brilliant player, obviously. But you are insane if you let him continue on with the Los Angeles Rams, as long as Matthew Stafford is the quarterback and playing at a high level. You will rue the day you give this man an extension. You trade this man for a first-round pick and let someone else inherit the Antonio Brown portion of his career. But I think Puka Nacua right now is the best wide receiver in the NFL, pound for pound. And you can get a first-round pick for a wide receiver at that level. And I'm just very interested to see, because I think a lot of people think this is nonsense, this conversation we're having right now, but just hold on this and see what happens when Matthew Stafford is no longer in the picture and the Rams are looking at a scenario where they have to pay Puka like a quarterback and worry how he's going to handle a situation where maybe they have some bumps in the road at quarterback as they transition out of the Stafford period of their existence. It could be a big subplot down the line.
Let somebody else inherit the Antonio Brown portion of his career?
What is he citing as evidence for that?
Apparently the conversation went on. There was some
footage of him spilling out of a vehicle, hammered.
Yeah.
He also had that. He appeared on that podcast, and
he had controversy with the podcast with the
anti-Semitic
meme. Yeah.
Even during the season,
but look, you can build a case just from a football standpoint. If you don't want to pay him, the Rams have been incredibly good at finding top-tier wide receiver talent outside the first round. Cooper Kupp was a third-rounder. Puka Nacua was a fifth-rounder. Les Snead kind of has his finger on that pulse. Something to think about. I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, I think
strong, though.
That's very strong and very disconcerting as somebody who loves Puka Nacua.
Yep. Thanks to all of our guests today. Nick Uren, Kenny Dillingham, Tori Lavello, Brian Gregory, Graham Rossini, Bryce Drew, Willie Bloomquist. Thanks to you for listening. We'll wrap it up tomorrow with Newsmakers Week. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Desert Wind Harley will pay your sales tax promotion on any pre-owned Harley this week only. Think again. Desert Wind Harley doesn't intend on paying or avoiding your sales tax. That's the big no-no, negatory ghostwriter. Sales tax is the amount of your discount on any pre-owned Harley. Desert Wind Harley is the #1 volume Harley dealer in Arizona. Don't need perfect credit. Don't need a cash down payment. payment. 100% of all credit applications considered, and every pre-owned Harley discounted by your sales tax at Desert Wind Harley now through Sunday.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's 2026 now, and maybe you are looking to do something big this year. Maybe you're buying a new home. Picture this. You find the new place. It's your dream house. You move in right away without wasting time waiting around to sell your old place first. That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You still sell your old place, but you get moved into your new home first. Then you just do everything from there. It's perfect. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. I have done that. It is such a hassle. It impacts your everyday life. I'm not doing it again. You don't have to do it again either. Then the Orchard experts handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town. They're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Their flagship program is Buy Before You Sell. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action post-All-Star break tonight in Austin for the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama, with Devin Booker, Jalen Green, and Grayson Allen all appearing to be off the injury report, but no Dylan Brooks tonight, who is serving his one-game technical foul suspension. But tip-off from Austin will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Wildcats bounced back in a big way last night thanks to Anthony Del Orso and Ivan Karchenkov in a 75-68 win over BYU. Find out why Arizona Cardinals defensive coordinator Nick Rollis is not taking his second chance with the team lightly at arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Now is the perfect time to start your home renovation. Windows, doors, and more, all in stock at the Window Depot, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Ah, yes! Welcome in. I am not Luke, I am Lund.
You are Lund.
I'm Lund.
I like that.
Luke,
am Lund.
Well, just for today, it just slides in very easily.
Yeah, very
Luke and
nice.
Wolf, London Wolf, whatever. Luke will be back, I think, tomorrow. And I got to be honest.
Tomorrow?
Is that what?
Yeah,
is that
I
what it
think
is?
he is.
Yeah, he'll be back tomorrow,
yeah,
and
because,
Wolf will be gone.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
I
the only
see.
reason I know that is because, honestly, I don't mean to offend you right out of the gate, but you're in the easy chair. And I'm very upset because I have to drive this whole thing.
That's right. You're going to drive too, John.
Not sure if we're ever going to break.
And
Not
drive
because,
you will.
Yeah, and both of us like to talk a lot. Tomorrow I go to the easy chair, come in, shoot a little.
That's right.
No defense, no passing.
What do you mean by the easy chair? I mean, just sitting here with a shotgun, metaphorically speaking, over here in the passenger seat, firing off around. What do you mean, John? Boom! What are you talking about?
I'm ready to
You'll
go,
figure
man.
out though that Wolf sometimes likes to just take over and drive. Like we'll play a soundbite, and you know you're thinking that you're gonna get Wolf's thoughts on it, and then he'll be like, "Your thoughts on that, John?"
That's right. I do jump in from time to time. There's no doubt about it. It's kind of like now, live from Casino Arizona in the Talking Stick Resort Studios. How about that, Payson?
Let's go.
Tell me I can't drive.
You can.
I
No
mean,
problem.
Are you kidding? Some people, look, there are two types of people in the world. Those that like to drive and those that do not. figure out which one you are, and you're going to live a much happier life.
I will be your limo driver.
Okay, good.
But maybe like, Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber. So I'm not sure. But we'll just see how it works out. But welcome in regardless. We've got a ton to get to today.
One of the greatest movies of all time.
Absolutely.
Don't get me started, okay?
No, get started. It's
Google
fine.
it, you
have carte blanche. We'll start this way. Give us, let me look at the clock here. Give me 60 seconds. I don't know if you and I can do this, but we're going to talk about the Suns. Second half starts tonight in San Antonio. Your expectations for the Suns, 60 quick seconds. But can I just say one thing? Newsmakers Week is awesome. I sat we're going to talk about Kenny too, but I sat in my house. I usually get up about 6 o'clock and grab my coffee, get in front of the computer. And then Kenny Dillingham comes in studio sitting directly across from where I am. And it's just like, bam! And all this, I am ready to go. So I don't know if I can match your intensity today. I'll give it a shot. But Kenny got me going like a speedball this morning.
First of all, don't get me started on Kenny right now. Because, again, I did not hear Kenny Dillingham. I did not base it on these. But I will tell you right now, I know what he is like because I imagine him in front of his team. The energy, if he comes on here and brings the kind of energy and knowledge that he brings when he actually shows up and broadcasts with us or actually calls in on the phone line, it is truly amazing to think what he'd be like in front of his team. And that, to me, is part of the mojo of Kenny Dillingham and one of the reasons why ASU right now is a top 25 team.
You cannot miss that. We'll get into that conversation. We got Diamondbacks going on with spring training.
Yes.
Torey Lavilla was on this morning. There is so much stuff. Graham Rossini was on this morning. I mean, it was just, what an incredible day. So we'll get to all of it. If you missed it, we'll recap it best we can. We'll play a bunch of sound.
Love that, Johnny.
It's going to be great. Brian Gregory, GM of the Suns, was on. We're going to play that for you.
This is what's really cool. I'm going to grab the wheel right now, and I'm going to ask you, what are your expectations?
Well, let's get to it.
You got 27 games left, John Lund. What are your expectations of the Phoenix Suns?
You know what? I think it's really easy. Don't get it. Be the 6. At minimum, be the 6.
All right.
May the 6 be with you because 7, then you start to play into the play-in stuff, and you never know what's going to happen. It could be a 1-game season, 2-game season all of a sudden. And to me, now that expectations are raised, we had none before the season started. Maybe we believed all the what everybody was saying, but where they've got to this point, it's a 27-game sprint. Be the 6 and a competitive first-round series, and I'd be like, all right, that's good.
Sold.
How about that?
I would take that, honestly, the expectations going forward. If you tell me they just get into the top 6, I would be all in on that right now. What are your expectations, Basinonians, when you think about this? First of all, you know me. I like to parachute in from 30,000 feet. I do like to do this. I need structure. I need order. I need context. And because of that, where have they been? That's what you have to ask yourself. Where have they been, Basinonians? Well, to me, 13 home games remaining. Where have they been? 13 home games remaining. They're 18-10 at home. Okay, they're 18-10. That's a 642 at home. 14 away games remaining. 14-13. That's a 519 winning percentage. Where are they right now? Where have they been? Where are they right now? 32-23. Where are they headed? The strength of schedule is the 9th toughest in the association. Okay, a 508 winning percentage. But all of that only sets up the question of Jalen Green and how they're going to assimilate Jalen Green.
First of all, your talent is amazing. Your talent is amazing. Here is Brian. That's exactly what I was thinking before you said it. So here is Brian Gregory this morning, general manager of the Suns. Don't know if you heard of it. It's Newsmakers Week. He was on this morning with Bickley and Marada.
He was?
And this is the biggest question facing the Suns. What of Jalen Green with 27 to go?
Well, when we talk about, unlimited, obviously there's a amount of playing time where guys are able to, maybe shake off a little of the rust of not playing extensive minutes at this particular point in the season. But he's had 3 great weeks, obviously played in those games prior to the All-Star break. The one setback was him making a hustle play on a defensive rebound and getting, knocked to the floor from 10 feet up in the air. You know what I mean? And there's no way to prepare for that. But then he bounced right back and then came back and played well in the 2 games prior to the All-Star break. He's had a great break. his conditioning is better, his explosiveness is better. So we're getting there, and it will start tonight. He'll be ready to go and be ready to play his best game. And it's important that we understand that, you're adding a new piece into it. And over these next 4 or 5 games, we got to make sure that we do a great job of incorporating him into how we're playing and that we continue to play Suns basketball.
We gave them some stuff with some misplay. We expected to play the stuff that we did play much better than we did, and it seemed like we were real loose on run after catch stuff as well. We did not plan to be off them as much as it wound up looking like, and that was not the plan. So we got to see why that happened.
I was going to say, Johnny, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing through that?
Because we've all interviewed guys who, right when they say something, you go, oh my God, that was the greatest answer. You go back and listen and say, he said nothing. Let me translate what he said. That's what he said. The question was, if you didn't know, the question to Brian Gregory, Phoenix Suns general manager, was, when is Jalen Green ready to go pedal to the metal?
That is so good. I talk about it all the time. It's called speaking median, Basinonians. You know this. Median. Okay? It's how you speak to the media. You answer their questions, you do it, and you do it in a professional kind of way. You just give them absolutely nothing sometimes. And that's what Brian Gregory basically gave us right there. And I don't look down on that, Basinonians. I do not look down on a guy who knows how to speak median. To me, that is an art form. It is classic what Brian Gregory just said. Well done.
You like that?
Yes.
The question was, pedal to many, when is he going to go?
Yes. Hey, you know what he basically said? This is what he said. Now, I think it was a minute-long answer or something like that.
To say nothing.
He said this right here. We'll have to see. That's what he said. We'll have to see.
You sound like you should be on the Saturday Night Live skit, too. He's got that accent, too. The Bears. I was like, all right. Yeah. He was fine. He was fine with it. All right, should we temper our expectations for the Diamondbacks? Let's go to the Diamond. Oh, by the way, did I tell you Torey Lovullo was on this morning?
Yeah.
Amazing. We'll discuss next. The Arizona Diamondbacks this season, Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Luke, Luke and Lund. On Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're moving in the right direction. I like the spot that we're in. The one thing is, with this league, it is fragile. Things turn quickly in this league. So what we need to do is not be satisfied, to keep driving, keep pushing.
Back from the All-Star break, the Suns visit San Antonio tonight. Pre-game at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marada here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Progressive Insurance knows pets, and one of the biggest differences between people and pets is that we don't eat things off the floor. But dogs definitely will, and it makes them so happy, no matter what it looks like, smells like, or what state of decomposition it's in. We all want to go through life that carefree, and that's also why you should get Progressive Pet Insurance, because they eat things off the floor. So protect your pet from all the questionable life decisions they make. You know where they drink from when you're gone, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Welcome back. Arizona Sports, 98.7. Arizona Sports app, and watch us on YouTube, especially with newsmakers, man. And Kenny in studio.
YouTube. What up, YouTube?
Rossini in studio. It was incredible. By the way, shout out to Litchfield Park. Thanks for listening, Litchfield Park.
Man, Johnny, have you ever been to Litchfield Park? Have you ever been out there?
No, you have any story? I don't know if I have any stories.
No, it's beautiful, as a matter of fact. Yeah, so Litchfield Park. Got the WOM out there. And that's not payola, Bazanonians.
Oh, I love it, man. I got to ask you a question before we get into the Diamondbacks. And as part of Newsmakers Week, they had Torey Lovello on, and he was jacked. Everybody should. This is the time of year to be optimistic, and he was jacked. But we'll play that in a second after we play something from Ken Kendricks, and I want to get your opinion on. But I got to ask you a question. I was just thinking about this, and it's going to burn through my soul until I ask you the question.
Goodness.
Are you a smelling salts guy?
No.
You're not? You were never a smelling salts guy?
No, as a matter of fact, they did from time to time back when I came into the league, but they'd slap you in the face first.
Oh, that was better? Like John Henderson, that video of John Henderson with the Jaguars?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Kind of slap you in the face.
No, because I worked with a guy, and I did pre-half and post-game for a team, an NFL team, and he would turn around. He was he was the color guy, and he would turn around to me in the fourth quarter, and he'd stick one under my nose, and be like, the ammonia salts. I was like, bro, I'm already awake, man.
Yeah, no, man. I don't need that. Coffee, I do need. Coffee is good,
but not smelling
salts bad.
Okay. Let's play something. Diamondbacks sound optimistic. We'll get into the conversation. I want to know how optimistic you are, but here is Ken Kendricks. He is very optimistic, owner of the Diamondbacks. This was on Saturday during a press conference, and he has high expectations. The question is, should he?
Look, I think we're going to be a very competitive club. That's what I told the players. That the expectation I have in the job that I have is now that we have put a team together that I think they have the potential to be very competitive and be playing baseball in October. That's what we always want to be able to think. And I tend to try to be pretty objective about these things. Over the many years, there have been years when I didn't necessarily believe that we were as competitive a club as I think we are now. And, you know, something kind of an interesting piece of information I got from one of you. I don't remember who wrote this, but I was a little bit taken back when I saw it a few days ago. In that clubhouse right now, there are 15 guys that have worn the Diamondback uniform in a World Series. 15 players are on this team that played in a World Series. That would make you think we have some very talented guys, and we have some other players that weren't there that are highly talented to add to them. So our chances to compete are I think, good.
Yeah, that is, you know what, I honestly would agree with Ken Kendrick in regard to being able to compete. Can I just say, though, that when we have this whole conversation about expectation is not about doing. You know what I mean? Expectation is not execution, Basinonians. It is not. It's one thing to think, this is what we expect from you. It's another thing to execute. It's another thing to actually do it. And that's where the player comes in, where he's got to go out there and do it. The expectation, it's great to have expectations. It really is. And the only expectation that you ought to have for the Diamondbacks at this point in time is that they're going to go out and give you everything they've got right from game one, because Torrey's making this a talking point for the start of the season.
So Torrey was on with this morning with Bickley Marada during Newsmakers Week.
Yeah.
And he got me jacked up. So I had listened to Kenny Dillingham, and I was pretty jacked up, like maybe 8 cups of coffee jacked up and maybe an energy. Maybe like a Red Bull, of course, sugar-free, but a Red Bull knocked in. And then I get in my car, and I'm listening to Torrey, and I'm pretty excited about this. It sounds like a page from the Suns. Maybe he's been watching the Suns, and he's thinking, we got to play this way. You don't often hear this about baseball, more of a cerebral. But here is Torrey this morning talking about how much energy they're going to play with.
Yeah, that was definitely something that we talked about. We highlighted the importance of creating some intensity and awareness, and like we're not going to miss a day without going out there and training these guys as hard as we possibly can. Now, there are going to be days, kind of deloading days, where we're going to back off of them, but and they know it. And when there's a day where we're supposed to go out there and practice full speed and get after it full speed, and especially from a focus standpoint, we're going to do it. It's okay. It's not okay to make a mistake because it's early in spring training. Years past, the first week, we just worked into it. We're trying to eliminate that as much as possible.
I love it. I loved his energy this morning. I have a philosophy I want to throw by you.
Okay.
It's called the if game.
Okay.
And this works for every sport.
Yeah.
I want to be optimistic, but I start thinking to myself, if you look at the Diamondbacks right now, as of this moment,
yes,
the if game, what it means is if you have more ifs, then you're in trouble. So Carlos Santana at first, really good defender, but he's an older gentleman. I'm not ageism here, but yeah, that's an if. Second is fine. Short is fine. Not sure about Nolan Arenado. That's an if.
Okay.
Corbin Carroll is not healthy right now. In fact, Torrey said this morning he had a hole in his hand. That's not good. That's an if. Alec Thomas, we're going to talk about later. Center field, that's an if. Left field, we've got an injury to Gurriel. That's an if. Bullpen, don't have your closers. That's an if. I want to be optimistic about the team. Merrill Kelly's a great pitcher if he's the number one starter. The game is if. If you have a lot of ifs, it's not good.
Yes.
Diamondbacks have a lot of ifs.
Yeah, I think you could create a lot of ifs, though. I think you could do that even for established players. You could look at it and say, hey, if he hits this, if he hits to this level, you know what, we're going to be okay. If Ketel Marte is okay going out there and truly over what happened last year, you can create a lot of ifs for human beings, I think, for the most part. That's just me. But I love this. This is the story to me. The fact that the pressure is on early. It's on in the game of baseball. You just don't really think of baseball. We gotta get going. We gotta go right now. I wonder if Torrey, the sense of urgency that he's gonna bring, game in and game out. It's incredible. Torrey has stated how important it is for them to compete from the get and to win games. They've really ratcheted up the pressure packer, and they've done it deliberately. But could they actually work against themselves by doing that? That is the question that I have. Because to me, I wonder what is the intensity level? I haven't heard Torrey like this in the past. Rick, have you heard Torrey like this in the past? This intensity, this urgency that he's created and bringing?
Not this early in the year.
Yeah, not this early in the year. I totally agree with that. What could this possibly work against them? I don't think so. I say no to that. I do. But Is it a question? Yeah, it's a question.
You mentioned Ketel Marte. Let me play this just because this just jogged my memory. So this is really interesting. There are so many different storylines with the Diamondbacks this year that maybe this one got buried a little bit.
Okay.
And this morning when he was on Newsmakers with Bickley and Marada, this was kind of the end. And I went, oh yeah, Ketel Marte. That was a problem last year. They were going to trade him up to a few weeks ago. So here's Torey with the update, and it sounds like it was kind of a misunderstanding. Take a listen to this.
He's in a great spot. It's hard to probably go through what he went through this past offseason. He loves the Arizona Diamondbacks, and we're very grateful for our time with him. And he might be the best player that I ever managed. So I make sure that he understands that. And that was what I was getting through to him when we were talking through the course of the offseason, just connecting a little bit, very generally. But I think he was a little bit hurt by the fact that it was potential trade talk. But when what happens is, you open Pandora's box and one team calls on him to see if he's available, and the next thing you know, it just went crazy. He's a Diamondback. He wants to be here. And he's in a really good spot. And look, Ketel is a great human being. He is a very kind, caring human being that happens to be a really good baseball player that can hit it 116 miles an hour consistently. So everybody thinks that he's very aggressive, like I'm going to get after you every single day. But when he steps off the baseball field, he's a gentle giant.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure that we're continuing to cultivate this relationship with him and making sure that he realizes how important he is to this organization and this community and this town and this state. And I've seen fans welcome him and say, we love you too, which is very important.
Oh, it's so good, Torey. It really is. And I think this is great. This is fantastic because strategically there's strategy and then there's tactics, Basin audience. I talk about this all the time. Strategically, you're thinking up here, what are we going to do? That's what strategy is. What are we going to do? The tactics of it is how are we going to do it? And see, what's so great about this is Torey is on the tactical level, the how we're going to do. But right up here, the strategic level is Mike Hazen. We're actually going to take trade offers on Ketel Marte. We're going to do that right now. We're going to take trade offers on Ketel. And if that hurts you, well, Ketel, this is Major League Baseball. This is a mercenary league right here. So maybe that is the message they wanted sent to Ketel Marte. Torey is on the tactical level. The how I'm going to manage this guy every day. The tactical level. How are we going to do this? Well, we're going to have a frank conversation, and then we're just going to pass it on because you're a good dude. We love you, and we're going to make it work.
From Diamondbacks to Cardinals, Ben Zolak is going to join us coming up next from ESPN. Who does he think? In fact, he's got a name for us. And I don't think I've heard this name yet. Who does he think the Cardinals are going to do with Kyler Murray, and who does he think is going to be the quarterback? We'll ask the NFL analysts next. Wolf and Luke. John London for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to amazonbusiness.com for support.
Power outages are happening more often and lasting longer than ever before. A backup generator is a very smart move, but gas generators, they're loud, heavy, and emit harmful exhaust. The Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator from My Patriot Supply is different. It's portable, silent, and safe to use indoors. And when you order a Grid Doctor 3300 from MyPatriotSupply.com, they'll include over $800 in preparedness supplies absolutely free. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com now and get prepared. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free home delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Bick. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Newsmakers Week continued this morning on Bickley and Marada for interviews with ASU football coach Kenny Dillingham, Suns general manager Brian Gregory, and more. Head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the Phoenix Suns return from the All-Star break tonight to take on the San Antonio Spurs in Austin, Texas. Tip-off is at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Help kids get in the game. Drop off new or used sports gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text GEAR to 620-620 to learn more.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Happy Thursday. Hope you are well. Wolf and Luke. Luke out, Lund in. That makes it pretty easy.
Luke out, Lund
Only a
in.
couple of letters there. There's an LU, and then, yeah, okay. Kind of goes
By the
haywire
fourth
after that.
hour,
Thanks for
I'm going
joining.
to butcher that. Luke out,
All right.
London.
We have strayed far too long away from Kyler Murray talking. We're 32 minutes into the show. We've not talked to Kyler Murray for a moment. I started to get the shakes a little bit. Like, you're like, we haven't talked about Kyler Murray, man. Ben Zolak does a great job at ESPN. Make sure you're following him at Benjamin Zolak. Tremendous stuff that you need to be checking out at ESPN as we get into free agency, the draft, and the such. And he joins us. Ben, first of all, thanks for joining us. Second of all, as I was just saying, we haven't talked Kyler Murray, and we're 32 minutes and 46 seconds into the show. So give us your thoughts on Kyler Murray. What should they do? What will they do? What do you think?
So I think Kyler's still one of the 32 best quarterbacks in this league. And I think that Kyler, like a lot of these quarterbacks that we've seen relocate off of their previous teams and move on to new teams, still has a shot for a nice, second career act, a career renaissance. He is a little bit older, right? Because he had the big second deal with the Cardinals, and he is coming off of the foot injury, so there's some uncertainty there. But really, it's the money that makes it difficult for acquiring teams, right? If you want to trade for this contract, it is not a small commitment. Usually we see when teams trade for big contracts, it's because there's like, just 1 year left and you can get out. But Kyler has guaranteed money both in 2026 and in 2027 for the acquiring team. So unless the Cardinals finagle with the deal, I think it's going to be really hard to trade him, certainly trade him for value. You're going to have to trade him for pennies on the dollar to a team with a lot of cap space like the Jets just to get the contract off your books. And as you guys know, that cap hit is pretty big. So to me, I think they're going to end up releasing him and taking the $55 million cap hit on the chin. It's a ton of money. It's $30 million less than Russell Wilson and the Broncos took, though. So you're not in first place. That's kind of always a little bit of a consolation prize when it comes to these things. And obviously, the cap is bigger and going up every single year. You take it all in one season. You prepare yourself for 2027 and beyond, maybe with a new front office, maybe not. So my guess is they end up releasing him. They're going to do the trade work in Indy over the next couple of weeks. I just don't think there's going to be a lot of fruit on that vine.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you right there, Ben. Just the whole idea of, okay, if they can't trade him, they're going to cut him. But what do you think? I think there's a couple of teams that are out there that need a quarterback so badly that I think they look at the skill set of Kyler Murray and think, you know what, we can give something up for him. You don't think that's going to be the case, though?
No, I think it's possible. I just think that there's a big distance between where the acquiring teams are in terms of the draft capital ascend and then what Cardinals fans and the Cardinals franchise would be happy with, right? Like, I think the Jets would love to trade for Kyler Murray. They have a ton of cap space. They have nothing to do with it. Head coach Aaron Glenn there very clearly feels like mobile quarterback is the way to go. He likes guys who can move. But I think the Jets are saying, hey, if we're going to take on all this money, we'll send you like a fifth. And I think that the Cardinals, just franchise ownership, does not want to have that egg on their face, right? Just kind of wear that around their chin and say, yeah, we got a fifth-round pick for Kyler Murray. Obviously, from an analysis perspective, it's because of the money and the dead cap and this and the other thing. But that's not what the headlines are going to read. The headlines are going to read Cardinals only got a fifth for Kyler Murray. And so it's that distance that I think makes things challenging. You're correct that there's going to be teams, though, that I think are in the market. The Jets, like I said, are the team with a lot of cap space that interests me the most. For as long as the Cleveland Browns are a franchise in the National Football League, we do have to allow for the potential for ridiculous trades acquiring quarterbacks. So the Browns, to me, are still very much live, even though they don't have a ton of cap, just because Andrew Berry there, the general manager, is in a position where he has to be aggressively making moves in order to preserve his job and to turn this team around pretty fast, obviously, with a new coaching staff. And so Jets and the Browns are the two teams that I primarily circle as Murray suitors. There are a couple, Steelers, Dolphins, there's other teams out there. And those are the two that I would be targeting if I was GM of the Cardinals.
Benjamin Solak joining us, ESPN NFL analyst at Benjamin Solak. Make sure that you're following Wolf and Luke with John Lund in for Luke today. All right, let's go to the other side of it is, if no Kyler Murray, then who for the Cardinals, knowing that there's not a quarterback worthy at number 3?
Yeah, I mean, just a brutal year to have this top 5 pick, to be ready for a new quarterback transition, and just there's nobody close in this class after Mendoza. It is not even remotely we go Ty Simpson at 3. No shot, brother. This is not the class for that. So tough year. I do think that they're going to kick the tires on the Malik Willis contract, and it's going to become a matter of, okay, who gets priced out, right? If you're able to say flip Kyler Murray to the Jets, then I think you get one of the bigger fish with a lot of cap space off of the market. And now maybe Malik Willis doesn't get as strongly overpaid for, right? If the Dolphins can't trade Tua Tagovailoa and they have to take the dead cap hit on him, well, now they lose a lot of cap space. It becomes harder for them to put big money out there for Malik Willis. So if Malik is landing, in the Justin Fields range of $20 to $25 million, then I think the Cardinals will be suitors. If teams like the Jets, the Steelers, the Browns, the Dolphins are in a bidding war for him, and that number starts to go up closer to 30, which I think is not outside the realm of possibility at all for Malik Willis, then I do think the Cardinals are going to be in a position where they say, this is a little bit above our price range. We're not trying to flip our franchise around that fast for a guy with 3 starts over the last 2 years. After Malik Willis, it is a kind of interesting trade market for young kick-the-tires guys. Anthony Richardson from the Colts, Spencer Rattler from the Saints, who got benched for Tyler Shuck, Tanner McKee with the Eagles, Will Levis with the Titans, who lost his job to Cam Ward. There's enough dudes on rookie contracts that have been kind of interesting in spot starts that I do think, Richardson plus Brissett or Levis plus Brissett just for 2026 to hold your water is not the worst thing in the world, especially if you as a scouting staff and as a new offensive staff find a guy in the middle rounds at quarterback that you'd like to target, and then you kind of just shotgun approach it for 2026, see if we can get one start out of this for 1 year, and then we reassess in 2027.
Ben, is there any incentive whatsoever for the Arizona Cardinals to keep Kyler Murray?
Yeah, financial, right? Where there are kickers in his contract, like he has $17 million in guaranteed roster bonus this year, that if the Cardinals get rid of him, they're not on the hook for those roster bonuses. If he goes to another team, they will be. Then there's a 2027 salary guarantee that kicks in, I want to say, the 5th day of the league year this year in 2026. So there is money that they are avoiding if they get off him fast. But in general, if you keep him rostered for another year and you make sure that he's active for enough games that his contract actually tolls and that this year counts, then you are, in general, lowering the amount of money you will pay Kyler Murray to not be on your team at some point. Of course, if you're paying him in 2026 without the intention to play him at all and to see if he's viable and just play a rookie over him, it's still functionally dead cap, right? Even though he's on your roster, you're not getting any juice for the money you're spending. But that would be the incentive, would be the financial incentive. I will say that because, like you talked about at 3, like there's just no viable quarterback option, this is still like a seller's market in terms of the veteran quarterback market. There are a lot of teams that need quarterbacks, and most of those teams are not the Raiders, who have the first overall pick. And so I would want to be getting rid of Kyler this year because he is the second best option in terms of free agency plus trade plus draft at quarterback behind Mendoza. You want to be selling in this market.
You know what's amazing about it? Just all the reclamation projects that are out there. The Daniel Joneses of the league, of course, Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold. I just have this feeling, Ben, that there are some offensive minds in the National Football League that look at Kyler Murray and say, you know what? That guy we can fix. If we put him in the right offense, that guy we can fix. That, to me, is what makes this conversation so fascinating. I wonder if Mike LaFleur was one of those guys, because we haven't got confirmation one way or the other that Mike LaFleur is one of those guys that believed you could fix Kyler Murray. And I think that was pretty much the interview. That was the conversation. Yeah. I would imagine all these coaches that they interviewed.
I strongly agree. And it's important to contextualize Mike's first chance at calling plays, true OC. With the Jets, they go and they get the guy, second overall pick, Zach Wilson. And then Mike experiences what it's like to be the play caller for a young quarterback who just doesn't have it, right? You go and you get the big name rookie. Turns out you missed from a scouting perspective, and now you get canned, even though nobody's going to be able to really fix this guy right away, And so Mike wanting to have more of a veteran quarterback who's maybe, somewhere between quarterback 22 and quarterback 14 league-wide, which I think Kyler can be even better than that, but just coming off the injury and what we've seen recently, I think Mike wanting that sort of a player would be reasonable, as opposed to, going at it again with a young guy and then, further, getting knocked in the media and losing some reputation because this guy just couldn't come up from college to the pros. So I absolutely think that's true. And I do agree with you that in this era of quarterback reclamation, how could we not think about and look at Kyler Murray? Kyler's kind of unique because a lot of the guys that we've seen successfully reclaim have been more pocket passers who never got a second contract, right? Daniel Jones, he got the second contract. But Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Geno Smith, and Baker certainly started scrambling more later in his career. But none of these guys were dual threat guys, and then none of them came off the massive cap hit. And so we're still in a new frontier when it comes to quarterback reclamation when we talk about Kyler. But by the same token, what did everybody say about Sam with the Jets? Okay, well, the talent there. He could throw the ball. Like, he just, he's not seeing it straight. With Kyler, the talent's never been in question. And so if you get one good offensive coach, one good supporting cast, one lightning strike, one spark under Kyler Murray's butt, the talent's there for playoff football. And so will that be in Arizona? I would highly, highly doubt it, but it might be somewhere. Absolutely.
Ben, great stuff, man. Thanks for the insight.
Ben, thank you, buddy.
We'll talk to you soon, man.
Appreciate you, fellas. Y'all have a good one.
You too. Ben Solak at Benjamin Solak if you want more of that kind of stuff. I had more questions, but we ran out of time.
Right.
But, okay, if you didn't have your coffee, if you didn't have your energy drink, if you don't have energy, if you're dragging a little bit today, you will not be in about 5 minutes because Kenny Dillingham was on Newsmakers Week in studio and just firing bombs, man. Kenny? It was incredible. This is your guy, man.
I know.
This is your guy.
I love the guy.
So how important is Kenny's energy to the success of ASU football and other things he said? We'll discuss it next. Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You gotta have shade. I just love saying that. Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts. That's right, we understand how much sun we get here in Arizona and how brutal it can be. Well, All Pro Shade Concepts, they want to help you with that. Smart homeowners are getting free estimates now to put in retractable shades and awnings for their patio, because if you wait too long, you are going to get burned. Their shades are custom fit, so the earlier that they measure, the sooner your home is going to be protected. Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. That's right. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com, because you got to have shade.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse, or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event, going on now.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marada. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Friday for the thrilling conclusion of Newsmakers Week. Guests and shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Luke today, who will be back tomorrow, and then I take over the shooting chair.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be nice.
Whatever you're doing over there, Johnny, you're doing it well, I might add. Sitting here.
Top of the hour, I got a question for you on the Cardinals. We had the press conferences yesterday and talked about the staff, and everybody's excited. DC stays. OC Nathaniel Hackett, which could lead to a certain quarterback we need to talk about, all these things. So top of the hour, we'll get into this. But I have one burning question for you at the top of the hour. But energy this morning was through the roof. Newsmakers Week.
Yes.
Bickley and Marada.
Okay.
And they've got one more day. But it's going to be tough to top today
because of Kenny.
Oh, my God. Like, I was just like, dude, I'm sitting in, this is probably too much information. I'm sitting in maybe some boxers, maybe a little coffee, door shut. Wife doesn't want to see that anymore.
Next.
And and I'm ready to run through a wall right now for Kenny. Like, I looked down at my dog and I go, this guy.
Yeah. You know, once again, it's very, very important. This is why your head coach is the face of your franchise for the most part anymore, because he's got to be the guy that not only fires up players, not only fires up coaches, not only fires up staff members, but also fires up those that are going to give you NIL money. That's why it's really, really important that your head coach is indeed the face of your program. And I think there's no doubt about it. Kenny Dillingham has become the face of ASU football.
All right, so here's some of the stuff this morning. Get ready to have your face blown off.
Okay.
Here's a quick overview. Let's start where the program is. Here's Kenny's thoughts on where the ASU football program is right now.
I feel great. I mean, I think, every year I've challenged university to, increase and get better and try to be better. Like, we're trying to be better. And I think they did again. I think every year we're nowhere near where I want to be as a program, but every year we've taken steps. And I'm fully aware this isn't going to go from, where we were to like the top of where I want to go overnight in terms of, all the resources and all that stuff. But we are absolutely taking steps and strides every single year. So I feel really, really good about what the university's doing. I think today we released the renderings for the new indoor.
The new indoor. Honestly, this is the reason why I say this is the face of your franchise. He challenged a lot of people that live here in the Basin, Johnny, as you well know. He challenged them. We need people to step up and support this program. In this day and age of NIL and the transfer portal, you need people who are going to step up and give your program money.
Here he is, and this is a big part of the conversation today. And I think he broke a little bit of news on Newsmakers, which is why he's there. And again, this is 7 a.m. He's absolutely on fire. So he broke a little news. That big donor, that big $20 million check, maybe not $20 million, but darn close. Here's what he says about the finances.
I went on a rant about a 8-figure donor one day, and
stroking that check.
Yeah, we got somebody very close to that to help with the indoor already. Somebody who's not naturally associated with the program, but somebody associated with the Valley for that indoor. So that's trending in the right direction. That got approved for the indoor. It's going to be one of the largest indoors in the country. It's going to have a 50-yard football field and a 100-yard field with 2 indoors in one indoor. So it's about 180 to 190-yard indoor facility, which is going to be unbelievable for the football team and for the tailgating and the fun and the experience. Maybe able to host youth football championship games in there because you have your practice field to warm up. Like, there's so many different things that we're going to be able to do with this. So,
whoa. What are your thoughts on that, Johnny? Where do you start?
That's what college football is. If you don't have, Oregon at the top has Uncle Phil, and he's just money bags. And then you go down from there. Texas Tech has a guy that wrote the $20 million check. The SEC has at least a number of guys. If you don't have that guy or those people or something set up, you can't win. College football is professional football. You have to have that person or those people.
Yeah, that is incredible right there. Listening to Kenny talk basically and stuff, the only thing I can think of is, can you say shuttle bus? And the reason why is because I'm thinking you're going to build. Did he say, Rick? Are you listening right now, Rick and Jamal? Did he say there was going to be 180 yards?
Yep.
180 yards.
A football field.
A football field. Okay, 180 yards. And it's going to be indoor. This thing's going to be
about ready to do math?
right now. I'm thinking, no, I'm
saw
not.
you pick up the pen. I was going to do math
on the air.
But I'm thinking to myself, guys, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Yeah, this is going to be a place where they're going to have people come hang out before the games. So this is going to be a hangout joint.
He wants Waste Management open. That's one of the things he said this morning. That's what he wants.
Can you say shuttle bus? Because there's got to be a shuttle, I would imagine, unless they're building it right next to the stadium, which I don't know. Do you got confirmation on that?
Yeah, I believe it's supposed to be in that.
So you could walk?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's going to be, I believe, what is now like the back parking lot.
Okay, so that's where they're going to put it.
I believe that.
Oh,
that is
man,
where
I
they're
did
gonna
not
put it.
hear that. I am sorry about that. My goodness. How great will that be for you to be able to go and hang out before the game, tailgate, and then walk right into the stadium? Oh, that's so
That's
cool.
the way to go. Kenny Dillingham this morning on Newsmakers in studio this morning at 7 a.m. I advise you to listen to the whole thing. Go back and watch it. It was absolutely incredible. This is the lifeblood, though. The money is great, but you got to be able to close the deals. Here's Kenny this morning on the current recruiting world at Arizona State.
Lot of 100%. What you just said, it's like, well, what have you heard? Well, my buddy went there, or my buddy's friend goes there and says it was awesome. Said it was his favorite experience, or he loved it, right? So I think the longer we're here and the longer we try to do everything, we're not going to be perfect, right? But the longer we try to do the right thing, we try to be good people, we try to make good decisions and treat people right, word of mouth will spread. And I think the word of mouth is spreading, right? That we do try to keep people right. We do try to have a good culture. And that's combined with we live in Phoenix, Arizona.
Right.
Like, I don't have to sell that, right?
Right.
That's common sense, especially in the winter. And then you combine that with the amount of guys now that are going to get drafted.
Right.
Oh, the development's there too. And I think when you combine those things, it's starting to become a destination place.
Right.
I can see you kind of moving like you still got the player juice in you.
No.
And so as he's talking, hopefully people saw this on YouTube.
Yeah.
As he's talking, you're kind of like bouncing a little bit here, like you're ready.
It really is cool to listen to Kenny because, once again, all I can think of, Basonians, is him up in front of his team and how animated he must become in front of his team, how passionate he must become in front of his team. And I think this is a good thing. It doesn't happen in the NFL. You don't need a coach to be passionate and animated in the NFL for you to go do your job. You're a grown man. This is how you support your family. But you know what? When you're a young kid and you're 18 and you're 19, do you think this is a good thing to help focus a kid who's 18 years old or 19, once again, or even 20? There's a lot of immature 20-year-olds walking around, and you know who you are right now. You need a coach who can grab you and help focus your concentration. That's Kenny.
I have an immensely immature 22-year-old.
I see.
I mean, you could keep going. 21, 22,
yes,
30-ish. You get the idea. We've talked a lot about...
You get to 30. Yeah. Can I talk to you for a minute? That's all I'm going to say, okay? Bro.
We've talked a lot about how the Suns being aligned, that's helped them this season. But how important is it for the Cardinals to be aligned as they announced their new coaching staff yesterday? We're going to discuss that next. Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 to its signing. All leases, 0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your card can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your card today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Newsmakers Week continued this morning on Bickley and Marada for interviews with ASU football coach Kenny Dillingham, Suns general manager Brian Gregory, and more. Head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Suns return from the All-Star break tonight to take on the San Antonio Spurs in Austin, Texas. Tip-off is at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
In 40 days,
he'll get $20 million guaranteed if he's still on the roster.
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, let's do it. Wolf and Luke. Luke will be back tomorrow. John Lund in. Thank you so much for joining us. On this Thursday edition of the program, we will get to Cardinals here because they did officially announce and have press conferences for the coaches yesterday. And I'll ask you the very question, do you like it? Because it's very important. People always talk about the head coach, but they don't think about the guys day-to-day, the OCs, DCs, special teams, all that. And we'll get to it. In about 10 minutes, we'll get into the Suns. They get the Spurs tonight, 6:30 right here in Arizona Sports. And they don't have Dylan Brooks. So we'll do that in about 10. But do you like the staff? Do you like the Cardinals staff?
Yeah, for me, I do like it, Basinonians. You know that Nick Rawlis is a guy that I have supported in the past, and I think he's really, really good at what he's doing. It's not going to surprise anybody. If you've listened to me over the last 2 decades, you know exactly how I feel about this. I don't believe that guys like Nick Rawlis get a defensive coordinator job if they're not qualified to actually be a defensive coordinator. I don't believe that really happens in the National Football League. Now, I know there are examples of it where we can look at it and say, yeah, well, it didn't work here, and it didn't work here, and it didn't work there. I understand that. But for me, for the most part, you're talking about the creme de la creme. You're talking about the highest level of football we could possibly play, where millions and millions of dollars are devoted to actually winning, and how important it is to actually find quality people that actually can do their jobs and do them well. It's amazing the way other people who may go about their business and go about whatever profession their hand finds to do. You think you deserved a promotion. You think you deserve that based on your body of work. Well, it's no different for players. It's no different for coaches who actually are in the NFL. You don't just stumble your way into the National Football League. You're either qualified or you're not. And very few exceptions. There are there some bad coaches that have actually coached in the NFL? Yes. I actually played for one of them. I'm willing to admit that. There was a bad coach. Having said all of that, he was the exception to the rule. Most of these guys are qualified to do their jobs. What it comes down to, Basinonians, executing the play. Go out and do your job. And guess what? The play, more times than not, is actually going to work, whether it's offense, defense, or in transition with special teams. It will work if you do your job. And the guy next to you does his job. Players executing schemes works if you'll beat the guy in front of you.
Here's Nick Rawlis yesterday during the coaches' press conferences talking about going from JG, defensive coordinator, now he's got an offensive guy in there. Here's Nick talking about what may be the difference.
Yeah, I think I don't have the answer completely on that because there's so many things that have popped up already in my mind of like, oh man, like how are we going to do this with Mike, because there's just, and I don't know if it has to do with an offensive coach versus a defensive coach. I think it's just a new coach. It's just like, what's our operation, with this in practice and in walkthroughs? Like, are we going to, we have all these defensive situational stuff we want to cover. Are we going to do it together? Am I doing it separate, right? So, that's just something that I'm going to, we haven't been working super long together so far, but we'll figure that out as we go. And obviously Mike's going to be really clear with what he needs from me in that regard.
Yes.
I got to ask you a question off that. So we're all thinking about the NFC West because that's who you got to compete with first. So I look at when Sean McVay had never been a head coach, he had Wade Phillips. Mike McDonald brings on Leslie Frazier, long time on lots of coaching staffs, veteran guy. I look at what Kyle Shanahan does in San Francisco consistently. He now has Raheem Morris, former head coach. Nathaniel Hackett is that. But he hasn't had a whole lot of success at it, but he is successful. And I think you just pointed this out. There are a lot of guys who are defensive coordinators, offensive coordinators, but don't know how to be a head coach. They are completely different. Mike LaFleur is going to also cram it up your cram hole, LaFleur. Yeah. But he's going to call plays. He's going to be very busy during a game. Does he have enough on his staff? Because I thought he was going to bring in more experience on his staff. And I'm a little bit nervous as I'm looking at this staff going, okay, Hackett's got some, I get it. But where's that going to come from a guy who's a first-time head coach who's going to call plays at the same time, which, by the way, Shanahan does. So does McVay. So does McDonald. So it can be done, but he's a first-time guy. Is there enough experience around him?
I honestly think there is enough experience around him. I think he's been in training this whole time under Sean McVay for the most part. When you think of the last 3 years, he's been their offensive coordinator. He's been in training, so to speak, underneath Sean McVay. And because of that, I think he is ready for that next step. Having said that, again, just understand that play calling is important. Here I go again. Play calling is important. I cannot tell you, though, how many times we had the wrong play called for the defense we were faced with, and all of a sudden, you know what? Somebody made an incredible play, and guess what? The play worked. You're a genius. You called the right play. No, actually, that play should have blown up in our face, but one guy made a great play, and suddenly we scored a touchdown. It's just, when you watch it on tape, it's stunning how many times there is imperfection that happens on a football field, and yet for some reason it doesn't impact the play in a negative way, okay? Because of the play call. It's just, it's a situation where I think so many people, they want to be able to look at, that was a horrible call. That was a horrible call. Drew Petzing was hit over and over and over again with, this guy doesn't know how to call a game. Yet the Detroit Lions and their organization and Dan Campbell looked at him and said, man, this guy is exactly who we need as our offensive coordinator. Why do you think that is? Again, because there is play calling and there are schemes and there's coaching and then there are players that actually execute the schemes that make it work or not. It's the players, not coaches.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you saying that coaches don't matter?
I'm saying coaching matters. I am. But I honestly, I have so much regard and respect for coaches that poured into me, John. Oh, my goodness, that helped me develop as a player. But in terms of play calling, and guys, is he qualified to be a coordinator? It drives me nuts.
Well, I've never seen a great
guys
coach
prove themselves. Yeah. And, to me, again, Drew Petzing was not the problem. The play calling was not the problem for the Arizona Cardinals. The problem were players that couldn't stay healthy, period.
I've never seen a great coach without great players. Not one time.
Thank you very much, Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I played for Bill 2 years and loved him. Great coach. Loved him. Needed players. Got fired from Cleveland because he didn't have them.
Yeah. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used. By the way, all of my sports equipment, like my Peloton, very gently used. Gently used gear to help kids. So come to my house.
John.
Very gently used sports equipment. Very good for hanging laundry on. But here's the deal. Gently used gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, all you got to do is text GEAR, the word GEAR, to 620-620. That's GEAR to 620-620. Is it too much to ask, Gillen Brooks? I know that you are very, very dialed in on this subject because you were a very emotional player. So is it too much to ask Dylan Brooks to keep his emotions in check? We're going to discuss it next. It's Wolf and Luke. John London for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marada talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, Diamondbacks GM Mike Hazen, Suns and Mercury CEO Josh Bartelstein, Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. If you're having neck or back pain, then go see the best of the best. That's Desert Institute for Spine Care. Listen, the reason you should choose them, it varies in need, of course, but the way they have an award-winning doctor and an entire staff, doctors that provide a broad range of treatment for you, you got to go check them out. Disc provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust. The Disc doctors, they often train doctors from all over the world in best practices and techniques. They are a world leader, Basinonians. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for Disc.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply. Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Kenny Dillingham says a high-level donor helped ASU's indoor practice facility move forward. We're going to be us. Mike LaFleur and Nathaniel Hackett aim to make Cardinals offense their own. And Suns officially signed former Heat forward Haywood Highsmith to multi-year deal. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
I could do
this
that.
This is you before the show,
yeah,
man.
I could do that right there. What the hell? I mean, I could do something like that. Give me the microphone. Let me scream into it.
Yeah, Wolf. I don't think Wolf could sing in a band, but he could scream in a band.
Right.
Yeah, but some of those bands, like Pantera or something. Let's rah rah.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Luke, who will return tomorrow. By the way, shout out Waddell. Shout out to Waddell. And by the way,
are you talking to me? By the way, did you know that I used to do a Pantera shout out every day?
What happened to it?
You know what? Honestly, I'm going to do it for Johnny. All right, this show, not here, not right now. I'm going to do it before we get off
Just
the air.
randomly at some point.
I'm going to do a random
I can't wait.
Pantera shout-out just for John Lund.
Oh, I can't wait.
Okay.
Honestly, I can't wait. By the way, I knew this about Waddell, laid out in the 30s by Donald Ware Waddell, who helped finance water projects in the area. I don't know if you know that, but I just knew that right off the top of my head. Thanks for listening. We really appreciate it here at Arizona Sports. All right, let's get into this thing about Dillon Brooks. I know we've already talked about it a million times. When you get 16 technical fouls, it starts to hurt your team. I love everything he's doing, but I think we can separate. I think you would agree with this. And if you don't, obviously, I think you can be what he's been in a good way to the Suns, but still criticize the way that he's gotten the 16 technical fouls. So as a guy who lived on the edge, as a guy who was intense, can he do both? Can he be the good guy and the bad guy at the same time?
Living on the edge. That's what yes, to answer your question.
I was so hoping that was going to happen.
He can
Very nice.
do that. He can. Dillon Brooks can do it. Now, here's the one thing about this. The asterisk on all of this is the fact what I love about Dillon Brooks is his intensity. Brothers, this is a beautiful, beautiful thing that Dillon Brooks brings. Do you know why? It's authentic. And this is one of the things, and Rick, you'll back me up on this. This is one of the things that I didn't really like about Dillon Brooks before he came here. It was the fact that I thought he orchestrated a lot of it. That's right. I poke bears, and that's who I'm going to be. And because of that, it is genuinely authentic with Dillon Brooks. He is who he is all the time. The intensity is always there. That is the one thing that I didn't think he really had, but that is who he is. It's the authenticity of Dillon Brooks that makes him who he is, and his teammates know it. But here's the thing. He's getting to a point in his life. What is he, 28 years old? Is that what he is, Rick? 28 years old. Am I right about that? I believe.
He's 30.
Okay, he's 30. Wow, okay. He's 30 years old. Dillon, it's time for you right now to be able to settle down a little bit and show self-control. Why? Because you're hurting the team. He's literally hurting the team when he gets the technicals, and all of a sudden he's suspended from a game, especially, here it is, 27 games to go. Had this really great season. You know what? Surprise! The Phoenix Suns are good, everybody! And it's because Dillon Brooks is right in the middle of all the things that the Phoenix Suns are doing. We need you, Dillon, to be available. Your teammates need you to be available. You need to lead by doing. And if you're sitting out games because you can't control what you're saying to an official, it's unacceptable, dude. And you know it is. I know that he knows that. He's got to be disciplined enough to help his team and his teammates by controlling himself.
Here is Brian Gregory. This was not this morning on Newsmakers. This was yesterday during a press conference. He was asked how Dillon Brooks, or asked about the technical problem with Dillon Brooks, which, by the way, now is every other game.
He knows his technical situation. We've had plenty of sit-downs and talks. He also knows how important he is for us to be on the court. So I think with that, I think he understands exactly where he's at.
Yeah, you know what?
But I don't think he does.
Yeah, well,
because you played on the edge, but and it was even more physical, the sport you played, obviously. So why can't he, as a guy who's been there and said, okay, I got to be this guy, but I also got to be this guy, like you did that. So why can't he do it?
I know he can do it. I know he can do it. It takes a lot of wanting to do it. It takes discipline is what it is. And this is where, you know what, Dillon Brooks, even Dillon Brooks, Dillon, you know it. You can grow and you can develop even more as a player. You can do it. Even here you are, 30 years old. Thought he was 28. That's okay. 30 years old. And you're telling me you can't mature and grow and develop? Of course. Every professional athlete is a work in progress. From day one that you're a pro and you get paid to be a pro to the day you're done. You are a work in progress. Dillon, you can get better. You can control yourself with discipline, knowing that, hey, I'm letting my team and my teammates down if I'm not available. You can still be as intense as you could possibly be. Just don't look at a zebra and say you're a venal pettifog. Don't look at him and do that. Control yourself. Be disciplined enough to be able to say, I want to say it, I'm not going to say it. You can do that.
So years ago, I'm covering the Portland Trailblazers, and Rasheed Wallace set the all-time NBA record for technical fouls with 41.
41?
41. So every other game.
Okay.
Told there was no math on the show every other game. So the Blazers bring in his mom. Oh, wow. And they get her a courtside seat next to his wife. And so the whole you could hear it from the media section. So he would get on an official, and all of a sudden you'd hear his mom in the arena above all the, the buzz and everything. Rasheed!
No.
He's yelling at him like he's a child on the court. And it still didn't help. Like, they were like, we are out of answers. Because at that point, he's their best player. They had a bunch of players, but they needed him on the court. And I look at Dillon Brooks the same way. He's an emotional type.
Yes.
But now, here's the difference. It's every other game. Now, it resets the playoffs. You need 7 in the playoffs. But with 27 games left to go, and again, you've been a professional sports teammate. At some point, I'm Booker. I'm Book. Or I'm Jalen Green, or I'm whomever. Or I'm part of the council that's leading this team, not the coaches, not Jordan Knott. I'm a player. And I go to him and I go, bro, the injuries we're back from. Jalen Green's pedal to the metal. Like, Grayson Allen's back. Like, we're all back, but then you're doing this, and you get a technical foul. It's every other game.
Every other game.
Like, come on.
It cannot be. This is the thing that cannot be.
So what would you say to him as like I said, this is the Suns aren't going to put his mom courtside.
Yes.
But what would you do as a teammate? Like, what do you do? What do you say to him?
Somebody needs to square him up and something.
But it can't be the front office or a coach, I don't think.
No.
So does Book step up and go, hey, bro?
Does it need to be the front office? Yeah, of course. It needs to be the front office. It needs to be the coach. It needs to be coaches. It needs to be players. Respectable Steve Nash. It needs to be seriously as many as you can. But the thing that works the best, who's the best player on the team for the Phoenix Suns? Devin Booker.
Yeah,
Devin Booker. Like I'm Book. They need Devin Booker to walk up on him and square him up. And something tells me already that has happened. That has, okay? But at some point in time, Dillon Brooks has got to accept responsibility. Responsibility for I need to be available for my team. I can still motivate my team. I can still challenge my teammates. I can still walk up on them and be intense and call them out. You can do all of that. You just can't keep getting technical fouls when you compete in a game. You can't. Because it's irresponsible to your teammate. And because of that, Dillon knows this, and that's why I'm really interested to see, here it is, hit the reset button, 27 games left. Can you control yourself? I know, Dillon Brooks, you can control yourself because I will promise you right now, there's nobody that had more intensity in the NFL than I did. It was the only reason why I could play with these guys. I didn't have the talent. I didn't have the size. I didn't have the build, the strength. I didn't have the speed. I had none of it. And yet the intensity level was up here. And I know you can control that intensity level. You can do it and not lose your mind. And I know Dillon Brooks is capable of this.
I love watching the people when you do your gyrations. I love watching the people that sit right there outside of the studio, and they all were looking like, what is going on in there?
I just don't want to say, look at me. I don't want to say that yet. At the same time, I know what I'm talking about in regard to this. Because of that intensity.
Can't you be Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde? Like, can't you just be the most intense guy? I mean, to me,
a lot of people don't know about Ron Wolfley. This guy is the best fullback in the National Football League. No, that is not what I said.
Is that AI? You didn't say that?
That was.
Oh, they edited that?
They took it out of context.
They wouldn't do that, would they? Oh.
Yeah, they took it out of context.
No one ever does that.
Not on radio.
All right. Howard, we'll go from the Suns to the D-backs. How important is it this season for Alec Thomas? Because they've got somebody waiting in the wings right now, a lot of pressure. He is one of many. We'll discuss it next. Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're moving in the right direction. I like the spot that we're in. The one thing is with this league, it is fragile. Things turn quickly in this league. So what we need to do is not be satisfied, to keep driving, keep pushing.
Back from the All-Star break, the Suns visit San Antonio tonight. Pre-game at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information, especially if you want to smile real nice for the camera. Okay, because, suddenly you're a guy that is playing in the NFL and you shouldn't be there. All right, strike that. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. That's one of the reasons why you need to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They are locally owned right here in Phoenix and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility that will blow you away with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe's super cool, wears a bow tie, has a mohawk, or a myhawk, as I like to say. Really cool dude. He and his expert team, man, they're going to deliver results that you can trust. That's right. Go experience the Aria difference. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA, dentalimplantcenter.com.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Newsmakers Week continued this morning on Bickley and Marada for interviews with ASU football coach Kenny Dillingham, Suns general manager Brian Gregory, and more. Head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the Phoenix Suns return from the All-Star break tonight to take on the San Antonio Spurs in Austin, Texas. Tip-off is at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery, Arizona. Eat for a cause. February 25th, visit any Babbo Italian Eatery. All 7 Valley locations and 100% of profits go to cancer research. Dine in, take out, or go online to donate. Buy raffle tickets and online auction. BabboItalian.com.
Arizona Sports. And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Wolf and Luke, thanks for joining us. John Lynn in for Luke. We'll be back tomorrow. And I slide to what they call the 2-chair. That's a technical term in radio. 2-chair.
Okay, the 2-chair.
That's where I'll slide to the 2-chair.
Okay.
And then
we call it shotgun in the Wolf League.
So great, man. You just sit there and fire away.
Yeah, that's right. What did you say, John? Okay.
Fire! Well, AC/DC there for you. Does that ever get into your pregame routine?
No.
For those about to rock?
No, it doesn't.
Fire!
No, that
I'm pretty sure I've heard it.
we've actually
Come
done
on,
that
man.
before. Yeah, we have.
Oh, you can yeah.
Pretty sure I've heard it.
It was really kind of cool. I remember going to a wedding. Jim Omahundro, the best game day producer in the National Football League, got married, of course. What up, Spade? Little shout out right there as well. And that's what they did after they said their vows. They played that song for those about to rock because we were all going to go out there and maybe bust a move.
Oh, nice. That's very nice. Was that the first song? Like, that would be a very difficult song to dance to.
No, they just started playing it. Yeah, you know? They just started playing it as we were all exiting.
I like it. All right, a lot of key components to the Diamondbacks, and we're going to hear something from Troy Lovello this morning, who was on Newsmakers Week. One more day at Newsmakers Week. It is absolutely great.
Man.
You got to check it out. Especially YouTube when they get the guys in studio, like with Kenny Dillingham this morning. Just been fantastic. And I'm sure you guys aren't angry that, they're getting all these guests and, we get great guests here. I'm not saying that we don't. I'm just.
Yes. I love it. No, I love the fact they're actually getting the guests because then we can listen to what they said and then react.
That's a good point.
Oh, I love that.
I would be insanely jealous, but you're a bigger person than I am. I would just be like, I'd be right into the program director's
Wolf
office.
also did it for like a decade.
That's true.
Yeah, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. So
when he used to be in the morning show.
Yeah. So I understand it. What up, Douglas? Thank you for that. The greatest idea ever. Okay.
All right. So offensively, Alec Thomas is a guy that we're going to circle, and we don't have the sound of it, but I'm going to read it to you, all right, in a way that maybe Alec Thomas would say it. Talking about the leg kick. The leg kick heard around the world.
Yes.
So it says this, quote, "There was success with the leg kick, but it was never consistent, and it hasn't been consistent for the past, I don't know why I'm reading it like it's a book, for the past 4 years." Talking with the hitting coaches and the people I work with as well, it was, what can I do to get myself the best chance? I just thought, and the hitting coaches thought, this would probably be the best thing to do. But now I know what Perdomo feels like when he's going 0 for 2 all the way back to 3-2. Yeah, I definitely see it a lot longer, able to recognize a little bit better. Like today, continue talking about the live batting practice sessions against teammates. I felt like I saw a lot of pitches, was able to lay off pitches that maybe I wouldn't have in the past, and I was facing some pretty good guys as well. I feel good right now with it. I've got to trust it and continue to have faith in it.
Wow.
Unquote.
This is really fascinating because we've been talking about this. Rick, have we not been talking about this here on the Wolf and Luke show in regard to Alec Thomas and his feet being all over the place? We have talked about this multiple times, and I've got guys that have actually played Major League Baseball, guys that you would know their names. I'm not going to say anything to you, but guys that would text me and say, he's got to calm his feet. He's got to calm his feet down. His feet are all over the place during an at-bat. You can't have that. He's got to calm it down. This is why this was really interesting to think that Alec Thomas looked at himself and said, I got to do something. I got to do something because the last couple of years have really been a struggle for him. So I think he's at that point right now where hopefully he's going to settle his feet down a little bit. Supposedly the leg kick is still there, but it's not nearly as high or pronounced as it once was. So hopefully it's more about him settling his feet down at the dish, because what he brings in the field as a center fielder is just critical. He's the best center fielder the Arizona Diamondbacks have. Would you say that's important, Basin? Or if you want to be a good defensive team, that you got a really good defensive center fielder. He's the best they have in terms of playing that position in the field. You got to have a catcher. We all know that. You got to have a shortstop, and you got to have a center fielder if you want to be a good defensive team. It seems to start there. That's what a lot of skips will say, at least.
Well, and Torrey said this morning, that at least at the beginning of the season, they're going to be pitching and defense. You're going to see Santana a lot at first because of defense. You're going to see Arenado. You got a good catcher defensively. You got a double play combination that knows each other up the middle. But now you get to the outfield, and because you lost offense from first and third, because Gurriel's out for a while, and we don't know about Carroll, which I'll tell you about in a second, or Torrey actually will in just a second, is that he's got to balance that defense here. Because all of a sudden now it's like, okay, we want you to do that, but Jordan Lawler, where's he, their top prospect? He's been moved to center field. Ryan Waldschmidt was a guy that Torrey, by the way, Torrey was late this morning. He was supposed to be on at 7:30. Yeah. He was on at 8:30 because Ryan Waldschmidt went into his office, their number one prospect, and got to talking baseball, and they forgot about the time. Like, he loves this kid. So, look, my point is that there's guys ready if you don't get it under control. As great as you are defensively, they need offense too. And if there's somebody who can balance it better than you, a Lawler who's a really good defender, or somebody else, Gurriel all of a sudden comes back. We know where Corbin Carroll is, and now you got three guys potentially for one last spot. You got to be a two-way guy.
Yeah, for me, just to listen to you, Johnny, everything you said, I agree with. Yet at the same time, the one thing where a hair went up on the back of my neck was Jordan Lawler. He's got to prove it to me that he can play center field. He's got to prove it to me that he can play it at the major league level. And Alec Thomas has proven that to me, to be that defensive center fielder that is an A+. So because of that, there's a big question mark as to whether or not Jordan Lawler is going to be that guy. And that's okay, because a question mark, Basin audience, can turn into an exclamation point quickly.
Let me play this for you this morning. This was pretty graphic. I don't mind blood. I like bloody movies, all those kind of things, like Bloody Marys. But here's Torrey Lovella this morning on Newsmakers, of course, with Bickley and Marada, and he talks about the injury to Corbin Carroll, not only an update, but what it actually looked like.
Nothing right now. I don't like the sight of blood, and I saw the photos of the surgery. I was about to throw up, so I'm still trying to work through that myself. Right, there's a big hole in his hand. It's gross, but he is on his march, and this is what we know about Corbin. We love him. We love the fact that he's able to go out and get the job done no matter what is in front of him. He never wastes a day. So literally the day after surgery, he's throwing plyo balls against the wall to get the rest of his body in shape. So he's on that. He's on that path. We don't know. I want to say it's close to opening day. Does it happen before? We're not sure at this point. He's got a little bit more recovering to do.
You know what's amazing about that, John, is, Torrey said an awful lot right there, and yet at the same time, all I can think of is the blood part of it.
The hole in the hand and the blood?
I mean,
he said there's a hole in his hand.
Just the blood part of it, right? I call football the blood sport, and guess what, Basin? If you're going to play the game of football and suddenly you run an ISO and you're a fullback, you're probably going to run into a guy and something is going to start bleeding on you.
You're saying Torrey couldn't have played football? There's no way.
Torrey made idea the sight of blood. Oh, my goodness. I loved it when my hands started bleeding in particular, because then I would take it and just rub it on my pants. And we always wore white pants, Basin audience. The St. Louis Cardinals and the Phoenix Cardinals and the Arizona Cardinals, I never wore a uniform where I couldn't wipe that off. Some white on whether it was a jersey or my pants, and I used to love wiping it off on my pants.
Well, the guys react as you've got it all over. You probably put some on your face.
You know what, honestly?
Were people just like, what is wrong with you?
What's amazing about it is I tried, this is an admission right here, Basin audience, gather around the transistor and press the air. I tried to distract my opponent from the fact that I was 218 pounds. And I was out there doing all the stuff that a guy 250 was supposed to do. I tried to distract him from all of it. I had a rat tail that was 3 feet long hanging out of the back of my pants as I ran down the field on kickoff cover. The NFL outlawed it 2 weeks after I started wearing it because you just can't have that. The tail, literally, as you're running down the field, slashing from side to side. I was trying to distract everybody that I was 218 pounds, dripping wet. I want them to think I was 250 pounds and ready to run you over. Why did I tell that?
I don't know, but that's as compelled as I've seen Rick and Jamal today. They're like, what?
Trying to figure out what sent me off on that. John Lund.
Doesn't really matter. It's just what we want you to do. Just
from Lund Mortgage.
Storytellers and things like that. Very nice. Very nice. All right, back to the Cardinals. I'm very excited about this. One of the most important positions the Cardinals need to address this offseason, Wolf is going to address that and more blood sport talk. Guaranteed. I'll get him there. We'll talk more blood, which should keep you around.
Wipe it on your pants.
It's Wolf and Luke, John Lund, in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Hi, it's Vince Marada. February means the annual Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for kids with Earnhardt Auto Centers. I'm here with Chris Kerr, the Corporate VP of Marketing. And Chris, why call it the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, and what kind of gear are you looking for?
We believe that kids deserve a second chance. The gear that you might throw out or otherwise donate somewhere else could get a second chance and be used in the hands of these kids at the Boys and Girls Club, so they have an opportunity to learn a sport, build skills, learn great character building traits and opportunities. And the type of gear we're looking for, gosh, basketballs, soccer balls, footballs, baseballs, bats, you name it. Anything these kids can use to learn and try different sports and the wonderful athletic programs that the Boys and the Girls Club of the Valley uses. And if you donate something that maybe the Boys and Girls Club isn't looking for, we've got a couple other great charities. All this goes to a great use, great places, and benefits the youth of the Valley.
You can donate gear at any of the 17 Valley Earnhardt Auto Centers locations, or donate online by texting the word GEAR to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
I'm honored to be the head football coach here of the Arizona Cardinals.
It's the totality of the person, totality of the belief, and how he wants to put together the program. And ultimately, that led us to making sure that we wanted him to be our guy moving forward.
As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike LaFleur.
Arizona Sports, a Cardinal decision with Wolf and Luke.
John London for Luke, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. We hope you're having the most amazing Thursday you've ever had in your life. Wolfing down your lunch in about 13 minutes, including Matt Ishbia goes off on a big topic in the NBA. Goes off. I didn't know you could go off this long on Twitter. I thought it was really, really short. He has like 4 paragraphs on his X/Twitter. I don't know how much longer we have to say X Twitter, but it's X or Twitter or both. It's X. And it's part of Wolfing Down Your Lunch in about 12 minutes. You do not want to miss it. But now, I guess this was this ESPN, CBS Sports, one of these entities, one of these outlets came up with the, by the order of draft, the biggest needs, I should say, biggest needs of each team, but we're in Arizona, so it would be the Cardinals. And they say the following: it looks messy in Arizona. After the team's collapse following a 2-0 start to the season, the first priority has to be clearing a path forward at the quarterback position, with the Cardinals likely to move on from Kyler Murray. God, we've never talked about that. Jeez, is that true? That's going to happen? Per NFL Network insiders Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissari, blah, 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 blah. So they've got the 5 biggest positions of need. Would you like me to read them, or would you like to take over?
No, as a matter of fact, no. I want you to read the 5 positions of need for the Arizona Cardinals, John.
All right, this is what it says that they need, and they would put these in order. So if they were drafting again, they've got kind of the draft order here. So it says number 1, quarterback. Number 2, offensive line. Number 3, safety. Number 4, running back. Number 5, defensive line. Quarterback, O-line, safety, running back, D-line. What say you?
Okay, for me, I think we'd all agree the quarterback, of course. Quarterback, they have to figure out what they're doing at the quarterback position. So many other things are going to be impacted, like the type of offense you're really going to run. Do you think that's a big thing for Mike LaFleur to actually figure out right now what type of offense they're going to run? He was just talking last week at his press conference, as a matter of fact. He was talking about the fact that you need to tailor what you do to the players that you have. My goodness, you need to start with your quarterback. What is our quarterback capable of doing? And then you build your offense from that point going forward. And many times, there are NFL teams to some degree that are built off their offense as well. Okay, you know what? If we've got a high-powered offense that scores a lot of points, we need pass rushers, because we're going to have leads in the second half of games a lot of the times, and we need pass rushers who can actually get to the queue. It's all connected, Basinonians. Let's put it that way. So to me, I would say quarterback. It all starts there. And then what's the next most important thing for the Cardinals? You better have an offensive line. You better have an offensive line. I cannot tell you how an offensive line impacts an entire team and why it happens. There is nothing this is one of the greatest moments in the game of football, when you line up and the other team cannot stop you from running the ball. They cannot stop you. You are gashing them. And it only gets worse as the game unfolds. If you've got a great offensive line, they're going to beat down that front seven. And it's so demoralizing. The most demoralizing thing that can happen to a football team is the other team lines up and runs it right down your throat. And you can't stop it. By the way, YouTube, the gesticulations, did you see all that? I'm just telling you, it's the most demoralizing thing that can happen to a football team. And I'm not talking about your defensive players. I'm talking about the guys that are standing on the sideline watching their team get railroaded because the other team has a great offensive line and can run it right down your throat.
So I'm going to stay here for a second, and then I want to move to a couple other ones. But I was in last week with Luke, and he said you're in favor at number 3 of taking that tackle, of that right tackle. You already got Paris Johnson Jr. So you want those bookends. My question is, I don't know if you can get one in free agency. Maybe it's just me. And I agree with you on the offensive line thing because if you look in the division, again, stay in the division, Seahawks defensive line, and they're better on the offensive line. Rams offensive line.
They improved their offensive line dramatically.
Absolutely. When the Niners were absolutely dominant, it was defensive line. It was Buckner, it was Armstead, it was Bosa, it was D Ford, and they've got Trent Williams in the offensive line. So I completely understand. I don't know if that's the best player. I don't know if there's an elite player. I don't know if there's a Trent Williams at 3. And I like, not to get too dorky into the mock drafts, but a David Bailey at Texas Tech or an edge guy. I don't know if Seattle won the Super Bowl because their edge guys were so good or the Patriots are so bad on the offensive line. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I want them to go trenches. I just don't know if the mock drafters who are putting either the Miami tackle or one of the Utah tackles at 3, I don't know if that's value.
Yeah, once again, you have to think to yourself: is Francis Mauigoa, is he worth?
Well said.
Is he worth being drafted number 3 over? I think he is.
Okay.
And one of the reasons why, look at Rick. Rick is all fired up back there. I think he is, John, and one of the reasons why is because his versatility. I think he could play anywhere other than center. I think he could play anywhere across the front.
But is that number 3? Let's say he has to kick into guard.
That's right.
You want that at number 3?
But to me,
is that value?
But again, no. I'm saying it makes him valuable to me. He's going to be my right tackle. We're going to draft him. He's going to be right tackle, just like he was for the Miami Hurricanes. He's going to play right tackle. Francis is going to lighten up.
See, now
Francis.
No, I can't.
Name the movie. Of course, we all know the movie.
Yeah.
Just knowing, yes, Stripes. Lighten up, Francis. Okay, but Francis, I love that as a first name, and he happens to be our right tackle, who is a brawler on the football field. Will remove your face mask if it's not screwed on correctly. This is a guy who comes off the ball. I love it, with a dark heart and a painted face, and I say that only within the context of in between the white lines and how you should go about your business. Francis Mauigoa is a guy that plays that way. Now, do I like Reuben Bain Jr.? Reuben. Do I have to look far? he lined up during training camp over Francis Mauigoa. These guys are teammates. So, do I like Reuben Bain Jr.? Yeah, I do. Bailey, I like Bailey as well. Yet at the same time, I want a dominant offensive line that demoralizes the opponent. Demoralizes them. Not the guys that are on the field. Everybody who's standing on the sideline watching it. Demoralizing you. Because we can run right over you. Thank you.
Third on the list is safety. Budda Baker's going to be back. Jalen Thompson is a free agent, so I guess that's where they're going.
That's right.
I don't know that I would say that's third, though, because, again, I'm looking at value, and I'm saying, okay, of the needs that the Cardinals have, is safety really third?
I honestly, I had an exception on that as well, Johnny. That's interesting. You're right. They got Budda Baker. Okay, Jalen Thompson, yeah, that's a question mark. I think he's gone for the most part, but Dadrian Taylor Demerson is a guy that I honestly think could take that role over. He kind of slipped last year, but I expect him to bounce back this season. So to me, I question the safety as well. Running back is a big issue going forward.
What do you do with James Conner?
Trey Benson, that's what it comes down to. James Conner, I think he might be a casualty, a cap cash.
I think it's, $8 million
we'll
next
have
year?
to see.
All right, there you go. There's the one outlet's thoughts on what the Cardinals need. I would just say best player. I mean, I saw a quote from John Schneider of the Seahawks, and he said that when they got resurrected after they won the first Super Bowl and they kind of got lost for a minute, he goes, I stopped looking at need and I started looking at best player. And that's, everybody says they don't draft on need, but they do.
Everyone says that, though.
They do.
And you know what? It's funny the way that it works. Well, we took the best player. It just happened to fit a need.
Whatever. I don't buy that.
Okay, bro.
The noon hour, I hope you're hungry, because coming up next, I'm going to take you through the top stories of the day with wolfing down your lunch, including Matt Ishbia. He's not happy. We'll tell you why. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Newsmakers Week continued this morning on Bickley and Marada for interviews with ASU football coach Kenny Dillingham, Suns GM Brian Gregory, and more. Head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Suns return from the All-Star break tonight to take on the San Antonio Spurs in Austin, Texas. Tip-off is at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Southwest Gas. It's just brought to you by Southwest Gas.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
John Lund in for Luke. Rick and Jamal is here. Wolf is here.
London for Luke.
London for Luke.
It was just...
London for Luke, I am your father. I've been waiting to do that all day. Didn't impress anybody. Not one person.
I was laughing.
I know.
Luke!
Only me and you. Are we ready? Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Let's go.
Ready to hear me read a lot. Tanking has been a big topic of discussion around the NBA recently, and Suns owner Matt Ishbia shared his thoughts on the matter on his X account today. So bear with me. It's like 3 paragraphs, 4 paragraphs actually. This is ridiculous. Tanking is losing behavior done by losers. Purposefully losing is something nobody should want to be associated with. Embarrassing for the league and for the organizations. And the talk about this as a quote-unquote strategy is ridiculous. If you are a bad team, you get a good pick. That makes sense. But purposely shutting down players and purposely losing games is a disgrace and impacts the integrity of the whole league. This is much worse than any prop bet scandal. This is throwing games strategically. Horrible for fans that pay to watch and cheer on their team. And horrible for all the real teams that are competing for playoff spots. Awful behavior that Adam Silver and the NBA will need to stop with massive changes, and I have complete confidence that with his leadership, he will fix it. Those of us in a position of influence need to speak out. The only quote-unquote strategy is doing right by fans, players, and the NBA community.
Wow.
What do you guys make of all of that?
I thought there was a 140 character limit on X. That's my first thought.
Well, he pays for
I know. Yeah.
Advanced feature.
That's smart. What do you think?
Just the
tank or not to tank?
No, honestly, right now, the tanking thing, I cannot comprehend. I cannot comprehend it. I know that every player that is out on the floor, every player that is out of the field, out on the ice, out on the diamond, whatever, you're not tanking, right? You're never, ever going to go out there and try to lose a game. You're just not going to do it. Do I think there's a possibility that it could creep into the mindset if you play in the NBA? Yeah, I definitely think there's a possibility it could creep into the mindset. I mean, honestly, you're going to go out, if you know you're tanking as a team, are you really going to go out there? Are you in practice? Where's your effort level going to be in practice? If you're a professional athlete, you get paid for playing basketball, and yet I know that my organization is tanking. They are trying to lose games. You want me to practice hard? Well, what are you talking about? It upsets the entire dynamic of being a professional athlete, where you're paid to go out and try as hard as you possibly can. And shouldn't that actually extend to the organization as well, to try as hard as they possibly can to win? Yes, it should. I will never accept tanking, ever. Yet at the same time, I know there are people that will say it is the only way we can rebuild this team. I rebuke that and say, no, it isn't. I'll never accept it. even if it does work. Never.
ASU football coach Kenny Dillingham joined Bickley and Marada this morning and talked about the program's new practice facility they will be building and getting a big donation for it.
I went on a rant about a 8-figure donor one day, and
stroking that check.
Yeah, we got somebody very close to that to help with the indoor already. Somebody who's not naturally associated with the program, but somebody associated with the Valley for that indoor. So that's trending in the right direction. That got approved for the indoor. It's going to be one of the largest indoors in the country. It's going to have a 50-yard football field and a 100-yard field with 2 indoors in one indoor. So it's about 180 to 190-yard indoor facility, which is going to be unbelievable for the football team and for the tailgating and the fun and the experience. Maybe able to host youth football championship games in there because you have your practice field to warm up. Like, there's so many different things that we're going to be able to do with this. So
ASU just released the renderings of this. It's up on their X page. I'll tweet that out from our page.
Yeah.
If you want to go look at this.
Do that, Rick.
It looks really cool. How much will this facility, though, help the program, from a fan perspective, from a player perspective?
Huge. It's absolutely huge to me, because young kids and you know what it was like to be recruited. Me, never. It was like, get out of here. But so I've never been recruited, but I do know this. I've been around enough, so I've soaked it in. I covered Oregon football years ago. And when you walk into that place, okay, the money's one thing, and Uncle Phil's got that all covered. But the second part of it is kids are impressed. Where do we hang out? Where's going to be my place? Where's going to be? All of a sudden, you start getting these facilities. You start getting these guys, as Vince was saying, of stroking that check. And now you're in big time, because the way things work nowadays is, the money's important, but now you've got this and now you've got that. And all of a sudden, you start adding these things together, and ASU can then start to compete with anybody in the country, because it's not just anymore. It's how you present yourself.
Can you say air conditioning? Something tells me it's going to be air conditioned.
Oh, yeah.
This is, of course, this is a big, big thing. It's going to be a big deal for the players. It's going to be a big deal for practice. It's going to be a big deal for recruiting. It's going to be a big deal for fans, for coaches that want to come here and actually coach. Yeah, it's going to be a massive deal. This is huge for ASU.
The Arizona Diamondbacks start Cactus League action tomorrow, and they have more than 5 starting pitchers at the moment, which is nice to see. They have Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson, Brandon Pfaadt, Eduardo Rodriguez, and Mike Soroka in the mix. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, which D-back starting pitcher will most likely start the season outside of the rotation? Pfaadt, Erod, or Mike Soroka?
I think it's going to be Mike Soroka. That's just me. I think that is the obvious one. I know. Yet at the same time, it's not going to be Ryan Nelson. Man, I'm expecting Ryan Nelson. Here's my hot take. Ryan Nelson gets better than he was last year. Better than he was in 23 starts. Better than he was last year. Ryan Nelson. And I also believe Brandon Pfaadt will be better. Now, how much better, I do not know. His numbers were so bad last year. But I do expect him as a competitor to be better this year. Having said that, to answer your question, I think it's Soroka.
I agree, and I hate to do that, but because I'd love to fight with you and get somebody else. But I like the 5. I like Kelly. I like Gallen if he can bounce back. I like Nelson, Rodriguez. I like this 5, and they're going to have to be carried by this 5 because we don't know the rotation. There's a little questions with the offense and injuries. These 5 have got to be great.
Yeah, I agree with you guys as well with Soroka. I think that with his injury history as well, a long relief role could be super beneficial to him, and he could end up being a really good piece for this team. So I'll go with Soroka, which is currently leading by a pretty big margin. He has 70% of the votes, then 19% for Erod and 11% for Pfaadt.
All right, there you go. That is wolfing down your lunch.
Well
How was
done.
it?
That was good.
How was it?
Yeah.
I've always wanted to ask the question, too, you order the number 3 and everything, and then you have coffee.
Yeah.
I know are you a coffee guy all day?
No,
I'm just a morning coffee guy.
Was that a breakfast drive-through situation?
It must have been a breakfast. Number 3 with cheese. Is that what it says? Number 3 with cheese?
Yeah, it was early.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was early in the morning.
Okay.
It was
before 10 o'clock.
Day Vetter James was born?
Vetter James.
Really?
Yeah,
is that what that's
born.
from?
I literally was, yeah. And I was going out getting food for the Warrior Queen and myself that I was going to take up to the room. Vetter James.
Very nice. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we're inviting you, that's right, you, to the men's basketball game to hang out. No, you don't get to hang out with Bobby Hurley. Sorry, that was just me. You don't get that. But it's February 28th versus Utah. All you got to do is use code 987. See how that works? 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. So head on over to the contest page on arizonasports.com for the inside story.
Bobby just heard that and was shocked. Bobby's like, what?
Yeah, everyone's going to hang out. That new facility they're building, yeah, you're going to hang out with everybody. Could the Cardinals bring in a legendary quarterback? You're starting to thaw on this guy. For just a season to get them, maybe a bridge. Some people are going to hate this. Some people are going to love it. We'll discuss it next. Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marada, and President's Day means executive level savings at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and right now the savings are seriously stacked. Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on remaining 2025 Bronco Sport and Maverick trucks with approved credit. Need more muscle? Score up to $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Super Duty trucks. And for even more bang for your buck, drive a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter with up to $5,000 off MSRP, $3,250 in bonus cash, plus low APR financing for qualified buyers. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through full credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers end March 2nd, 2026.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford.
afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm honored to be the head football coach here at the Arizona Cardinals.
It's the totality of the person, totality of the belief and how he wants to put together the program. And ultimately that led us to making sure that we wanted him to be our guy moving forward.
As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike LaFleur.
Arizona Sports, a Cardinal decision with Wolf and Luke.
Thanks so much for joining us. Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Luke, who will return tomorrow. I should not sing. I was going to sing, but I'm not going to. But it's too late. Shout out to Sun City.
Yeah.
Many people don't know that the Suns were named after Sun City. No, they weren't. Sun City, shout out. Thanks for listening to Arizona Sports and hanging out with us on this Thursday.
And as you know, Sun City, a man has got to know his limitations. Isn't that right?
Very nice.
That's the very reason why I do not sing. Now, will I call out a little Pantera call out? I'm going to call out John Lund at some point in time.
I can't
wait.
With
a little Pantera shout out, basically. I'm going to turn back the clock, if you know what I mean. I used to do it every day. For how many years? I just want to say a decade?
That hurt the vocal cords.
That feels a little steep to me.
Fray him a little bit.
7 years or something like that? Yeah, whatever. Google it, my young Krugs.
All right, so we were having a conversation before the show to just pull back the curtain and let the people in a little bit. So yesterday, Mike Florio and the boys there at Pro Football Talk floated the idea of Aaron Rodgers to the Cardinals. Before I have you answer that, and I can see that you are chomping at the bit here is his former offensive coordinator. That would be Nathaniel Hackett, who, don't know if you know this, he is now the offensive coordinator of the Cardinals, although Mike LaFleur will call plays. Here's Nathaniel Hackett on what he learned with working with Aaron Rodgers.
Always have an answer for what you're going to do. I think that as a coach, if you're going to get up in front of anybody and you're going to talk to them, you have to have the answer of the why. And we always say that, but not a lot of guys will kind of test you. Aaron will test you. And I think that made me a much better coach because every step, every footwork, from how do you take a snap from under center to how you throw a football to how you hand a football off, how you mesh every single thing had to be answered. And so I always had to have that. And that, again, makes you better. So you have to truly be an expert of every facet of the game, whether it's pass protection, whether it's O-line technique. And so it just made me better and challenged me every day.
Yeah, that is a great answer. It really is. The why. And that Aaron Rodgers would challenge your why if you didn't have a good why as to why you were doing it. I absolutely love that answer right there. In terms of Aaron Rodgers, I'm willing to admit something, basically, that's been really, really hard. The whole darkness retreat of Aaron Rodgers really set me back. I am a father. I have kids. I'm sorry. That kind of example saying, I'm going to go hang out, I'm going to isolate myself for 48 hours and take mushrooms. I'm sorry. No. That's bad. That is a bad precedent to set. Having said that, once again, and don't at me on X with your medical explanations as to why. I'm just telling you, I'm loosening up a little bit on Aaron Rodgers. And anyone, I was a huge fan of Aaron Rodgers. Oh, a huge fan. And then all of a sudden he just started to get a little sideways in stuff that he was doing, sideways in stuff that he was saying that I disagreed with, and it started to bother me a little bit. He showed a lot more attitude and ego about himself than I thought he was capable of. So it bothered me a little bit. But from that point on, it was really difficult for me to look at Aaron Rodgers and say, man, I love that guy. I did not love that guy any longer. I liked him, but I didn't love him. Until I got around some of the guys that used to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers, okay? And Aaron Rodgers coming in, I didn't think Aaron Rodgers was going to be a good fit for the Steelers at all, especially Pittsburgh, the town, the city of Pittsburgh. I didn't think he was going to be a good fit at all. Very provincial town, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is. And I didn't think it was going to go well. And from what I understand, he was popular in that locker room with the players, with his teammates. I did not see that because I see Aaron Rodgers being a me guy. Me. Yeah, he's going to question you on the why. There's no doubt about that because he was a me guy. But from what I understand, that is not who he is. And I've been told that by guys who would know.
Let's look at it from a fit standpoint. All right, so where he is in his career, not what he was in Green Bay, not anything else, just right now where the Cardinals sit. All right, let's assume for a second Kyler Murray is gone. They haven't made that announcement.
Yeah,
let's just assume it for a second. So he comes in. The 2027 draft is supposed to be amazing for quarterbacks, starting with Arch Manning and going on down, Dante Moore, all that kind of stuff. He would be a bridge one-year quarterback. He knows Nathaniel Hackett. I get it. But does he fit? Like, let's say that it's just a one, because he's a year-to-year guy right now. So he comes in, he bridges you to the 27 draft, which is his point. Where are the Cardinals then?
I know.
Are they better?
No, to me, Aaron Rodgers is done. I feel like he's done. That's just me. No offense. I'm not trying to attack him
can't move.
or pile on. I'm just saying, no offense. Jacoby Brissett is to me, I'll take Jacoby Brissett. It's not a situation where I'm saying Jacoby is so much better than Aaron. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying Jacoby Brissett right now, based on what I saw from him last year, I don't want to bring the wild card in of Aaron Rodgers. There's a real possibility based on earnings. Aaron Rodgers comes in here and plays well. I mean, really well. And maybe you're not winning games, but he plays really, really well. And then what are you going to do? All of a sudden, if he wants to come back and play until he's 45, what are you going to do about that when you're drafting a young man that you want him to be mentored by somebody? To me, Jacoby Brissett would be an awesome mentor for a young kid that you're going to bring in here over the next 2 years.
So I think what would be interesting, too, is depending on how ready a guy is to play. So, Dante is more ready to play, is Arch Manning. That's assuming you're not going to have a very good season. But if you said Aaron Rodgers, like you said, maybe he mentors. Now, remember, I wouldn't have thought he would have been a good mentor. Brett Favre wasn't a good mentor to him. But then when it was to Zach Wilson, even though it didn't work out in New York, I think he's changed his tune a little bit in that he has been a mentor. And if you're hearing those things behind the scenes, when I first read this yesterday on Pro Football Talk, I was like, no way. No way. Whether it's Bagent, whether it's this, whether it's that, whatever. I didn't want any part of Aaron Rodgers. But now that I think about it, if you're going to think to yourself, we're going to get one in the 27th draft, because at some point you got to quit saying, okay, bridge.
Right.
How long is this damn bridge? This is a long bridge, right? So all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, what are you bridging to?
Yeah.
So maybe if it's just 1 year.
I just think right now, based on what I know of Jacoby Brissett, I'd like him to be the bridge.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He'd be your guy.
Yep.
Among everybody that we've heard?
Veterans that are out there as a possibility, yeah. I'd like to see him.
All right, let's flip it back to the Suns. 6:30 tonight, by the way. Suns 6:30 tonight against the Spurs as we go the final 27 games. Down the stretch they come of the regular season. We'll ask their the Suns' great K-Ray. What does he expect? It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
News Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marada talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, Diamondbacks GM Mike Hazen, Suns and Mercury CEO Josh Bartelstein, Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
1877 Cars for Kids, K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marada. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular-level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at babboitalian.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Newsmakers Week continued this morning on Bickley and Marada for interviews with ASU football coach Kenny Dillingham, Suns general manager Brian Gregory, and more. Head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Suns return from the All-Star break tonight to take on the San Antonio Spurs in Austin, Texas. Tip-off is at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen has been downgraded to questionable with a right ankle sprain. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Now is the perfect time to start your home renovation. Windows, doors, and more all in stock at The Window Depot, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
Wolf and Luke getting you ready. 27 games to go. It starts in San Antonio tonight. 6:30.
Wow.
Right here in Arizona Sports. Sean Lundy in for Luke, as we love talking to K-Ray on the road in the Alamo City as we get you ready. By the way, they're in Austin tonight. That's right. They're in Austin tonight, not in the Alamo City tonight. They're in Austin as they start the final 27 games. And by the way, we'll get to Tori Lovello, newsmakers this week, on Bickley and Marada, and we'll do that in about 10 minutes, but our very own newsmaker right here. This is the biggest newsmaker of them all.
The man.
K-Ray, your TV voice of the Suns. How are you?
Gentlemen, happy game day. Glad
yeah. How was Barbados, Kev?
It was not Barbados, but there was beaches, sunshine, and beverages involved. Well, that's all I will tell you.
That's close enough.
I had a feeling, my brother.
The biggest sport just for tonight, and we'll get into the 27-game sprint here at the end, but obviously the biggest story right now is Dylan Brooks, who's going to miss this game. What does he need to do first of all, what does it mean for tonight? And then long-term for the final 27, what does he need to do to stay calm, to stay in the lineup?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a fine line, and this is not making an excuse for Dylan, but like if you guys have watched some of the games, really the last, 3 weeks, I think he's done an exceptional job. I think, unfortunately, it has been a situation, and I know officials have a very challenging job, but I think that you can look at certain officials and it's almost as if the Dylan is marked. And I think that a handful of these, 3, 4, maybe even 5, I would classify them as reputational technical fouls. When you're talking about a couple of them in the last 2 weeks was when Dylan was trying to actually engage and have a conversation with an official. And then the post game from the last game, you saw his comments about what the official basically told him. And so I think, that being said, I think in the last 3 weeks, Dylan has done a much better job at really trying to control the emotions and the outbursts. But as Brian Gregory, Jordan Ott have said, look, we want everything that Dylan brings to the table. And we understand that is part of his game. And now it's just a matter of trying to kind of fine tune that emotion, if you will. But my hope is that enough attention has been drawn to it that maybe the officials will give him a little more leeway, because I see and hear far more egregious things said and done at officials without a single tech being registered.
For me, though, Kay, Dylan Brooks can't control himself in the postseason because he knows he's going to be ejected. You don't want to ever be ejected from a postseason game, period. If suddenly you get teed up out there, he seems to be able to control himself while it's a pressure-packed situation. And, that's in the postseason. I wish that he would show discipline in regard to saying, I can't let my teammates down. I can't let my team down. I've got to be more disciplined. He can do it in the postseason because he knows he has to. So to me, I'd like to see him make even more of an effort going forward.
Yeah, and look, I think certainly tonight, knowing that he's healthy and missing a game, and this is a big game because the Suns have won the first 2 games in this season series. They'll play once more. So if the Suns can win one of these next 2 against San Antonio, that gives them the season series. And I think tonight becomes kind of maybe, Wolf, to your point, maybe kind of a crystallizing moment for him saying, okay, I can't miss any game, but I certainly can't miss games like this.
He's so important to what the Suns do.
Vitally important.
Absolutely. It's not a game day if it's not K-Ray, and he joins us on game days. They're in Austin tonight to take on the Spurs to kick off the 27-game sprint here on Arizona Sports. Grayson Allen just popped up on the injury report, and the big thing is, man, what's going to happen when these guys all get together? How good can they be? So what's going on? What's the latest with Grayson Allen?
Well, it looks like it's an ankle issue that, as we've seen throughout the course of the season, the Suns have been very deliberate and, taking the long game approach, if you will, with a player's health. And I think with Grayson, because we are now talking about both, knee and ankle injuries, what I think they've done a really good job of, we saw that with Jalen when he took a few extra games after the fall, because they understand, the body mechanics. If you've had knee issues and now you're dealing with an ankle issue, well, now you're creating a multitude of chain reaction issues that could now move up into the hip or the lower back. So I think they're taking the long game approach. Again, he's listed as questionable. I think what they'll do is give him the afternoon, see how he goes through warmups tonight, and then we'll see if he's able to step on the floor.
So the San Antonio Spurs right now, the 2 seed in the Western Conference. Give us a little bit of a scouting report and what we might see tonight.
Well, it's a team that is, red hot right now. They've won 6 straight going into the break. They own the season series against Oklahoma City. I mean, I think some would say that maybe they're a year ahead of schedule, but this is a team that's playing incredibly confident basketball. Wemby, as we've seen in the last couple of weeks, has put up just ridiculous numbers. The Suns, through the first 2 meetings, and again, that was 2+ months ago, guys, that they met. So Wemby is a different player. He's even more confident than he was back then. So this is a team that is deep. They're loaded. You've got De'Aaron Fox. You've got Castle you've got to be concerned with. And defensively, they present serious issues. When Wemby's on the floor, getting into the paint and scoring at the rim becomes a Herculean effort.
K-Ray, I don't know if you've been asked this question before, but Jalen Green, when is he going to be a pedal to the metal and good to go, be a starter, be a regular, be the guy that they brought him over to be?
I'm as anxious and curious as all of you are to watch him tonight. But I think, because I saw signs of it the last game that he played before, sitting out OKC and now having the extended break. So you're talking about basically 10 days that he has had. But I saw flashes of it, and he took a couple spills and bounced up. And those are the kind of things. And Wolf, this as a former player, when you get injured, it's that, those next couple of hits where you realize, oh, I'm okay. And he basically kind of said as much. He did. He acknowledged that part of it was kind of between his ears, is that he needed to, reaffirm the confidence in his own mind. And I think we saw him turn the corner on a couple of occasions. So I look to see that start here tonight, guys.
For me, Kay, I'm so excited because I want to see Jalen Green. He might have the fastest, quickest first step I've seen, seriously, in a long, long time in the association. He can get the ball on the floor and take it to the rack with the best of them out there. Who's going to benefit the most from that?
I mean, basically anybody who's on the floor with him. We were having the conversation over dinner last night that, when they are whole and Jalen's on the floor, especially coming off of Book's performance in the 3-point shooting contest, and we know that he struggled with a 3-point shot. But just think about now as an opponent, okay, you've got the ball in Jalen Green's hands. He's driving. Do you let your teammate play one up? Or do you double? And now if you're doubling, now that gravitational pull that's been on Book for much of the season now goes to Jalen. He kicks it to Devin Booker, a wide open standstill 3-point shooter, Devin Booker, as we saw in Los Angeles, pretty lethal. Yeah. So I think really it comes down to who is on the floor with him. That's why the spacing with this offense and the movement becomes even more magnified when he is at full speed, Wolf.
Game day with K-Ray here on Arizona Sports. John Lund in for Luke. Wolf is hanging out as well as the Suns. do the final 27 against the Spurs are in Austin tonight. One more quick one. Just what is the upside of this team over the last 27? If everybody can be healthy, if Dylan Brooks can stay on the floor, what can this team be?
Yeah, look, I mean, you look at the standings, guys. I mean, there is, 3 games separated between 3 and 7. I think it's, when I was looking this morning, I think it's 11 of their final 27 games comes against opponents who have records of 500 or less. Now, you throw in Charlotte. Charlotte's just 2 games below 500, but they have been playing maybe the best basketball of anybody in the association, 10-1 of their last 11. They've got to face Charlotte twice now over these last 27. But that being said, we know how well this team has played against sub-500 clubs. If they can continue that winning percentage, which I think is 725, you do the math yourself. This is a team that can vie for 3 to 6 and avoid, that kind of play-in scenario. And they're facing opponents like-minded that they can, kind of create leapfrog situations. So I think, again, if healthy, this team, we haven't even seen the best version of themselves.
K-Ray, thank you so much, buddy. Really appreciate your time as always.
You got it, boys.
God bless.
Good to see you.
Back.
Yeah, we'll see you soon.
Go.
All right, there you go. Game day, K-Ray. Your original radio partner, you were telling me.
That's exactly
Very
right, man.
nice.
That's where it all started.
That's where it all started. All right. Hey, did you know that Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game? To donate, to learn more, all you have to do, it's very simple. Just text GEAR, that's GEAR, GEAR, to 620-620. You're going to love this next one. I don't know if it'll be your favorite segment of the day because they've all been my favorite with you today. But I will say this. Torey Lovello this morning when he was on Newsmakers Week this morning, which you've got to tune in one more tomorrow. You cannot miss it. He talks about the closer role. I don't know. We've talked about that about 25,000 times already this year. The biggest issue facing the Diamondbacks. And he tells you how he knows if a closer can actually get it done. You're going to love this.
My dog.
It's Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're moving in the right direction. I like the spot that we're in. The one thing is with this league, it is fragile. Things turn quickly in this league. So what we need to do is not be satisfied, to keep driving, keep pushing.
Back from the All-Star break, the Suns visit San Antonio tonight. Pre-game at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Equipment can be expensive for families with kids participating in youth sports, but you can help. Hi, it's Vince Marada. Arizona Sports is proud to partner with Earnhardt Auto Centers for this year's Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for the kids at Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. All February long, we're asking our listeners to donate new or slightly used sports equipment during this year's drive. You can donate gear at any of the 17 Valley Earnhardt Auto Centers or give online. Text GEAR to 620-620. We'll send you the link. That's GEAR to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
You're going to love this.
Why is that, John?
Tori was on this morning with Bickley and Marada. Of course, Newsmakers Week rolls on. It was awesome this morning. Kenny Dillingham and Tori and Brian Gregory. Just tons of Graham Rossini was in today. It was absolutely great. Check it out at Arizona Sports if you missed anything, but do not miss anything moving forward. But I got to play a couple of things for you. Now,
okay.
Of all the Diamondback issues so far, is number one closer, has that been the most discussed? If we made a list of most discussed, has it been most discussed so far?
I think when you ask what, yeah, I would say closer.
I mean, Corbin Carroll's injury got on the board and all
I'm
that.
saying, though, when you have questions about the Diamondbacks, the rotation was a question mark, and not so much now that Zach Gallen is back. So I would say, I would say closer.
All right, so this is a great way that Tori put it this morning on Newsmakers and Bickley Marada this morning. Here's how he knows if a closer can actually close.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the cues are right. You're absolutely right. When you know the cues and you know what somebody looks like, I don't know if you heard me say it. I don't need knees knocking, standing on the mound in San Diego when things are on the line. Like, you got to be able to execute. And that's the bottom line.
And he talked about, he used a couple other terms. He used, I don't want to look into a guy's face and see hollow eyes. He used all these different terms with a closer. And so we're all trying to determine, until injuries will provide their closers, who will be the closer. And maybe people don't want to hear this, but Paul Sewald has done it. And I don't think knees are knocking, and I don't think eyes are hollow. And in other words, it's not too big for him. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they go committee. They could. But you would agree, as a professional athlete, that it's different. The end, 2 minutes left in the game is different. Ninth inning is different. Calling a final play with 10 seconds left in the game is different. And people who try to say it's not don't know. Yeah. Now, I don't know, but you do. So, but it's different, and that's what he just described.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was funny. The knees knocking, or the hollow man, just looking like, hi, everybody, what's
Deer in
going
headlights
on?
guy,
Yes,
like, hello.
Exactly. No, I totally understand that. Knees knocking, man. Yeah, this is something that baseball players have told me, because I'm fascinated, based on our needs, as you well know, with the psychology of sports. It's the philosophy of sport. It is literally what lies within a human being that allows him to go play this high-pressure packed game and to be able to do it, whatever it might be, baseball, football, hockey, basketball, whatever it is. It's so fascinating to me to talk about that. What allows a guy to actually go do that stuff? And baseball players that I talk to, they all admit there's something different. There's something different about a guy who has got to close. Those are the toughest 3 outs to get in a game. This is what they tell me. So based on that kind of knowledge, man, what does a guy look like when he knows how to close a game? Paul Sewald, when you think of Paul Sewald, I don't see a guy that is hyper-focused. I don't see a guy that is off the deep end when it comes to that. I just see a guy that is super confident in what he's done. Now, listen, am I saying that Paul Sewald is going to be the closer for the Arizona Diamondbacks? I have no idea if that is going to be the case. And honestly, I think if I had to pick one, it'd be Kevin Ginkel at this point in time. I think Gink would be the guy that I would start with, run him out there and give him the opportunity to do it. But I think regardless of who it is, I think Paul Sewald is going to factor into it. And the reason why I say that, he's going to be talking to whoever takes the ball for the Diamondbacks and helping them process how difficult the closer is mentally. I think he's going to be helping them.
And I look at every sport like that. You know, and I'm sure it happened a million times. Like you're in the huddle and there's a minute 30 left and you're down 4 and you need a touchdown. You either have confidence that quarterback's going to do this, or you think to yourself, well, we're cooked. Like there are guys, that's a big part of sports is, that's great that you did this for X amount of times. Kobe Bryant could go 3 for 18, but if he hit his 4th and it was a game winner, that's all he cared about. He forgot the 15 he missed.
Yes.
And not everybody can do that.
You know, I say this all the time, but it's the truth. There are 2 times where your head is going to snap up in the huddle. Number 1, when a legend steps into the huddle and calls a play. All of a sudden, you're snapping your head up and looking. And number 2 is when the backup quarterback steps in.
You look at his eyes.
Dude, we're all going to die. You're looking at him thinking, dude, are you going to be okay? Because if you're okay, we're going to be okay. We're going to be able to do that.
Like, dude, hey, you good?
So you would look in somebody's eyes, man. There was one guy, I'll never forget it. His name was Rick McGyver, and he stepped into the huddle. It was the first time he ever took a snap in an NFL game, and he was calling red right, 47 power. That was the play that was being called. And he stepped in, he said, okay, let's go. Red right, 47 power. You know, I mean, it was, his voice cracked.
He was Peter Brady from the Brady Bunch. When it's time to change.
Yes, it was bad.
You're like, oh, we're in trouble.
That was bad. I'm just saying.
This is an interesting part of the conversation. To be honest with you, I'm listening to Tori this morning driving in. Newsmakers Week, and I forgot about this, the ABS system. They got the new balls and strike system. So
that's right.
He brings up a great point of, so is it going to be the pitcher? Is it going to call it the catcher? Like, how are they going to handle this? This is what Tori said this morning.
A lot. We're going over that. We've got a lot of really good, smart baseball people that are talking about it, that have been involved in it for a couple of seasons in the minor leagues, running some of our meetings. We want to get it right. I will give you like a little tip here. We're going to consider the pitcher and catcher the battery, and most likely take it away from the pitcher and give it only to the catcher. You know, you got a head jerk with a pitcher that's throwing the ball. He throws a pitch, it's a little just this far off, and it squares up the glove. He thinks it's a strike every time. It's got to cross the plate. So we're going to probably give it to the catcher and then the hitters, and directly take it away from a pitcher being able to make it. That's smart.
Oh, my goodness. That does make so much sense, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, and plus, you don't want the pitcher to get all emotional and get out of it. There's a mental side to this now, and he's mad at the umpire and everything. I hope this all works, and I like to have all the technology in to get the calls right and everything.
This is good.
I do, but I could see where it could go wrong. I've seen it at minor league stadiums, and all the batters tapping their head and all that. It is still entertainment. You got to get it right, but you also got to do it in a way that's quick. Now, a lot of times, right by the time it gets back to the pitcher, it's already called, so it is cool. But the way that he said they're not going to let the emotion of the pitchers, that's kind of what he's saying here is I'm not going to let the emotion of the pitcher get into it with the umpire. I'm going to my catcher, who by their very nature have to be calm anyway, do that. They're going to deal with that side of it.
I think that makes so much sense to do that. I really do. You're going to look at the catcher and the pitcher, and that's the battery, no doubt about it. Yet at the same time, you want the guy behind the plate who, as you said, he's got to be calm to begin with for the most part, to actually be the guy that's going to challenge that.
All right, 1 o'clock hour is on the way. You do not want to miss this. Do we have concerns about the ability of Jalen Green and Devin Booker to gel or to stay healthy or any of these kind of things? Yeah, we're going to discuss that coming up next. Plus, we have some Brian Gregory for you. He is adept. You're very excited about how he handled this whole Jalen Green thing. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The thing I would be a little worried about the Suns is that their style of play demands such a high level of energy. I hope they're not running out of gas.
Where they've got nothing left.
Where they've got nothing left. Where they get to the last 20 games of the season.
You want to peak at the right time.
And they're just gassed. But Jordan Ott's style just demands constant energy all the time, especially for a team that outside of the center position doesn't really have that much size. So they really have to outwork, out hustle, do that sort of thing. That style of basketball requires an awful lot of effort.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Go to santanford.com and consider this your green light as you're doing it. Your green light on a new or pre-owned Ford. That's right. Maybe it's the Ford Expedition, the Ford F-150, the Ford Mustang, whatever it is. It is truck month. I will tell you that much at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. It is truck month. And driving a Ram, a Chevy, a GMC, or maybe a Toyota is what you've been doing? Well, this is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck. That's right, the Ford F-150. That is what I love driving. Downsizing? Well, you know what? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks as well. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time offer. Green light means go for you, so go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marada, and yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Newsmakers Week continued this morning on Bickley and Marada. For interviews with ASU football coach Kenny Dillingham, Suns GM Brian Gregory, and more, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Suns return from the All-Star break tonight to take on the San Antonio Spurs in Austin, Texas. Tip-off for the game is at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen has been downgraded to questionable with a right ankle sprain. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marada. Join us Friday. Full recap of how the Suns did against the Spurs in Austin. And, of course, Newsmakers Week wraps up with a great roster of interviews. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, Jack White, I like that. Your hour number 4. Should we have concerns, and what are they about Mr. Green and Mr. Booker's ability to gel and the rest of the Suns? We'll get into that conversation. If you missed Kenny Dillingham this morning, awesome. Like a speedball to the head this morning at 7 a.m. It just blew me out of bed. It was awesome. You don't want to miss that. Do that about 15 past the hour. And by the way, I do have the renderings. Love renderings. I have renderings of what this thing is going to look like for ASU. It is awesome. We're going to play some Brian Gregory. One question he actually answers. One he goes, beep, 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 but you're a big fan of it. So we'll do that, in just a moment. But I do hold up 4 fingers when I do a 4-hour show. Just I feel like, and you should do that because it's like the fourth quarter here, right? You got to finish strong. You cannot be like, oh, they've done 3 good hours, but then the fourth hour is like, man,
dude,
no good.
Like I've enjoyed the first 3 hours so much it's not even funny. This has been fantastic. Somebody told you about my dislike of flashing the fork.
You hate that? Nobody told me that, or I never would have done it.
Rick?
Does he hate it?
Rick,
yeah, I'm surprised. I thought this was some sort of inside.
I knew this. I knew it. I might know something.
No, I'm saying this right now. I didn't like it when guys would flash the 4 on the sideline.
Yeah.
Because for me, I was like, what do you do? Oh, now you're ready to play. Now you're ready to go. I've been out here for 3 quarters busting my can. What have you been? Oh, now I'm
waiting for the fourth quarter.
Flash the 4, baby. Here it is. It's almost over, and I'm going to play hard. Dude, I've been out here for 60 snaps. What are you doing? Okay, so anyways.
I would have loved to have been your teammate.
I'm just saying.
I would have loved to have been your teammate. It would have been amazing.
That's great.
It would have been amazing.
Flash the 4. Now he's ready to broadcast. The first 3 hours, we weren't ready.
I ease into the show.
That's right.
I ease into the
Flash
show.
The
but
four,
the
baby.
I leave a strong final impression. But the first 3,
that's great, John.
It's kind of warming up a little bit.
Okay,
warming up the car in the winter, that kind of a
I
thing.
want to take that and stick that in the audio file just for future reference. Okay, that'll be good.
It's our first fight. I feel so good. I feel so good about it. All right, here is Brian Gregory, the general manager of your Phoenix Suns, and he was on this morning as part of Newsmakers Week. Now, this question he actually answered, and I don't know if this is on Bickley Marada because, the second thing we're going to do, he does not really answer. This one, he was at a press conference. He actually did answer. Take a listen. This is what he thinks about Jalen Green and Devin Booker once they gel.
Okay.
I think pretty good. His explosiveness, his ability to get to the basket, his feel for the game. I think those two guys together are going to form one of the best backcourts, if not the best, in the NBA as we move forward. Especially down the road as they get to play more and get a better feel for each other. But he brings a lot of stuff that at times that we're lacking. So I think his fit is going to be really, really good.
Oh, man, where do you start on this? I do believe that Devin Booker is going to benefit greatly from Jalen Green's ability to penetrate defenses and get open looks for not only Book, but for teammates as well. And the reason why I say that is because he is so good. We were talking to K-Ray about this very thing. His explosiveness. Just watch him. His first step. Oh, man, that is special. That is talent. That is God-given talent to watch his first step and how explosive and quick and decisive it is. Jalen Green can break down a defense and then all of a sudden kick that out, I should say, to an open Devin Booker. Or, you know what? Book is also that type of guy. He's going to make the right decision. And it might be 2 passes. Jalen Green breaking it down, kicking it to Book, or Book saying, it's not really there. Then the next guy who's got a wide open 3 at that point in time. That is Devin Booker. He will facilitate. He'll take that shot. There's no doubt about it if he likes that shot, but he'll also facilitate. And there are some other guys on this team who can hit that wide open 3 a lot. I think that's going to be important going forward.
Well, this is where it gets exciting. We've looked at this team and we've said, man, they got all these role players and they play at a really high level and they got a great coach and they're dialed in and they play a certain frantic style and you like everything about them. But they're not even as good as they're going to be if we're back to that if thing.
I know.
But I think Booker has shown in the past he can stay healthy. Jalen Green, we're going to hear from Brian Gregory in just a second on it. Grayson Allen goes back on the injury report. That deflates a little bit, but still. And Dylan Brooks is out tonight. But, okay, let's say for 26 games then they can finally get this thing together. You get excited about it because you think, well, they've accomplished, well, I don't know if you say they've accomplished, but they've certainly surprised a lot of people.
Indeed.
And they haven't even had it all together.
Yes, they haven't. And Jalen Green, once again, you're talking about a mammoth talent. I mean, could we all agree on that, basically?
Good word.
It's a huge talent. Now, a lot of times with all that talent, you've got to massage it a little bit into the rotation. And how is that actually going to work when you're out there playing? I know it's an extremely small sample size that I'm talking about here, okay, Bassonians? But the Suns right now have a net rating of plus 20 in the 59 minutes that Devin Booker and Jalen Green have been on the floor together. I'm going to take that. I'm not going to build a church out of base earnings, but I'm going to take that and I'm going to put it in the positive column. That is a positive right there. They have a net 20. You know what? That's really, really good. Of any of the players the Phoenix Suns run out there, or any of the 2 guys that you could run out there, they're number 2. I love that. I love the fact that that is a little indicator of what possibly could be coming. We'll see.
All right, here's Brian Gregory this morning from Newsmakers Week. And because you won't remember what the question is. You'll have, in fact, no idea what the question is, but he was asked, when can Jalen Green put the pedal to the metal, no restrictions, and go?
Well, when we talk about, unlimited, obviously there's a amount of playing time where guys are able to, maybe shake off a little of the rust of not playing extensive minutes at this particular point in the season. But he's had 3 great weeks, obviously played in those games prior to the All-Star break. The one setback was him making a hustle play on a defensive rebound and getting, knocked to the floor from 10 feet up in the air. You know what I mean? And there's no way to prepare for that. But then he bounced right back and then came back and played well in the 2 games prior to the All-Star break. He's had a great break. His conditioning is better. His explosiveness is better. So we're getting there, and it will start tonight. He'll be ready to go and be ready to play his best game. And it's important that we understand that, you're adding a new piece into it. And over these next 4 or 5 games, we got to make sure that we do a great job of incorporating him into how we're playing and that we continue to play Suns basketball.
What?
That's so good. That is great.
Didn't answer anything.
No. You know what? I talk about this all the time, Basinonians, but median. Speaking median. I talk about it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That was an awesome job by Brian Gregory. And once again, I've got a lot of respect for him doing that. Some of you might say, I can't believe he didn't answer the question. Oh, he answered the question all right. He did. He just didn't tell you anything.
That is a true talent to go. Rick, how long is that cut? Like 2.5 minutes at least?
It's only 118.
Yeah, it felt like forever.
No, it did. But you know what, honestly, there it is. There it is. That is the art of speaking median. Brian Gregory, well done.
Yeah, he's
I
a professional.
Stand and applaud.
All right, should the Cardinals think about trading Marvin Harrison Jr.? We'll discuss it next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Luke, only here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're moving in the right direction. I like the spot that we're in. The one thing is with this league, it is fragile. Things turn quickly in this league. So what we need to do is not be satisfied, to keep driving, keep pushing.
Back from the All-Star break, the Suns visit San Antonio tonight. Pre-game at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas and Matt Taxis. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free Gold IRA Info Kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy and the Arizona Diamondbacks playing their first spring training game of 2026 on Friday. So who needs to shine the brightest this spring? Looking at you, Jordan Lawler. We'll talk about it starting at 2. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're going to react to one Kenny Dillingham, who was in studio at 7 a.m. for Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marada here on Arizona Sports, and he just, look, everybody knows Kenny Dillingham, but he even took it to another level this morning. We'll talk about it in one moment, but we have to shout out Santan Valley.
Oh, man, have you ever been to Santan Valley?
I have not, but I am Santan. Yeah. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay, yes, I am Santan Ford out in Santan Valley. How you doing, Santan Valley?
Good to have you. Yeah. Good to have you, Santan Valley. Kenny Dillingham, and let me grab the sheet here because I'll tell the story again. I'm grabbing my coffee. I'm in my skivvies, whatever, trying to get ready for the day. And yeah, I know too much. Yeah, I know.
Whatever, John.
It's too much. Like my wife was like, close the door. I'm like, okay,
Stop.
okay. But he just, and we all know what he is. And he's energetic and he's nonstop and he's the Energizer Bunny and he's all these different things. But he comes in studio and he is just next level. Mm-hmm. Next level. And when it comes to recruiting, when it comes to getting money together, when it comes to understanding what's needed, here's a local guy. I'm honest, this is a godsend to this university, to this program, to the whole athletic program, because football funds all these different things.
Yeah.
And then you follow that with a Molly Miller and the buzz that's going around. But it starts with this guy, and he could go anywhere. I think he could go anywhere in the country. I think he could be an NFL coach. I think he could be a motivational speaker. I think there's just so many things. But he's ultra positive. And so at 7 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden, the show was going great. But the level that it went up to was like, the guy blows your mind.
Yeah. No, his intensity level is off the charts. I absolutely love it. The energy that he brings, of course. There's no doubt about it to me. Kenny Dillingham is one of the best coaches in all of college football at this point in time. I think time will prove that out, as a matter of fact. But this is the reason why having a head coach at the college level in particular is so critical to the success of your program and your university. It truly is, because now with the NIL being what it is and the transfer portal being what it is, this is a year-to-year proposition. College football teams are being put together on a year-to-year basis. We're not talking about 3 years from now. We're talking about a year-to-year basis. And you can totally turn over your roster in a year if you're so inspired to do so. it is put it to a point where the face of your program, your college football program, is your head coach. He's the most important guy in the entire organization. And that's the word I'm going to use, the organization, because that's what it has become at this point in time. Forget about college football program. It's an organization is what it is. And the face of that is your head coach. How many times do you see players, I'm talking about great players, moving when they're given the opportunity to go somewhere else and play? They do it all the time. It is a year-to-year proposition. It's the reason why college football is going to pay head coaches even more than they ever have before because of the import of that head coach.
The most important, speaking of, you said most important, the most important player on the field, the fullback, but after the fullback,
yeah, that's right.
It's the quarterback.
No, it's the wedge buster after that.
And here is Kenny Dillingham. Give a little insight into the new guy. Well, there's a lot of new guys, but probable starter, Cutter Boley, who comes over from Kentucky, and he actually tried to recruit him to Oregon. Here's Kenny this morning.
Yeah, I mean, that's a guy I recruited coming out of high school when I was at Oregon, when I was recruiting Dante Moore and some of those guys. And I really loved him. I thought his potential was through the roof. You know, another guy happened to also recruit him. Liam Cohen was the offensive coordinator at Kentucky. And he's from that region, and he chose Liam Cohen. Good choice. And for him, so, you know, that's a guy who we think has unbelievable potential for us. Young guy, better athlete than people give him credit for, has all the arm strength. You know, he was the, I don't know what you call it, like the newcomer team of the SEC or whatever. Yeah. Freshman team, right? Whatever that means.
I love that, whatever it is. Don't worry about it. Don't at me on this. All right, I'm a coach. I'm not a PR guy. That was awesome. Cutter Boley. First of all, he's got a great name. Does he not? Can we all admit the fact he is? You know, for a quarterback, Cutter Boley. Okay, next, Kenny Dillingham. If, in fact, Cutter Boley goes out and has the kind of impact that a Sam Levitt had on ASU, I think this is going to be one of the best things that could possibly happen to ASU, the whole Sam Levitt situation and the parting of the ways. However that happened, I do not know. But if you tell me that Cutter Boley steps in and suddenly Kenny Dillingham gets him playing at this incredibly high level, the way he did with Sam Levitt, can you imagine? ASU could be quarterback you, if you know what I mean. Because this is how you build the reputation. It's got to start with one, and it did, Sam Levitt. Now, if Cutter Boley can step in as well, it starts with that's right, Rick. And now, if Cutter Boley can actually step in, this is the way it begins. Legend is important.
You mentioned Sam Levitt. Here is this morning, Kenny talking about Sam Levitt's departure.
It's college football. I'm not surprised about anything. So you could tell me any comment right now, and I'd be like, yep.
I get it.
I get it. I understand it. Like, you know, Peyton Manning can go play again? Yep. Got it. Like, hey, that's just college football nowadays. Like, I don't know what's going on. I mean, all of it can change on a dime. So, no, I'm rooting for him. Like, people think, all this stuff, I am not one of those people that, I want to see the people that I leave fail. I want to prove that I want to go see him win the Heisman. That's what I want. I want to go see him win the Heisman. I want to go see him compete for a national championship. Well, I have that dude helped change our program. That dude's a great person. There's a lot of layers to these things now. I mean, Sam is an unbelievable person to me. Had a huge effect on my career. So I want to go see him achieve the goals he wants to achieve that I was hoping he'd achieve here. But you know what? We got more guys here now that they have goals too. And my goal is to get them to achieve theirs, which is win the Heisman, right? Compete for championships and those same things. And that's my focus now, is getting our current guys to play their best level of football, get them where they want to go.
Man, that is a big man to actually say that, seriously, and I believe he means it. You know, there's something happened there. I have no idea what happened. I know that if I didn't want him to leave, and I was Kenny Dillingham, and I was the head coach, and suddenly he told me he was leaving, I'd ask, why? What? What happened? I mean, I would ask that at that point in time. But Kenny is taking the high road. That much I do know, and that's not a surprise because he is a guy that would choose the high road.
I'd be a terrible head coach. Like, I'm divorced. I want my ex-wife to marry the ugliest guy on the face of the planet. And so she goes, that first guy I had was much better. I just couldn't be a head coach. I could never be a head coach. I could never do that. I could never sit there and take the high road and go, I just wish Sam Levitt would win the national championship. It'd be great. Well, you realize that for him to win a national championship, you couldn't.
Oh, my goodness.
I couldn't do that. I wish I could. I really wish I could
later.
I really wish I could be a better person. I really do. Or I could go, you know what? And I think you just said it. I really do think he means it. I could probably say it, but I probably couldn't mean it.
Yeah, that is. We'll talk after the show, Johnny.
I have deep-rooted issues. Deep-rooted.
There's going to be people scrambling right now.
I have very deep-rooted issues. All right, let's get back to the Cardinals. Let's get this thing back on track. Because when you're speechless, I think we have a problem. You know what? I said this before, but I forgot about we were going to talk about the quarterback situation. So should the Cardinals think about trading Marvin Harrison Jr.? We'll get back on track. We'll discuss next. There is, by the way, there is some area of this country that is this. We're not just making this up. This actually is coming from somewhere. We'll discuss next. Wolf and Luke, John London, probably for the final time for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Never.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marada talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, Diamondbacks GM Mike Hazen, Suns and Mercury CEO Josh Bartelstein, Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, Basinoni. It's Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love about Moving Team 6? They have a deep knowledge of Phoenix and Arizona, the entire state, faster move times for you, smoother routes, and less stress. That's what Moving Team 6 wants to do. They want to remove the stress from the equation for you. They got a brand new Mesa facility now open, proudly serving the East Valley. That's right, even though it is a basin. Why choose Moving Team 6? Well, the move isn't done until the job is done. That's right. They are a top-rated moving company right here in Phoenix. They're honest, trustworthy, and experienced. Why do I know they're honest, trustworthy, and experienced? I know that because I know the Lee family. Tim Lee, of course, he runs the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in Phoenix. They're honest, trustworthy, and experienced. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
When you look at your backyard
backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Newsmakers Week continued this morning on Bickley and Marada for interviews with ASU football coach Kenny Dillingham, Suns general manager Brian Gregory, and more. Head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Phoenix Suns return from the All-Star break tonight to take on the San Antonio Spurs in Austin, Texas. Tip-off is at 6:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen has been downgraded to questionable with a right ankle sprain. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Thank you so much for joining us. John Lund in for Luke today. Wolf be gone tomorrow. Slide on over to the chair. Be real nice.
What's up, Johnny? Yes.
It's good to see you.
Yes, good seeing you as well. In our first
it's
podcast.
Nice. Having a very nice time today. Very, very nice time. Just got to make a note about the fourth quarter thing, and we'll all be fine. Staring at the Suns in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, and we'll get you ready for the Spurs and the Suns, which, by the way, you can hear right here on Arizona Sports at 6:30 from Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas. All right, Felger and Maz is a show from 98.5, the Sports Hub in Boston.
Okay.
All right? And the reason I bring them up, you're like, well, yeah. The reason I bring them up is that, A, they're a far inferior show to this one. But second of all, the reason I bring it up is because they were talking about one Marvin Harrison Jr. Now, I don't know if people know this, but the Patriots, they struggled to score against the Seahawks, and maybe they need more playmakers on the outside. So here is the Felger and Maz show in Boston talking about trading for Marvin Harrison Jr. Take a listen.
So the Arizona Cardinals are doing a big upheaval there. They're probably going to trade or try to get rid of Kyler Murray. There's been some internet scuttlebutt of them maybe trying to trade Marvin Harrison Jr. Would you trade a first and third for him?
No. Has he been kind of disappointing? Yes.
He's in Arizona. I mean, you got to kind of weigh that a little bit.
No.
Why are you so against it?
I wouldn't give up a first.
You just don't like the acronym.
No, that's part of it. I don't like the acronym either. I didn't want him at the beginning.
First and a third. And he's still on his rookie cut. You'd have to pay him eventually, but he hasn't put up huge numbers.
No. What the hell is wrong with you?
I would do.
What happened to you?
What do you mean?
All of a sudden, like you want the shiny hood ornament who was underachieved?
He's not that kind
for
of
the
guy.
first and third?
They need a number one receiver.
Okay, then you should be able to get
number one-ish.
Okay, but Marvin Harrison should not cost you that. I agree on the receiver. But you want to give up a first and a third for Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I would.
Hey, you want to give up Professor Thumb and Mom and Harrison Jr.? Are you crazy?
My goodness.
No more over the monster.
You know all about that, don't you?
Yeah.
You've traveled all over the world, as a matter of fact, broadcasting.
Well, when you're in Boston, you got to have one screamer. You have one rational guy, and you have one guy that screams his head off. And so he doesn't want Marvin Harrison Jr. And it's not really a cited report from anything. You just kind of are putting two and two together.
Yes.
And then they disparaged Arizona, which I'm going to fly there tonight. I'll be back tomorrow for the show. But what was your thoughts on that?
First of all,
thing?
can I start with this right here? Stephon Diggs, did he have a good year last year for the New England Patriots? Stephon Diggs?
Okay.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
on the field, off the field.
Off the field concerns.
Yeah, there are some concerns right there.
Yeah.
But, is he coming back for the Patriots?
I would think.
Yeah, for me,
He's under
I
contract.
thought he was under contract to come back. He had over 1,000 yards, of course, and 85. I get it. Okay, so maybe you're not happy with Stephon Diggs. And I have my questions about him as well. I'm a big locker room guy. So if there's any question there, I don't like that as well. But having said that, they're talking about the Patriots like they have absolutely no options whatsoever at the wide receiver position. I would disagree with that. Having said that, a first and a third, I don't see anybody giving up a first and a third right now for Marvin Harrison Jr. And listen, anyone who has listened to this show, I'm a big fan of Marv. I really am. This is a class dude, first of all. This is a kid who really cares about getting better. This is a kid who has a legacy, an NFL legacy with Marvin Harrison, period. And because of that, I think he is going to get better. I continue to say that. Having said that, I am willing to admit that Marvin Harrison Jr. has been a disappointment to this point. Do I think he can get better and do it and recover completely? Yes, I do. But right now, he has been a disappointment to this point. And the reason being is because he fights the ball. He's had a hard time attacking footballs. Larry Fitzgerald, just stop and think. Remember how Larry used to play Basinonians. Remember Larry Fitzgerald, the way he was open even when he was covered. He was open even when he was covered. Larry didn't run away from a lot of guys. Really smart guy, really ran great routes, but what made him elite, what made him a first ballot Hall of Famer was the fact that Larry Fitzgerald attacked the ball whenever the ball was thrown his way. You didn't have to worry about the fact there was a DB draped all over Larry. Throw him the ball. He's going to catch it. He would attack, extend it. Marv lets the ball come into his catch frame way too much of the time. And because of that, he's got to develop that part of him. And I've been talking about this from the first month of his rookie season, that he's got to do a better job of attacking the football, going and getting the pig and stabbing it with his steely knives. He's got to do that if he wants to be successful in this league. And right now, after last year and a couple of games where it didn't go well for him, I'm really wondering if he's going to get that. And that will determine whether or not Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to take that next step and really become the receiver we all thought he would be.
From a business standpoint of just the picks, they're not getting a first and a third. That sounded to me, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I often am. But it sounded to me like those guys kind of made up a first and a third based on the fact that Marv was taken in the third round. Once you're taken in this league, no one cares where you're picked. So you walk into camp and it's like, great, you may get more chances because you were picked higher, but it doesn't mean around the league that automatically you have something attached to you that makes. So in other words, you're picked where he was. It doesn't mean you're going to get a first and a third. You got to be really good to get that.
Yeah, he was a first round pick. That's what you're talking about.
In a top 5 pick. So I wouldn't think that anybody right now would give that kind of thing to the Cardinals for him. And then the other side of it is we don't even know what Mike LaFleur thinks. Now, having said that, by positional value, I think it's been shown that when Marv's out, Michael Wilson Jr. can be a 1. You got Trey McBride there. Look, if you're going to give me a 1 for Marv, I certainly have to consider it because I have so many other needs on my team that basically what I'm looking for, even though I'd like Marv to be what he was drafted to be, I could get a number 2 wide receiver because Michael Wilson Jr. and Trey McBride are there, and I could fortify another position where I'm very weak. I certainly wouldn't hang up the phone.
Yeah, no, I think you're right on that, John. For me, it's just a situation where I'm excited for Marvin Harrison Jr. because of the kid that he is, the quality dude that he is. That matters to me, and you know it, brothers. If you've listened to the show, you know that matters to me. He cares about getting better. There's a lot of guys that don't really care about getting better. They really don't. They just, my talent is my talent. Accept me for what I am, and we're going to be fine. There are guys that are like that in the NFL. Marvin Harrison Jr. is not one of them. He cares about being good. He wants to be good. This is why it's fascinating to me. You're going to bring a whole new paradigm. You're going to slide him under a whole new microscope because here comes Mike LaFleur, and he's going to bring this new paradigm, and maybe he's going to be able to look at Marv and really reach Marv and help Marv become that receiver. We'll have to wait and see.
Has your opinion changed on him real quick? Since they drafted him to now, has your opinion changed that he can't be what he was drafted to be?
I honestly, the only thing that has changed for me is I question it now, where I didn't question it going into last year. I did not. I thought Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to take that next step, and it's going to be a big deal. That didn't happen, so now I'm questioning it. Yes.
The 27-game sprint is on. The Suns are in Austin to take on the Spurs. Jalen Green, Book, all these different questions, they are going to start to be answered. So we're going to answer some questions. What's going to happen tonight? It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You can't have guys leave and break out somewhere else. Hassan Reddick broke out in Philly. Zach Allen broke out in Denver. You had these guys. You can't have Walter Nolan or Will Johnson or Robinson. You can't have these guys break out on another team. It's up to Rallis to get the most out of these guys now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trades and Wealth. Go to tradesandwealth.com for more information. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you can make for your financial future. Ron Wolfley reporting, let Trades and Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals so you can focus on what truly matters at that point in time. Call Trades and Wealth today to learn more. Trades and Wealth, they offer tailored wealth management plans. They take the time to determine your risk tolerance level along with learning about your goals and your timeline. That's right. Working with you, they develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. Pick up the phone and give them a call at 480-360-7900. Trades and Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger. 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marada here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and 599.v. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
Okay, so I think I go first, and I'm very conflicted here.
Yeah.
Because I think there's one obvious answer, and I really want to be a nice guy and give it to you.
Yeah.
But then I want to be selfish and take it just in case you don't. And I want you to think of me fondly, so I'm not sure how I'm going to do this.
Okay.
The obvious answer is Jalen Green.
Yeah.
How? So I guess I was just very selfish.
Jalen
when
Green.
are they going to let him loose? When are they going to unleash him? When are they going to go pedal to the metal? They asked this morning on Newsmakers. Bickley and Marada asked Brian Gregory, and he gave us a bunch of so we didn't get anything out of that. So we don't know. My thought would be, because Jordan Ott has talked about this, is that they're not going to let him loose for a while, and he might play some second-team minutes. And I just don't think this team can reach its potential until we see full Jalen Green.
Okay. And I'm also going to say Jalen Green, of course. Are you kidding me? This is going to be so exciting to see Jalen Green. The reset button has been pushed, correct? Brian Gregory? Correct? Jordan Ott? Correct? Jalen Green, the reset button. Here we go. All right, everything that happened up until this point, all these crazy injuries when you never experienced any type of crazy injuries in your first 2 seasons, all that is gone. We're over with. Here we go. You're healthy. You're ready to go. And guess what? It's San Antonio. It's the Spurs. Here we go. So I think Jalen Green is going to be ready to play. We're going to start it all over. The reset button has been pushed. Forget about bringing him off the bench and we're going to manage his minutes. No, start him now. If you want to manage his minutes after you start him, fine. But let's go ahead and get to it. Shall we? Shall we? Oh!
Yeah! I can't wait to see this live.
Are you talking to me? John Lund? Yeah, Johnny! Respect! Broadcasting! Respect! Stepping in and broadcasting like the pro you are! Yeah, Johnny!
Yeah! You used to do that every Every day?
Used to do it.
I almost
every
passed out
day.
from watching you.
Can I tell you right? Of course, people out in the
Everybody in
newsroom,
the windows
they're
like-
all alarmed. My face is getting ready to
Why is that man
explode right now.
Daddy, why is that man's face purple? I don't know.
You know, and here's the other thing about that, too. When you do it every day, Basinonians, your voice gets stronger. You get
Does
used
it?
to it. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I thought
it's
you'd
one of
lose
the-
your voice on that.
No, it's one of the great. If you do it every day, it's, man, this is typical. This is normal. It gets stronger. When you don't do it, like I
see.
don't now.
Will
all
this
of a
take you a
sudden,
minute to recover?
It does, yeah. It's why we're doing it at the end of the show, in case all of a sudden my voice just flew out the window.
There's waters over here because people came in studio. They wouldn't give them to us. But,
You know what? One of the
Kenny, they
things,
will.
and
You want a
John,
water?
honestly, no. As a matter of fact, I don't. But it was one of the best things about playing the game of football. I say this all the time, but it's the truth. You could go out onto a football field and, brothers, you scream, you just yell at the top of your lungs, oh! And nobody cared. Nobody. It was like, oh, Wolves fired up. Okay, great. No, you could go out there and just, are you kidding me? You could yell, and yelling is so much fun when you do it out on the football field.
Did you give a lot of pregame speeches?
No.
Like in the huddles, how they do those?
No, I was
you
not
didn't
that
do that
guy. No, I was not that guy.
God, you would have been good at it.
I was not that guy. I would stand up in the locker room and I would say something from time to time. Let's go. Stuff like that. Most of what I did was more face to face. It was just one-on-one.
You'd confront guys, be like, hey,
yeah, one-on-one.
effort's not there.
It's just I know you're better than this. We know you're better than this. What are you doing?
Boy, I parented my kid like that. That's always because you always
accountability.
I always like when my dad got
matters.
mad because then it was like, okay, but when he did one of those things, you're better than this. It was like,
yeah, I
it felt really bad.
Yeah, well, when your dad says it, yes. Yeah, there's no doubt.
No, that was very impressive. I
Okay.
could never do that.
Good.
I'd be passed out on the
Just
floor.
kinda-
Other
Love
shows
it.
would be coming in here. They'd be like, "Who's the guy in the fetal position?" He tried to mimic Wolf with Pantera. It
Just
didn't
saying,
work out so well.
It's so fun. It really is. It's the greatest thing about the game of football. Take your mouth guard out, though. If you're really going to yell at somebody, make sure you take the mouth guard out. Otherwise, you can barely hear what you're saying.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
It's tough to be
You
motivated.
died in a war, Dave.
That's outstanding. Very nice.
Yeah. What he really said is, you started a war, Dave. That's what he said. But when he had the mouth guard in, it was Andre Waters. Do you remember
Yeah, of
Andre
course.
Waters? Oh, my goodness.
CTE, right? CTE.
Andre, well, but Andre Waters, when
He
he
was a
played
bad
for
man.
the Eagles, he was a really, really bad dude.
Yeah.
And he wiped out this friend of mine. I'm not going to name him, but this friend of mine who actually played in the NFL, he wiped him out in practice. And then Dave went after him in practice. I'll give you his first name. Dave went after him in practice and wiped him out. And Andre didn't like it. So he got up and he had the mouth guard in and he looked at Dave and he said, "You died in a war, Dave." That's the way it sounded because the mouth guard was in. You started a war, Dave, is what he said.
Oh, that was outstanding.
It's just great, man.
It's kind of hard to take a guy seriously when he says that. Did some people start laughing? Because I would have probably started laughing, and he would have punched me too.
Yeah.
That would have
it
ended
was,
poorly.
Yeah, fun, yeah.
I can see
Where
that.
are we going, by the way? Are we going
I'm very nice.
In this beautiful part of the
Before we
program?
get out of here, what do you think happens tonight? Suns get the win in lovely Austin, Texas?
Yeah.
That'd be a huge win. They played this team well, though.
It would be a huge win. There's no doubt about it. I just think they need Dylan Brooks for this game. They need him, and he's not going to play this game. I think this might be the perfect example to speak, the perfect opportunity to speak into Dylan Brooks in his playing career and say, this is why. We need you. We need you to be available to us. And this is why you need more discipline going forward. And he does.
I think that's a great point, where whether it's Book or whomever it is, to say, look,
yes,
we're coming out of the second half. We're ready for a 27-game sprint. We've got everybody back healthy. and we could be like, hey, we're ready to go. Let's start gelling. Oh, yeah, you're not going to play.
Can I just say, Johnny, too quickly right now? It's got to be Devin Booker. This is what leadership is. This is what I'm talking about. Everyone think it's rah, rah, rah. No, I'm talking about leadership. Walk up on a dude and say, you're better. You can do this. Be disciplined. We need you. We need you to be available. Do it.
Do it.
Square up on them.
Let's do it. All right, 6:30 for the Suns tonight. Awesome job as always. Rick doing a great job. Jamal doing a great job.
And you're
awesome hanging out with you,
Thank
man.
you so much.
Very
Johnny.
good time.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back tomorrow with our good friend Luke. They're back, and they're next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marada. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel, high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse, or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Newsmakers Week continued this morning on Bickley and Marada for interviews with ASU football coach Kenny Dillingham, Suns GM Brian Gregory, and more. Head on over to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Suns return from the All-Star break tonight to take on the San Antonio Spurs in Austin, Texas. Tip-off for the game is at 6:30, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen has been downgraded to questionable with a right ankle sprain. And the United States women's hockey team just took home the gold medal in the Winter Olympics with a 2-1 come-from-behind overtime victory over Canada. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, family-owned since 1977, bringing you award-winning Mexican flavor and a great happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Hungry yet? Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up 2 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Congratulations to the U.S. Women's Olympic Hockey Team.
USA!
Overtime goal
USA!
to beat Canada.
USA!
Yeah.
USA! Yes!
Wow.
The newsroom is what a freaking game. What a game.
It was a great game.
I was getting something notarized by Connie in the office, and it went down 1-0. And there's like 2 minutes left. I got to pull the goalie. They pull the goalie. They get the tying goal. Hillary Knight ties it up. And with 2 minutes left with the extra skater, they go to overtime, and then Keller scores the winning goal. No relation to Clayton Keller. On an incredible play, an incredible pass, an incredible juke of the defender, and then got it by the goalie, and the USA takes down Canada 2-1.
Outward pass for Keller, a defenseman. Nice move. Cuts to the net. Score! Megan Keller, the overtime hero. United States wins gold in Milan. That's cool. That's really
freaking
cool.
Awesome.
That's really cool.
That was freaking awesome.
The Canadian women, they'd beaten the U.S. women 3 straight Olympics. They were up 1-0 with 2 minutes left. I was reading a story about it this morning. Like, I believe there's been some real, like, Canadian dominance when it comes to the women's hockey Olympic program. Like, it has just been so. This is like a monumental moment for them. So that's cool. Congratulations. That's great.
It was my favorite moment of the Olympics so far. My absolute favorite moment right there. The USA taken down, and the way they did it, like Canada's
2 minutes away, clear. They get a couple clears and win the 2 minutes away from taking home the gold medal. The USA ties it, and then they win it in overtime. What a freaking thrilling game that was.
First time they win gold in Olympic women's hockey for the third time and just the first time since 2018.
Wow.
And that's according to Jonah over at Sports Cronkite, who just tweeted that out. That's very cool. So
just amazing, an amazing moment. If you didn't watch it, go look at the highlights. What a goal. What a goal to tie it. And then what a goal to win it for the USA.
Very cool.
Great moment.
Congratulations to them. That was a lot of fun. Gambo's second favorite moment is the Italian dog last night during the skiing. Did you see the Italian dog?
I was out to a very important dinner last night. I did not. I was out to a big dinner.
Very important dinner last night. I was not able to.
I did not see the dog.
No.
What happened with my Italian dog?
There was somebody who was watching one of the skiing events.
Oh, he followed the skier.
Yeah, and he got away from the owner.
I did see that.
And they even did like a photo finish of the dog. It was really cute. So it wasn't your second favorite moment. You didn't see it. Yes. All right, that's cool. Congratulations to the women. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Finally, the All-Star break is over for the Phoenix Suns, and after 8 days of no Suns basketball, they are back tonight, albeit with no Dylan Brooks. They're in Austin, Texas, to take on a team, the San Antonio Spurs, that a lot of people are starting to wonder if they are, in fact, the best team in the Western Conference with how they've played. We've seen the struggles of Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Granted, a lot of that has been without SGA, so that certainly is a factor in all of this. But with no Dylan Brooks, this is a tough game right out of the chutes for the Suns in game one.
Yeah, there's no question about it. You know, we looked at that Spurs team last year, and they made the trade for De'Aaron Fox, and there was a point last year where we were looking at the teams that were really battling for that final play-in spot. The Suns were in there, Dallas was in there, Portland was in there, the Spurs were in there, and there was something that said that I kind of thought the Spurs were going to be the team. I did. But they come back this year. They're healthy. They got all that experience. Wembanyama is taking his game to another level, and this is just a really, really good basketball team. What are they, the 2 seed in the West right now?
I believe they're the 2 seed right now,
2 seed in the Western Conference. Are they good enough to win a championship? I don't know. But this team is, and you sent the story today, like this is the best Spurs team in like 10 years. That's how good of a season they're having.
Yeah, they're in uncharted territory. And I mean, look, the Suns are, without question, one of the best stories in the NBA. There's absolutely no denying that. But there is something to be said about a San Antonio Spurs team. The Vegas consensus was that this was a 500 basketball team. Vegas odds had pegged them for about 41 wins. The last 3 seasons, 22 wins, 34 wins. This time a year ago, they just found out they lost Wemby for the rest of the season because he had, the blood clots in the shoulder,
and
if I remember right.
I still thought that they could make the playoffs. I still thought that they could make it.
They are 28 games to go. They're 12 wins away from their first 50-win season since 2016-2017 when they won 61.
I wonder if some radio hosts out there have a bet and somebody's going to have to go to a rah-rah room type of lunch in San Antonio. Some guys sitting there on sports radio. I told you! I told you they were going to be good.
I told you they were going to be better than that.
They'd be great this year. They're great.
They are great. And whether it's Steph Castle, whether it's Dylan Harper, the first-round pick.
Wembanyama, Harrison Barnes.
Been fantastic. Harrison Barnes.
Don't underestimate what Harrison Barnes has given to that team in a limited role. Just in a limited role, right? Not the same player he used to be. He'll be 34 years old soon. Guy's been in the league since 2012. We mainly remember him with Sacramento, but before that, he was originally with Golden State and Dallas. He's playing 27 minutes a game. He's a veteran leader. He knocks down big shots. So just being able to have Harrison Barnes on that roster is big. They needed that. They needed a little bit of leadership. The same way the Suns needed leadership with Dylan Brooks, San Antonio needed a little bit of leadership, but I think Harrison Barnes has given it to him.
And experience, too. They just don't have that much. I mean, the story I was reading out of San Antonio today pointed out the fact that outside of De'Aaron Fox, they don't really have anybody in their starting 5 who's got any kind of playoff experience at all. They're kids, they're young, they're inexperienced, and we'll see. Now, tonight is also quite possibly, depending on how this ends up, a first-round playoff preview for the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
It's very, I'm not going to say it's likely because we don't know what's going to happen at the top and we don't know what's going to happen at the bottom, but let's say the Phoenix Suns finish 7th and they're in the play-in.
I would prefer this.
And they win one play-in game.
Yeah.
They're the 7, San Antonio's the 2.
I prefer that.
Versus what? Versus Oklahoma City?
Versus Oklahoma City or Denver. Houston's imploding. Houston is imploding. Their record in their they're like, 10-8 in their last 18 games, I think, something like that. They're not playing great basketball. You've got the whole thing with KD and the burner accounts, hanging over their heads. They're struggling. Like, if you go look at their last 20 games, they're not playing that well, the Houston Rockets. So I think that they could be vulnerable. They don't have the point guard. Van Vliet's out for sure. Durant's been healthy all year. He's been healthy all year. But you're looking at a team that they just lost to the Clippers. They lost to Charlotte. They lost to Boston. They lost to San Antonio. They lost in overtime to the 76ers. Just not playing great basketball. So in order, I would want San Antonio first, Houston second, Denver third, Oklahoma City fourth out of those teams. So if you said to me, give me your order, I prefer San Antonio 1, Houston 2, Denver 3. My thing is just Denver hasn't been healthy all year. So I think maybe, and they're not that deep. And then Oklahoma City's the team I don't want at all.
Quick math, it looks like they're 12-9 in their last 21 games. The Rockets. Looks like they're 12-9 in their last 21. Just quick math.
They were 22-11, and now they're 33-20.
Yeah,
so that would be 11-9.
11-9.
11-9.
11-9.
Yeah, 11-9. That's not great. It's not great.
No, well,
it's not great.
It's not great for the Suns.
You're not so bad.
No Dylan Brooks tonight. He is unavailable with a suspension. Grayson Allen did pop back up on the injury report. I think they're listing him as questionable now for tonight's game. You had said yesterday they're hoping he's going to be able to play. He was not on the injury report yesterday. Nobody was on the injury report yesterday outside of Cole Anthony, who didn't travel with the team, and Dylan Brooks dealing with the suspension. Grayson Allen is back on the injury report now. He's questionable. Doesn't mean he's not going to play, but yesterday he wasn't on it. So it's not full-strength Suns. I'll be really curious to see how they play without Dylan. He's been such a rock for them.
You know what I think?
You think this is
I think this could be a big Jalen Green. Take away all the shots that Dylan Brooks takes.
I hope he's physically ready for it to be a Jalen Green kind of game.
Me too,
but I don't know if he is or not.
But I'm sure not. And I go to him and I say, this is your game. There's 20-something shots that aren't going to be taken because Dylan's gone. Let's go. Let's go. Let's light it up. Let's go show the world what you're capable of doing in a Phoenix Suns uniform. This is the Jalen Green game. Let's go.
But then the hope would be that if Dylan Brooks comes back after the one-game suspension and that Grayson, if he doesn't play tonight, he's close. We could be looking at full-strength Phoenix Suns starting this weekend, and that would be a sight to see, to find out what that would look like. And hopefully Jalen Green takes this opportunity tonight, runs with it a little bit, because you got 27 games now if you're the Suns to figure out what your version of yourself looks. Oh, it's plenty.
Enough.
It's plenty. Enough. As long as everybody stays healthy the rest of the way.
I agree.
If Jalen Green doesn't have any more setbacks, or if he, his confidence isn't wounded a little bit
Grayson's got to stay healthy now.
Grayson's got to stay healthy. Like all of those things, it's plenty of time for them to figure it out. We'll just see what they can do.
I got my eye on Devin Booker's 3-point shooting now.
Do you? When we come back,
give me a quick over/under percent. You're good at this. Over/under percentage the next 10 games for Devin Booker 3-point shooting. I'm going to tell you what his 3-point shooting is right now for the year.
31%.
And I think it's like 31%. I think it's a little bit over, a tick over 31%, which is a career worst 31.1%.
Over the next...
What is the over... I'm on 10 games. 10 games. What's he going to shoot from three?
35.5.
Ooh.
That's where I set the over. 35.5%.
Okay.
For 10 games.
Okay.
That's where I set it.
All right, there you go. Let's keep our eye on that.
Malik Willis, is he overpriced or just something the Cardinals can't afford to not go get this offseason? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marada talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
0% for 60 months. It's what everybody waits for, and Sanderson Ford's got it. A Ford F-150, 0% for 60 months, and $1,000 in retail bonus cash on all remaining 2025s. Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit. But if you want a Ford F-150, people wait for this. They wait all year for Sanderson Ford to announce 0% financing. And you can get it on the Ford F-150 right now if you head on over to 51st Avenue in Glendale and check out Sanderson Ford. You could also lease a brand new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend and check out this price. $289 a month for 36 months. It's a steal. $289 a month for 36 months. A lease payment right now on a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend. Find out all the details when you go online at sandersonford.com or visit them on 51st Avenue in Glendale.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-917-5151. 800-917-5151. 800-917-5151.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marada. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Friday for the thrilling conclusion of Newsmakers Week. Guests and shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo show.
I cannot stop looking at this goal. That was one of the prettiest goals you'll ever see. I cannot stop looking at the goal. I've watched the replay 17 times right now.
Well, that's great. We require your attention here on the Burns and Gambo. I hope you're able to tear yourself away from it for the next
just a great moment.
Few hours or so.
Just a great Olympic moment.
Shout out Maryvale. Thank you for hanging out with us here on this Thursday afternoon. I'm sure
they were probably watching the game in Maryvale.
Watching the game out in Maryvale. There's no doubt about it. I'm sure they were. We appreciate you joining us for that. We're getting closer and closer to free agency, and there's just stuff out there all over the place about Malik Willis. There was a story on NFL.com today about the Packers free agent quarterback. There were 8 free agents they listed, and they said these guys could be overpriced, these guys could be underpriced. Gambo, we talk about this all the time. We click on these links sometimes, and you know what you're going to see before you even see it. When I see a story headlined, 8 guys who are overpriced and underpriced, I know full well Malik Willis is going to be on this list, right? Like, I just know there's this inherent baked in, hey, be careful. You might give him a lot of money, and it might work, and it might be an absolute disaster, right?
I mean, the reality is the majority of the quarterbacks in the NFL are overpaid. So, like, you know, if Malik Willis is young and he's got something to him with the way he's played in the game, especially this year, and so somebody's going to pay him a lot of money. But like, do we not think that is Kyler Murray overpaid? Kyler Murray got a $230 million contract. He doesn't have a playoff win. He was overpaid. Yeah. Deshaun Watson overpaid. Kirk Cousins overpaid. Geno Smith overpaid. Justin Fields overpaid. Like a lot of Cam Ward overpaid. $48 million. A lot of these guys are overpaid. It's the NFL.
The bad or mediocre ones are overpaid, and the ones like Sam Darnold. Underpaid, you know. Sam
Dak
Darnold
Prescott
made
makes
$35 million last year. Sam Darnold is underpaid.
Is Dak Prescott overpaid? $60 million average a year.
Overpaid.
Of course he's overpaid.
It's the cost of doing business when you're talking about the quarter position, and there's no doubt about that.
Tua is overpaid. $53 million a year for Tua. He's overpaid.
Meanwhile, Greg Rosenthal, longtime writer at NFL.com, kind of offered up a different point of view. And this is something we've talked a lot about on this show. Okay, maybe not in these terms necessarily. But we've said, okay, there's this idea of you don't have a very good year next year because you're waiting for the quarterback class of 2027. You have a good draft pick, and you go get your franchise quarterback that way. And every time we've had the conversation, we've framed it up in this idea of, can Monty Ossenfort afford to wait? Does he have that kind of wiggle room to be able to wait another year of a 4-win, 5-win football season? Because not a lot of general managers survive that. And not a lot of people thought Monty should have survived this offseason in the first place. Here's what Rosenthal tweeted about that. And it's a short tweet, but it gets right to the point. Monty Ossenfort can't have that much time left in Arizona. Betting it all on Malik Willis is the way to go. And Greg Rosenthal's been covering the NFL for a long time. And there's a lot of logic to that. There's a lot of logic to that.
So there's two schools of thoughts for me. If you're going to try to win this year, as Michael Bidwell apparently wants, I think you go all in for Malik Willis. I totally agree. If you look at Malik Willis and you say, I can't bet everything on this guy. He's barely played. Come on. Then I punt till the draft next year. So I think if you're going to go all in, going all in is not Kirk Cousins, okay? It's not Russell Wilson. Sorry, it's not Tyson Bagent.
It's not Tyson Bagent?
No, I just told you they're interested. But going all in to me is Malik Willis because you're going to pay him. You're going to pay him as a starter. You bring in Tyson Bagent, you're in competition with somebody. May the best man win. You bring in Malik Willis, you're paying him as a starter, and he's your starter. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're all in on Malik Willis. If he fails, you fail. You could also, again, if you love the quarterback class next year, some mock drafts for next year have 6 guys projected in the first round. And if you love that draft, if you absolutely love it, you could punt till next year. You're going to take it on the chin this year, and that'll be hard. But you could do so. There's two paths you can go by, and in a long run, Led Zeppelin here. The Malik Willis path or the punt path. I don't think there's another path.
There's nothing in between. There's no Tyson Bagent. There's no Mac Jones.
I think that's punting.
There's no. You think Mac Jones is punting?
I mean, I think Mac Jones is a very average quarterback in this league.
I think Mac Jones is only because of the success that Sam Darnold has had as a former Shanahan disciple.
Yeah.
Mac Jones is mildly intriguing to me only because he first round pick went to a really bad situation in New England. Really, really bad. Bill Belichick at the end. Matt Patricia was his offensive coordinator. He had no shot to succeed there. Absolutely none. Bounces around, goes to Jacksonville, doesn't last very long, gets reunited with a good offensive-minded coach, and has himself a pretty good year backing up Brock Purdy. Now, I think the cost for him is going to be expensive in terms of draft capital. The contract is great. The guy's making absolutely nothing. It's going to cost you a lot of draft capital. To me, he's not a throwaway. To me, he's not a toss him in the trash. That's not one worth exploring. To me, that's one worth exploring. I just don't know if Mac Jones would trade him. I don't know if the 49ers would trade him in the division.
If I said,
who do you would.
And just honest answer, who do you think has a higher ceiling? Mac Jones or Malik
Willis? Willis.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, of course. I'm just saying.
And probably a bigger floor, too.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, of course. Because I think Mike LaFleur could look at Mac Jones and go, yeah, that's the kind of quarterback, I could do something with. So for me, he is not. I understand you're quoting Led Zeppelin and you're taking there's two paths you can go on. I think there are other paths you can go on that maybe aren't as primed for success, but are still intriguing and interesting. I would put Matt Jones on one of those. Kirk Cousins, no. Tyson Bagent is an interesting,
he'd be in competition.
Whatever. Nobody in the draft this year. If Ty Simpson's there in the second round and you take him, I think that's a wait and see kind of thing. It really is kind of all over the place, but it does speak to Monty Ossenfort and just how much urgency there is here. There was a story, and by the way, going back to Malik Willis for a second, a couple other connections. Not only was Matt LaFleur Malik Willis's coach in Green Bay the last couple of years, so obviously Mike's brother. Nathaniel Hackett was in Green Bay last year. Now, he was a defensive analyst, which is kind of funky to think about, but he was there too. So I know there's lots of connections with Miami and Malik Willis because the GM used to work in Green Bay and the head coach used to be the defensive coordinator. Arizona's got their fair share of Malik Willis connections as well between LaFleur and Hackett. And at the end of the day, it's going to come down to money and whether they've got the space and they're willing to invest it. But it would be a really needle-moving acquisition for the Cardinals if they were to able make it.
There's still time to change the road you're on.
Did you just look up the lyrics?
No.
No, you didn't. Okay. I'm impressed. I saw you fiddling over there on the computer. I thought maybe you'd looked up the lyrics.
No, I was looking at the YouTube.
I
was looking at that.
Did they look up the lyrics? Did they look up the lyrics?
And there are two paths you can go down, but in the long run, and there's still time to change the road you're on. The Cardinals, there's still time. Malik Willis.
Favorite Led Zeppelin song of all time? Stairway to Heaven?
No.
Okay. I know. I know your favorite Led Zeppelin song. I don't know why you're not saying it.
I don't know why I can't go. It's why it's not coming to mind either.
All of My Love.
All of My Love.
Yeah, that's your favorite Led Zeppelin
song. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Why,
I'm losing it.
Why do I know him?
All of My Love is my favorite Led Zeppelin.
Why do I know him better than him?
Oh, my God. That was terrible. My brain is just not.
The Rain Song and Misty Mountain Hop are my two favorite.
All of My Love to You, girl. My favorite Led Zeppelin song.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, that was an unusual detour that I took us on. Kenny Dillingham. Joined Bickley and Marada earlier today. The state of ASU football and some big unnamed check writer wrote a big fat one to ASU. We don't know. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, I'm running out of time here to offer you this free coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It is a $1 million machine, $600 value, and early detection saves lives. Lifeguard Imaging has been around for a long time. There are certain things you can eat good, you can look good, and there are certain things that are hereditary, and you can't change it. You can't change your parents, right? I always say you can't change your parents. So if they've got some bad genes, you may get those bad genes. That's why this scan can help prevent a heart attack, stroke, heart disease, because when you get the scan, you're going to get a readout, and I have mine right here, and you get the readout, and it gives you all the information. It gives you your heartbeat calcium scoring report, and it gives you all the information. They've got the findings. It's several pages long. Risk tolerance, very low, mildly increased, moderately to severely increased. It goes over all of your different scores and impressions. It gives you a readout of it, a printout. You can bring it to your doctor, and you can show your doctor, and your doctor will be like, oh, okay, we need to get ahead of this. This is good information inflammation. Here's something we can do. And you might be able to get put on the right medicine to help you, or the right diet, or the right exercise. So let's get you a free coronary, artery, and heart scan. Call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 to its signing. All leases, 0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp. The intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. On day 3 of Newsmakers Week here on Arizona Sports, Suns general manager Brian Gregory caught up with Bickley and Marada this morning. Gregory credited the organization and their alignment for their first half success.
I think from top to bottom, from Matt to Jordan Ott to our players, they've responded extremely well in every situation, and because of that alignment, things have worked out in a good way.
You can watch that full conversation right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. For all of the conversations from day 3 and to see who is scheduled to join tomorrow, you can find the full Newsmakers article on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns are back from the break tonight. They're in Austin, Texas. They're going to face the San Antonio Spurs on the campus of the University of Texas. Dylan Brooks will serve a 1-game suspension tonight, so he is out. Grayson Allen now questionable with a right ankle sprain. He was initially not listed on the injury report. Tip-off is at 6:30, so pregame coverage is going to start at 5:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And right now on the Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com, renderings for the ASU Football new practice facility that will be built sometime in the near future. Head coach Kenny Dillingham shared with Bickley and Marada this morning they had a high-level donor make a donation to help push the project forward. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery. On February 25th, dine at Babbo's 7 Valley locations to raise money for pancreatic cancer research. In honor of founder Ken Pollock, a huge baseball fan, support the cause. Details at babboitalian.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Is it a good year for the Cardinals to trade down in the NFL draft? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
As always, kudos to our morning show, Bickley and Marada, their producers, Jarrett and Sammy, and all the work they do getting together Newsmakers Week. It's a tough endeavor trying to coordinate all these coaches, all of these managers, all of these athletic directors and general managers and whatnot, and try to get them all in and have them all get segments and things like that. Today they had a busy day. They had a lot of people in studio, and there's no doubt the biggest news to come out of Newsmakers Week, and certainly today, was the news that Kenny Dillingham kind of broke today, basically, about their indoor facility and their big unnamed donor who stepped up to write a big fat check for it.
I went on a rant about a 8-figure donor one day, and
stroking that check.
Yeah, we got somebody very close to that to help with the indoor already. Somebody who's not naturally associated with the program, but somebody associated with the Valley for that indoor. So that's trending in the right direction. That got approved for the indoor. It's going to be one of the largest indoors in the country. It's going to have a 50-yard football field and a 100-yard field with 2 indoors in one indoor. So it's about 180 to 190-yard indoor facility, which is going to be unbelievable for the football team and for the tailgating and the fun and the experience. Maybe able to host youth football championship games in there because you have your practice field to warm up. Like, there's so many different things that we're going to be able to do with this. So
the Richie Rich donor will be revealed in a groundbreaking ceremony in the late spring or early summer. So we'll find out who it's going to be. Because of the contributions, the project has been expedited. It was initially believed construction wouldn't start until January. Now it's going to start in the spring or the summer. I've seen the renderings for it. It's fantastic. It's everything they said it would be, right where they said it would be. But now we all want to know who was the 8-figure person or persons or company that stepped forward and wrote that check, man.
What's Matthew 7:7 say? Ask, and it shall be given to you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and the door will be opened.
Never hurts to ask, right?
And Kenny asked.
Kenny asked.
He asked.
Yeah.
And somebody stepped up and delivered.
Graham Rossini was also on today, and he added that we earned an incredible commitment from a longtime ASU partner. Maybe an unconventional way to get to that number, but a group based here in the Valley that heard the news, they see the value, they've had a connection to ASU in other ways, and they see a great opportunity to tie their name to this football facility. So somebody who is a partner with ASU, just not in the athletic sense, wrote this big check, and now here comes this indoor facility.
Somebody that maybe just really enjoyed the success that ASU football's having, right? And wants to be a part of something. And that's what Kenny said. Somebody's got $1 million. Somebody here can do it.
Yeah.
Somebody here can do it. Step up.
And somebody did.
And you know what? If he never said a word, that donation probably never comes. That's Kenny, man. Kenny beats that drum. Kenny beats that drum. He pounds that pavement. He'll go whatever you need to do. Kiss babies, walk dogs, whatever to get money. Well, he'll do whatever you need him to do.
Sleep in a tent.
My son's on this sleeping in a tent, since Monday. So we got a tent off the internet, whatever that is. These things are awesome now. You literally just open and throw them, and then they set themselves up.
Wow.
So it's a little 2-man tent, and he wants to sleep in a tent, not outside, but in the living room. So currently in a tent in the living room. So it's a nice spot for me in the next 3 days. And I'm not even in trouble with the wife. This is, this is just purely by I guess, choice and peer pressure from a 4-year-old or almost 4-year-old.
Yeah.
I love Kenny.
Kenny's sleeping in a tent?
Kenny's sleeping in with his kid on the living room floor. on the living room floor just because his kid wants to sleep in a tent.
That's cool.
Dad, will you sleep in a tent with me? Sure.
Remember when you were a kid and you used to take the sheets out of the parent?
The living room, yeah.
Right. And then your mother would come home and then she'd be all pissed because she had to fold all the sheets. There'd be like 17 of them that were out. Like every bed in the house, you would take the sheets off of, and then you'd take the spare sheets, and you'd have like this gigantic fort and like all these different rooms made out of sheets. And then your parents would be pissed because they had to either wash them or fold them and put them back.
Kenny also, and I'm glad they asked him about this because I remember we talked about this when the Hoosiers won the national championship in college football. Kind of one of those, hey, if it can happen to them, it can happen to a lot of different teams. He was asked about that today on Newsmakers. Here's what he said.
I mean, last year we were on the cusp in year 2. We didn't get it done, but we were there. I mean, we're one of the final 8. Mm-hmm. We're a play away from the final 4, right? So we were very, very close to that, right? And that university, along with that coach, has done a phenomenal job, right? Phenomenal job, but the university has also doubled down while he's doing a phenomenal job, and it created that tidal wave of a national championship. So I think it still goes back to everybody's got to be pushing in the right direction, and that university is pushing in the right direction. They got one of the best coaches in college football pushing in the right direction, and they definitely figured out a secret sauce.
He's right. They were one play away from being in the Final Four last year, maybe shocking the world. I don't think that they're on par with Indiana. You know, and I think the big test for Indiana is really going to be like, okay, can you go back and compete again?
Of course.
With Ohio, you're in that conference with Ohio State and Michigan and Penn State. I think the Big 12 is a lot easier to navigate for Kenny. So I think he could be relevant. To me, relevant is being in that top 3, top 4 every year and then having those breakthroughs every once in a while like he did 2 years ago.
But I think it's tougher to do it in the Big 10, just how given how much bigger the Big 10 is than the Big 12.
And they're going to be so hunted next year, Indiana. Totally. They're going to be so hunted.
But I think, and going
Target
back
on the back like ASU this year.
Going back to the donor thing to a certain extent, I mean, I think Indiana is a perfect example of you got big money coming in, which allows you to do kind of big money things, right? You've got a coach who understands NIL, a coach who understands the transfer portal, and who can manage his roster appropriately. Yes, Curt Cignetti was a genius with that over the last couple of years. He didn't have a ton of 5-star guys, certainly not compared to Miami or some of the other programs, but because he was able to
get the right guys,
navigate the right guys through the portal and use the NIL money that he had, he was able to build that. That is, I mean, I could, if I were writing a charter for how ASU football can win a championship, that's it. That's literally their charter. Big money comes in, NIL, transfer portal, roster build, go compete. That's the path for ASU.
Found the right kids in Indiana too, right? It wasn't you're right. Every time that they would play a big game in the playoffs, they would compare them against somebody else's 5-star recruits, 4-star recruits. You look at it and be like, how could they even compete?
And to Kenny's point,
how could they compete against this team?
2 years ago, when they were a play away from advancing to the Final Four, ASU had that kind of team then.
Yeah.
That team was magic. It was a magic conglomeration
Sacramento
of
State's Cam Scatterbo,
Colorado's
third
Jordan
string
Tyson,
backup quarterback,
Michigan State Sam Leavitt, right? This guy
third
from
stringer.
Here, that guy from there, pulling here, pulling there.
Yeah.
And it's hard. I mean, I think we can't expect that every single year all the time, but I'm really curious to see if Kenny did it again this year with how he put together this roster.
Well,
it's kind of similar to what he did a couple years ago in terms of looking at where all the pieces came from.
He's 1 or 2 in the Big 12 in what they did in the portal. He really hit the portal hard and had a lot of success.
When we come back.
Oh, Lauren, I will say Chazinator is saying, hey, can we get some Led Zeppelin bumper rejoin music today? That's on YouTube. The Chazinator on YouTube. He's saying it. I'm just saying. The people are asking.
Lauren's just grumpy that the Bears are moving to Indiana.
Indiana Bears!
We might have to give her a day to collect her thoughts on that.
Do you think Chicago could get a team in a few years? You think they can give Chicago a team, like an expansion team?
She just shut off your mic.
You think they can give Chicago an expansion team?
When we come back, Jordan Lawler is not the only Arizona Diamondbacks at a crossroads moment. We'll tell you who's standing there next to him next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and the great Stuart Willis. He is a fiduciary. He's ready to help you right now. The way he's helped me with great financial advice, a retirement plan, a financial plan, just making sure that everything is put together so that way you can execute your plan. It's like, you're the CEO of your own team, and you've got big decisions to make. And trust me, because I'll be 60 this year. The decisions that you're making at 30 and 40 and in your early 50s have a huge effect on what you'll be able to do when you're my age. Because when you get to be my age, you might be sitting there saying, hey, I want to slow down. I don't want to work as much. I want to retire. I want to do these vacations. I want to travel. I want to see the world. You want to do things. And the decisions you make early are going to have a profound impact on whether you're able to do them or not. Working with a fiduciary like Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax can very well put you in a great position, because all of the studies and surveys show that working with a financial advisor like Stuart Willis, a fiduciary, is going to help you a lot more with your financial plan and your retirement plan. So call them at 602-877-PLAN and get a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground-level, easy-access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marada, and President's Day means executive level savings at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and right now the savings are seriously stacked. Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on remaining 2025 Bronco Sport and Maverick trucks with approved credit. Need more muscle? Score up to $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Super Duty trucks. And for even more bang for your buck, drive a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter with up to $5,000 off MSRP, $3,250 in bonus cash, plus low APR financing for qualified buyers. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end March 2nd, 2026.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona. 2 Mexican warriors, Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event, going on now.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know social poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sanderson Ford. Presented by Sander
Lauren's here with the poll question. Should they still be called the Chicago Bears, yes or no? Was that the poll question we're asking the folks today? No?
No. Do you think I want to talk about it? I'd rather talk about what's happening to the other side of you.
The other side of me? The other side of the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios?
The other half of Burns and Gambo.
That would be Gambo trying on one of Joe Huizenga's blazers.
I'm going to be honest. This is a personal favorite for me.
I like this one, too.
Mm-hmm.
It's swirly and pretty.
It looks nice with the schmedium, as you call it.
We checked the tag. He's wearing a large today.
Oh, okay. The YouTube audience
He walked
asked.
over into my personal space. He's like, check my tag. Check my tag. Is it large today or is it medium? I don't even know.
Now, did I make a promo out of it so everybody could hear it yesterday? I did.
Lucky us. How do you feel about that blazer there, Gambo?
This is sharp.
You like that?
I feel like a sharp-dressed man.
How many songs can we quote in the first hour of the show?
We're going to set a record here. You're a music person who couldn't name your favorite Led Zeppelin song.
I know. It's crazy. Like, I was so...
But I'm a music person. I don't know what my favorite Led Zeppelin song is.
It's crazy. My brain works very musically. Yours works movie-wise. I can watch a movie and I'll be 15 minutes. I'm like, I think I saw this like 10 years ago. It looks familiar. Sometimes we'll start a show and I'll be like, did we watch this?
Watch this already?
I'm going to watch this. I'm not really sure. And then sometimes I fast forward to the end and I'm like, okay, I watch. Like Hijack.
Yeah.
Idris Elba?
Yeah.
Right, Hijack. Yeah. I started to watch the first one. I'm telling Chelsea, like, did we see this? And so what I did is I went to the last episode and I'm like, we saw this.
Okay, but has that ever happened and you haven't seen it? So then you just like spoiled the whole show for yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Yes. But sometimes I think I've seen this. Hijack, I started to watch it, the first one, and I'm like, it looks familiar. It wasn't that long ago, but it took me. So I went to the end of it, and I realized that I had seen it.
If you're watching on YouTube, you've never seen Gambo wear this blazer before. He's borrowing this one for the next few minutes. Then I would imagine you're going to ditch it because we have Ken Kendrick coming on in about 11 minutes. So.
This is a sharp blazer. This is how you doing type of blazer right here.
Poll question for us today. Poll question. What do you got for us, Lauren?
All right, we're asking, with Dylan Brooks suspended for tonight's game, who do you predict will be the team's second leading scorer? Devin Booker is out of this competition. All right, is it Jalen Green?
Yes.
Mark Williams? Colin Gillespie? Or other?
I'm going Jalen Green.
Colin Gillespie. I don't know if Green's there yet. We'll see.
We'll find out tonight. Our audience is going 47% with Jalen Green, 38% with Colin Gillespie, 13% with Mark Williams, and 2% with other.
All right, that's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. Thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate that. This is Alec Thomas from Tuesday. Who? Alec Thomas, the outfielder for the... I know, you're just messing around over there. You're in a mood today, I can tell. Alec Thomas on taking more reps in left field.
Yeah, I'm down to do anything to help the team, and, I just want to be out there and, help any way I can. I definitely, I've taken a lot more reps than in the past, at left field, so... Yeah, I'm just during batting practice. I'm just out there in left field for the first 3 rounds, and then go back to center field and take my normal reps. So, that's what I'm doing. That's my preparation. I think the best thing that I could do is get live reads during batting practice at all the positions, and just try to get myself game-like reads as much as possible since I haven't really played the corners in a couple of years since the minor leagues. So,
Keys, there was a story on AZ Central today about Alec Thomas changes to his batting stance.
Oh, yeah, big
kind of
changes.
lowering the leg kick a little bit so it's not so pronounced, so he can maybe see more pitches, so he can be a little more patient at the plate. I don't know. I hate to be this way about Alec Thomas. I tend to think this is kind of who he is as a hitter, but that's probably not fair because he's a young player and there still might be room for change and growth and things like that. But as much as we talk about Jordan Lawler, this is also a big year for Alec Thomas to offensively prove he belongs to be in the lineup. Defensively, he has slipped a little the last couple of years. He's not maybe as elite as he was.
Last year for sure, which is a shocker to me. When Alec Thomas first got to the Diamondbacks in 22, and you saw him play a lot in 22 and 23, I thought we were looking at the next great center fielder. And the Diamondbacks have had some tremendous center fielders. Chris Young was a great defensive center fielder. Steve Finley, Devon White, great defensive center fielders.
Yep.
And I really, truly thought that Alek Thomas had the chance to be the best one of them. He would run down balls that you would be like, wow, just incredible defense. And so to me, the fact that they could be shifting Lawler to center and Alek Thomas to left is baffling to me. What happened? Now, there was an injury, the hamstring injury, that I think kind of derailed him a little bit, maybe took away a little bit of the burst and the speed to get to some of those balls. We saw him misplay a couple last year, and you're just like, that is just not him. That is just not him. Now, the big question really comes, look, they were open to trading him or Jake McCarthy. You know, a couple of years ago when they went to the World Series, chaos on the bases, Alek Thomas and Jake McCarthy and Corbin Carroll, they had all this speed, and oh my God, who's going to stop this team with all this speed? Jake's in Colorado now, and Alek is fighting for his life. This is his 5th year in the major leagues. And 2 years ago, he got sent down to the minors for a while. Like, he was really struggling. Last year, he was better. And then last year was McCarthy who was struggling. He got sent down, and he got eventually. They were open to trade either one of them, but there was no value. There was no value for either one.
Right.
They traded McCarthy. Alek Thomas could be that guy, too, where this is your make-or-break year.
Could be, because there are guys that are pushing, you know, whether it's, you know, Jordan Lawler and his make-or-break year when Corbin Carroll comes back. When I saw more video today of Lourdes Gurriel Jr., he's still taking BP. How soon will he be back? And then there's this guy, and this is Troy Lavello. He was a guest on Newsmakers Week this morning on the Bickley Marada show, and he was asked a question about Ryan Waldschmidt, one of their top prospects.
Yep.
Listen to what he had to say about Ryan.
And then you got Ryan Waldschmidt, right? He was an incredible draft for us, and he is coming. He's emerging. He was part of the reason why I was late, actually. He was the one I was meeting with at 7:30 this morning, and he was getting very conversational. Once again, coming into my office as a young guy, looking me square in the eyes, I'm not going to stop that. I want to continue to get to know him and see what makes him tick. And he was very comfortable. You know, I don't want to label anybody as a can't miss, and everybody wants to know what's going to happen with him. He's going to determine what that timeline is. A very talented player, controls his own offensively, runs the bases well, plays defense really well. He's got a lot going for him.
Yeah.
There's a lot to like about him.
They like
Good
him.
Size. And it's not like he's a baby. He's like 23 years old. So, like, last year, he was in A, and then they moved him up to AA. So he spent about half the season in A-ball and then half the season at AA in Amarillo. I don't think he's ready yet, but I think he could be at some point this season, is what I've been told. Probably not right now, but he could be here at some point this season.
I'll be curious to see how much of a push he makes in his minor league journey this year, and if he becomes a guy who just forces his way into the conversation. The Cactus League opener for the Diamondbacks is tomorrow.
That's crazy.
Which is absolutely crazy. It was announced today Thomas Hatch is going to start for the Diamondbacks, but because they're about to lose a bunch of guys to the World Baseball Classic and training for that, expect a lot of regulars in the lineup for the Diamondbacks tomorrow. So they're going to because they're going to lose a lot of those guys when the WBC starts.
Right.
So expect a lot of them in the lineup tomorrow for their opener. Speaking of the Arizona Diamondbacks, when we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, their managing general partner, Ken Kendrick. He'll join us to talk about the state of the team, the payroll, and everything else next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about M-Drive. It's a supplement I take every single day to help me with my endurance, my stamina, really my ability to recover because, you know, when you work out on a regular basis, you know, the recovery sometimes gets harder on you as you get older. Now, M-Drive is the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. They've got all these great products, including products for your hair, but they really, really specialize in the supplements. Their #1 seller is Boost and Burn. M-Drive Boost and Burn is a great product for those of you that are very active, but also want to lose a few pounds. You don't want to lose 50, but you'd love to lose 5 or 10, maybe 12 pounds. Boost and Burn has clinically tested ingredients. It's going to help you. It supports your healthy testosterone, but it also helps you with the endurance, the stamina, and the recovery. Right now, get 20% off. All you have to do is go online, mdriveformen.com. That's mdriveformen.com. Put Gambo in the promo code and get 20% off.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marada here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrued from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back from the break tonight. They're in Austin, Texas. They're going to take on the San Antonio Spurs on the campus of the University of Texas. Dylan Brooks is going to serve a one-game suspension tonight, so he is out. Grayson Allen is now questionable with a right ankle sprain. He was not initially listed on the team's injury report, so that's a name to watch here going forward. Tip-off is at 6:30. Pre-game coverage will start at 5:30. Right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And Diamondbacks spring training kicks off tomorrow. We're all excited to see the mitts popping and the bats cracking. And to talk more Diamondbacks as we're getting ready for the start of the season, the managing general partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Ken Kendrick, is going to join Burns and Gambo coming up next. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Ooh, nice. Earn entries from now until the 25th of February. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What type of intensity did the Phoenix Suns show in the return from the All-Star break? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and it is always a pleasure. We are fortunate enough to talk to him a couple of times throughout the course of the season, usually right when it ends and right when it begins, and sometimes in the middle, too. The managing general partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Ken Kendrick, who is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Ken, I hope this call finds you well, and as always, we appreciate your time. How are you today?
Well, I'm very pleased to be on with you guys. Kind of, I guess I'm an opening act for spring training now.
Yeah, I was out at the ballpark today. Me and Burns, you were both down there this morning. We had a little powwow with Mike Hazen and Troy Level. I walked right into your office. I sat down, nice corner office. You weren't there, but I made myself at home. You've got a beautiful corner office.
Well, more of a cubicle, but it is in the corner, right?
And I signed a few checks. I made a couple calls, and you'll find out tomorrow when you get in.
Everybody likes spending our money. Why not you?
Well, let me start there because you like spending your money. The first thing I want to do is I do want to give you credit. The Diamondbacks continue to be one of the best teams in Major League Baseball in spending in regards to revenue. You're right at the top in regards to the money that comes in goes right back into the ball club. You've been very, very good at that, committed to winning. It's what the fans want, so I congratulate you for that. But I'll ask you the question, because every year the team sets a budget, and these last couple of years, for some reason, you keep going way over the budget. You did it again with the signing of Zach Gallen. Tell me why.
Well, Zach is obviously a very special young man, and he's had his whole almost entire career as a D-back. And as you may remember, we did present him the qualifying offer at the end of last season, and he decided to go to the marketplace, and we presumed that, he would find a home elsewhere. And time passed, and things didn't go maybe as he and his representation would have wanted. And so we kind of stayed in the weeds. I think I even said personally it would be wonderful if we could keep him. Wasn't sure we could do it financially, but they worked with us. We worked with them, and we put a deal together that, both sides I think are okay with. I don't know would have been the deal either one of us would have planned at the end of last season, but he has a chance to be, right at the top of our rotation, which he has been in the past. And it's a opportunity for him, to go and have a great season and potentially get that long-term high-value contract after this coming season.
How difficult was it for you in setting the budget for this team, knowing that $60 million will start on the sidelines? Corbin Burns, Lourdes Gurriel, Justin Martinez, AJ Puck. That's a tough pill to swallow when so much of your payroll will not be playing baseball for you when the season starts.
Yeah, great observation. And, of course, we knew that was going to be true. So we still have to put a competitive team on the field, and we kind of built a model around the idea that, let me call that group of guys are already on board reinforcements. and we knew they would all be coming. Well, what we don't know, and they don't either, is the exact dates each of them will actually be out on the field. But every one of the guys you just mentioned, we expect to be, back and playing for us middle of the season, or maybe in one or two cases a little earlier and one or two cases a little later. So we had these reinforcements. The money associated with guys that are not playing is it's part of the game, and we aren't the only team that's ever been through it. It's maybe more impactful on us than someone else with a deeper budget, but we had to build a business plan around knowledge that those guys were going to be sitting on the sidelines for some unclear number of games, but we still had to play. And I thought, and I think, that with our entire roster that we now have, plus those guys, if they were all to be healthy, we have a highly competitive team. The question about our team, to me, or a question, there's more than one, is getting from day one to the point when we're at a place where all of our best players are able to play.
Ken Kendrick is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show, and that kind of leads me into my question. What is your level of confidence that you've got that team to be able to navigate your way from day one to, say, day 100 when you start getting guys back, or day 120 when you start getting guys back?
Well, I hope it won't be that far in at 100 to 120, but it could be that someone or more would not be playing until then. But you've divided into two pieces, and hope after the first 81, let's say, the first half, you'll have maybe three or all four of the guys we already are talking about. Well, it's part of the game. How confident am I in the first half? Well, I would have to be honest and say I'm less confident in our win and loss record in the first half than I think I would be able to predict, albeit that's further down the road in our second half. But, all of them add up. Every game counts, and it's 162. It's not first half or second. It's both.
I'm curious from your perspective, the Ketel Marte journey that we kind of all went through this offseason. What were your observations during that, and how do you feel you guys have come out on the other side of that now that it is seemingly behind you?
Well, obviously, our fans love Ketel. All of us on the non-playing side of the team love Ketel. There were some bumps in the road with him in the middle of last year. He acknowledged it. We acknowledged it. He's a really, really fine young man at the core, and acted. I'll use the phrase as an older guy. I think less mature than I would have wished in the middle of the season, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on revisiting it. But at the end of the day, I think we owed it to ourselves, knowing he had a high value, to find out what that value was. And we said we would do it, and we did it. Incoming calls, but we placed very high value on him, and believed and said, I think it was very public by Mike and me, that it was highly likely he'd be a D-back, and we were correct. And the noise in the market turned out to just be noise in the market, to be fair.
Ken, you called the Dodgers a 900-pound gorilla last week. Their payroll's first in Major League Baseball. I think it's probably approaching $300 million. The taxes. Is there a problem in baseball? Can it be fixed? And what's your opinion on how to fix it?
Well, it's of course you are opening the door to the fact that we're about to engage in labor negotiations, and it's really not my place to talk about that. I would personally like there to be a different model than we have, but that's a collectively bargained issue. We have a committee that will start right around the corner to meet with the Players Association and their bargaining committee. And so I'm hoping that we all would see we can, through bargaining, we can make the game a more competitive game from top to bottom. Right now, it really is clear that we have a group of teams at the bottom and we have some teams at the top. We are in neither of those groups, to be fair. And, I think a model that would allow those extremes to not be what they are, I think would be good for the fans. And honestly, I think it would be good for the players. I hope they're going to understand the math that I think could prevail. And there's already some, public information out there that if we remodeled how we operate into more like the other three sports operate, it might be better for all. But I can't really get into the detail first. The detail isn't yet there, and I'm not one of those that are on the front lines of bargaining. I'm a cheerleader.
Right.
So I'm
but it
hoping
sounds like
for. Excuse me.
I'd say it sounds like you're saying, because the other three sports do have some sort of salary cap, right? So you're saying that could be a benefit.
Their own system different than our system, and sometimes you ought to look at what the other guy's doing and how successful he is being when you look at how you're doing and how successful you are. And let me just leave it at that. It's not a subject I can really go into. I think there's going to be a lot said and a lot written. You guys are going to have a lot of fuel for the fire of your program over time as this unfolds, because it is going to be in the public eye, and it already is. Even when we haven't even begun, we have one more year to go, and bargaining is just about to begin.
Yeah. Let me ask you about something that I know means a lot to you and your legacy here in this ballpark and this stadium. And you've got a lot of money going into upgrading the air conditioning, the plumbing, the electric, the roof, to make the fan experience better, maybe create some premium seating to create more revenue, better social settings. Tell me how you feel things are going towards getting this ballpark refurbished a little bit and up to par for the fans.
Well, good question. One of the things I have learned, never having had we've had some engagement with government because we're a government-owned facility and have been from day one. Government moves very slow. And in the setting we're in, we've been moving from a model that existed from the first day to the present of a governance under the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. And now we're moving to a new model that's a result of a legislative action taken middle of last year, that really we have governance now that includes that is a new board that is just formed, and it's got representatives from the city of Phoenix, representatives from the business community, representatives from the county, representatives from the state legislature, the governor's office, and finally, even the Diamondbacks are included in this. So it's a governance board that's just coming together. They are just about to get their bylaws completed and approved, and then the next step would be the approval of a lease. Our lease is expiring. It's in need of being refreshed and extended, and we're in the middle of getting ready to have those. Those will be kind of administrative actions, and then the tax revenues are already starting to be collected, and then will be, once those governance issues are finalized, and we think they will be, and we think they will be very soon, we'll begin to make plans for the actual work that we would do. Now, having said that, you can't do a whole lot of work during the baseball season.
Right.
So we're probably, well, let's hope we're in November before we're starting to do work. How's that?
Yeah. Well, I like the sound of that.
And then, you've got to divide the work up, and you've already identified a lot of the things that are needed. Well, we're in the throes now. We've selected an architectural firm who are going to be, as you would have, a lead. We're in the final throes of selecting a primary contractor to be a part of the team to do all of the work. And then we're in the middle of setting the priorities. And there's two categories. One are the infrastructure issues that need attention, and I'll call them the fan-facing, meaning create some potential new things for fans that might drive increases in revenue. But the primary is the infrastructure is the first area we have to attack. And then the fan-facing, will come along. And this is a multi-year deal because you obviously can't stop the baseball machine and work while games are being played. So we'll have intervals of 6 months, from 5 to 6 months, if you will, over years. And I don't know that I'll even be there when it's all done because there's that much to do.
No,
I hope so, but we're excited about getting to the place where we can begin. It's a process that's taken, longer than I would have wished, but almost anything worthwhile in life seems to go slower and take longer than you would wish.
Ken, as always, we appreciate the conversation. I think we're going to be down there for opening day as per usual. I hope we bump into you, have a chance to have a conversation with you. We wish you the very best of luck this season to the organization. We're big fans, obviously, and we hope all goes well. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thanks for the time, guys, and appreciate all you do to keep us in front of our public. It's all about us trying to make the best position that we can with our fans, and hopefully the fans are supportive of what we've been doing and what we're going to do.
Doing a great job. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Ken. Ken Kendrick, Managing General Partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, with a special shout-out to our audience in Carefree for joining us here on this Thursday afternoon.
Highway there,
So I've heard, When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we will react to what Ken had to tell us. There was a lot there to unpack. That's next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're moving in the right direction. I like the spot that we're in. The one thing is with this league, it is fragile. Things turn quickly in this league. So what we need to do is not be satisfied, to keep driving, keep pushing.
Back from the All-Star break, the Suns visit San Antonio tonight. Pre-game at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Lund Mortgage team has been helping people for 35 years right here in Arizona. It's one of those family-owned mortgage companies. I love giving my business to the family-owned companies here in the Valley. I truly do. The Lund Mortgage team is helping people with refinances, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage right now. They'll do a great job for you the way they've done a great job for me. I've always used the Lund Mortgage team, from Stan Lund to Lisa Lund and Matt Oliver. It is a great company that truly takes a lot of pride in making sure that you not only get the lowest rates and the lowest fees, but also get the right mortgage for you. Do you know how many people work with these fly-by-night companies that aren't even in this state, and they're just quickly getting you on and off the phone, and all of a sudden you're signing this paperwork, and you really don't know what you're signing. You're trusting these people, and they don't really care because they're already moved on to the next client. It's all about the quantity to those companies. But with the Lund Mortgage team, it's about the quality. The quality of making sure that you get the right mortgage, of understanding your needs, because everybody's needs are different. So call the Lund Mortgage team for any and all of your mortgage needs. 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9. Restrictions apply.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Vince Marada. Join us Friday. Full recap of how the Suns did against the Spurs in Austin. And, of course, Newsmakers Week wraps up with a great roster of interviews. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Let's spend a couple minutes here recapping our thoughts on Ken Kendrick, because we're lucky enough to have him on the show usually a couple times a year, beginning of the season, end of the season, sometimes in the middle of the season. What stood out to you? What kind of
first and foremost, I continue to be amazed, truly amazed at the Diamondbacks spending in regards to revenue, which fans may not know enough about, but they see the stories, and the Diamondbacks spend like they're bigger spender. The majority of them, all the money they make, they put right back into the team. They're one of the top teams in Major League Baseball in regards to the revenue comes in being spent on the ball club. They're one of the top in all of Major League Baseball in that regards. So I just commend him for, being a guy that's never taken a dime. He's never once taken a dime. And all the money they make goes right back into the team, and then some, because last year they lost $50 or $60 million, and that comes out of his pocket. That doesn't just magically appear off a tree. It's when they lose money, he's paying for it, and they lost a lot of money last year. The other thing I think is just in regards to what could be coming up, like looking at the other three sports team models, professional models. And do they have something that works better, and can the players see that? And there's a path forward to come to an agreement that's good for not only the players but good for the owners.
That was my number one takeaway as well. Was a new level of appreciation. How can I phrase this? Like, he clearly didn't want to stir the pot a whole lot. He's not on the committee. He's not on the negotiating committee. He doesn't want to say too much because he doesn't want to, he doesn't want what he says to become a headline somewhere or to be aggravated.
He's done that before on this show,
and that's what I mean. You're building up to exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. He's said some things on this show in the past that have gotten I keep saying aggregated, that have gotten used
and aggravated,
that have gotten kind of as part of the ammunition. And I do appreciate, because these are gonna be contentious and yet very delicate conversations. The future of the game of baseball is going to be at stake in these negotiations. We are potentially staring at a very long, very costly, very damaging lockout that hopefully all sides can avoid. And I think Ken, while knowing what he wants, understanding, he would like to see a different system, also doesn't want to say anything that's going to rock the boat, because this is a boat, Gambo, that can very easily be rocked. And if it gets rocked too hard, it's going to make a mess. And it's going to make a mess for a lot of people. And it's going to make a lot of people unhappy.
You know what happens if you rock the boat? You tip the boat over.
And Ken respects that. Ken understands that. And I liked how he was delicately trying to answer a question for a delicate situation.
But also making sure that I've got an opinion here.
Of course.
And I got a seat at the table, and I have an opinion. And that opinion is that these other sports, they have something that works pretty well, and we should look at that.
But also, he has a seat at the table, but he doesn't have a seat at the table because he's not on the negotiating committee. And he kind of wants, okay, you guys do your job, and, we'll see how this thing goes. So I appreciated how deftly he tried to handle that while expressing his opinion, but at the same time not doing anything that was going to rock the boat.
Yeah, Ken's 82 years old. He'll be 83 in September. And that's why he knows, like, his time owning this team is running out. It's just running out, just age. What the succession plan is, I mean, I've talked to him a little bit about it, but that will be up to him to decide what the succession plan will be. But he cares about winning, but he also does care about, like, we've got to make something. Because the disparity now between these teams and the Dodgers, like, 10 years ago, you didn't worry about it as much. 5 years ago, you didn't worry about it as much. But in the last 5 years, there's been a tremendous change in teams' ability to compare with the Dodgers in payroll.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the faith that we have in Monty Ossenfort to nail this upcoming draft might be tested when it comes to two very specific players. We'll tell you what we mean by that next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marada talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, Diamondbacks GM Mike Hazen, Suns and Mercury CEO Josh Bartelstein, Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All-Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marada, and President's Day means executive level savings at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and right now the savings are seriously stacked. Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on remaining 2025 Bronco Sport and Maverick trucks with approved credit. Need more muscle? Score up to $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Super Duty trucks. And for even more bang for your buck, drive a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter with up to $5,000 off MSRP, $3,250 in bonus cash, plus low APR financing for qualified buyers. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers end March 2nd, 2026.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. On day 3 of Newsmakers Week, Suns general manager Brian Gregory caught up with Bickley and Marada this morning. Gregory credited the organization and their alignment for their first half success.
I think from top to bottom, from Matt to Jordan Ott to our players, they've responded extremely well in every situation. And because of that alignment, things have worked out in a good way.
You can watch that full conversation right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. For all the conversations from day 3 and to see who is scheduled to join tomorrow, you can find the full Newsmakers article right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Suns are back from the break. They're in Austin, Texas tonight. They face the San Antonio Spurs on the campus of the University of Texas. Dylan Brooks is set to serve his 1-game suspension tonight, so he is out. Grayson Allen is now questionable, listed with a right ankle sprain. He was not initially listed on the injury report. Tip-off is at 6:30. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 5:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And right now on the Arizona Sports app and on ArizonaSports.com, renderings for the ASU football new practice facility that's set to be built sometime in the near future. Head coach Kenny Dillingham shared with Bickley and Marada this morning they had a high-level donor make a donation to push the project forward. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Friday for the thrilling conclusion of Newsmakers Week. Guests and shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I tip-jarred him yesterday, but I'll tip-jar him again today. Little Stone Temple Pilots on this Thursday afternoon as we're back into the Burns and Gambo show. John Gambadoro, Dave Burns hanging out with you on this Thursday afternoon. Before we talk about the Cardinals and this kind of mock draft dilemma that it really shapes up the conversation very, very well. Congratulations to the Cardinals organization today. They had their groundbreaking ceremony on their new practice facility.
Absolutely. Great moment.
Saw all the renderings, all the guys out there with the shovels. Michael Bidwell, Monty, Austin Ford, Mike LaFleur was out there. Trey McBride, Buddha, Marvin Harrison Jr., was out there. There was one other player, I can't remember who, but they're all turning over the shovels and all of that stuff. Michael Bidwell said today that the plan is that when they break training camp in 2028, they expect to move right into that building.
When they break camp in 28, so that would mean
2 years.
2 years.
2.5 years. Basically.
Okay.
Because this training camp...
So 26. 27, still in Tempe. 28.
August of 28, they're doing training camp at State Farm Stadium. And when they're done
go to the
training
new
camp, they would move into the new facility in August of 2028.
So they've got 2.5 years to build it.
2.5
years.
Yeah.
Good. It's, well, needed, necessary. Happy to see them break ground on it. You got to move, you got to advance, you got to make things better for your players and better experience for all of the families and everything, too. So this will be a good thing.
He was asked about the NFLPA's report cards not being published anymore. And his response was, well, feedback is a gift, but I also knew what our plan was, and I was going to make this multi-generational decision before. So it's like he's like, I appreciate the feedback. I was going to do this anyway. I was going to build this facility anyway, but feedback is a gift. I'm paraphrasing what he said, but that was the basic
wish they would have built it earlier, but better late than never.
Yeah, no doubt. As far as our trusted Monty Austin Fort, the mock drafts, there's been
I'm fascinated by this
a little bit of variation, but not a lot.
Yeah.
And there's been a lot of offensive line talk for the Cardinals, and certainly rightfully so, their need to find a tackle to pair with Paris Johnson Jr. There was a mock draft today from Daniel Jeremiah, in which he once again had them taking Francis Mauanoa, the tackle from Miami. There was another mock draft on CBS Sports that had them taking Spencer Fano, the offensive tackle out of Utah. If the Cardinals stay at 3, and if they do indeed take a tackle, assuming they choose the first tackle in the draft, this will set up very similar to 2024, when they chose Marvin Harrison Jr. over Rome Odunze and
Malik Neighbors.
And will wonder for the end of time if they got the right guy or not.
I think that this could be the most important decision that Monty Ossenfort will ever make when it comes to this. One of these guys, like I was looking at offensive line rankings all day today, NFLDraftBuzz.com and all. These two guys are ranked 1, 2 in everything. Mawanoa, Spencer Fano. Mawanoa's number 1, rating 89.5. Fano number 2, 88.6. Then there's a drop off a little bit when you get to Caden Proctor, and then from there it goes, down to the kid from Penn State. Then there's a kid from Utah, Caleb Lemieux. But let's just start with the top 2. If you're going to take an offensive lineman, Monty Ossenfort has to nail this one. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. One of these guys is going to be better than the other. They're both 6'6". They're both over 300 pounds. One of these guys is going to be a better. It is, okay? One's going to be better. You cannot get this one wrong.
Yeah.
You cannot pick the wrong guy. 5 years from now, when we look back at this draft, you better have picked the guy that's the better offensive lineman. A lot of us think they're going to go offensive line with that pick at number 3. Some people think they could be different. But if they go offensive line, which a lot of people believe, and I do too, I don't know which guy's better, but you better. This is your job. You better get this one right. Mistakes you cannot pick the wrong guy and the other guy goes on to be an 8-time Pro Bowl player and your guy is just a good player in the league. Mm-hmm. Can't make that mistake. And you know this because you follow the draft as long as one of these guys is going to be better than the other.
Sure.
They're not going to be equal. And if you're going to make that decision, you damn well better get it right.
Yeah, and that's the pressure that Monty Ossenfort has on him this entire offseason. And there's just no shaking it. There's no denying it. There's no, it is hard to envision that Monty Ossenfort's going to get too many more cracks at drafts or quarterbacks, or I know he's never picked a quarterback, but you know what I mean, or head coaches, it feels like Monty just got here. It's been 3 years, but the clock is ticking. The clock is absolutely working against Monty Ossenfort, where I don't know how much success they can have this year, but it does feel like he is going to run out of options to make choices like this if he doesn't get it wrong right out of the chute right away. And look, even if they don't go offensive line, okay, they might take the first edge rusher in the draft. They might take the first. There's a lot of firsts they could take in this draft, sitting at number 3. Yeah, I mean, there's whatever player he picks, unless the Jets, let's say the Jets at number 2 take an edge rusher, and the Cardinals decide to take an edge rusher. Okay, then somebody else kind of made the choice for you, and you pick the other guy. But if the Jets go a different direction, and you're the one taking the first edge rusher, same thing. We're going to compare that edge rusher at 3 to every other edge rusher that was taken after him to see if he got it right.
Yes.
It's the microscope that you get put under when you have made questionable draft picks, when you've made draft picks that haven't panned out, when you've made draft picks that, and fair or not, to hold him responsible for this, but there's no other way to evaluate Monty Ossenfort and his work in the draft. When guys are getting hurt and they can't play, I mean, it sucks. It sucks that we have to use that against him. But it's all part of the process of evaluating your general manager when you're not getting the results you want out of your draft picks. Yes, that is absolutely the pressure that's going to be on him.
There's two things I look at with the Monty Ossenfort drafts. Marvin Harrison Jr. versus Rome Odunze and Malik Neighbors. Still time to see if that works out. Right now, I think if I'm the Bears or the Giants, I'm probably happy with my guy, and I wouldn't have taken Marvin Harrison Jr. The other one is just the development of Will Anderson. You trade it down, you end up with Paris Johnson and Darius Robinson. If D-Rob never pops, look, right now, if you told me, you can go back and just give me Will Anderson. Will Anderson's a freaking, just give me Will, because you get Will Anderson, and then all of a sudden, last year's draft, you don't have to go Walter Nolan and Birch and those guys because you got Will Anderson.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't think you can just look at 2 players and evaluate a general manager in his draft. You know what I mean?
I said that's two things that you can evaluate him on. Is those two?
Okay, it's
not the whole draft.
It's the totality of his drafts where you're looking for the impact players and you're not finding them. Where there haven't been enough of them so far. And I understand what you're saying.
There are big decisions we could look at.
You're isolating those decisions because they were big kind of hinge point moments in terms of, hey, we could go this way or we could go that. It was like a choose your own adventure book that we used to read as kids, right? If you're going to do this, turn to page 76. If you're going to do that, turn to page 82. Those were two hinge point moments for Monty. Am I going to take this wide receiver or that wide receiver?
Well, the other one would be the Max Melton
trade
decision.
or that trade or the Max Melton decision.
There were three cornerbacks. They traded down. They ended up with Max Melton. And there were two other guys that they probably could have went with. So Kool-Aid McKinstry. And then the kid in Philly, Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
And some people will say that Cooper DeJean and Kool-Aid McKinstry are better. There's still time. I like Max Melton. I think he'll be okay. But, that's a big decision. They're a big you've got to nail some of your big decisions. You have to nail them.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the NBA today had some strong talk about tanking. Looks like they're going to do something about it. We'll tell you what, and we'll tell you what Matt Ishbia had to say about tanking in the NBA next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, it's Wolf. What type of intensity did the Phoenix Suns show in their return from the All-Star break? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And I quote, so we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show. This is ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Tanking is losing behavior done by losers.
Losers.
Purposely losing is something nobody should want to be associated with. Embarrassing for the league and for the organizations. And the talk about this as a strategy is ridiculous. If you're a bad team, you get a good pick. That makes sense. But purposely shutting down players and purposely losing games is a disgrace and impacts the integrity of the whole league. This is much worse than any prop bet scandal. This is throwing games strategically. Horrible for fans that pay to watch and cheer on their team, and horrible for all the real teams that are competing for playoff spots. Awful behavior that Adam Silver and the NBA will need to stop with massive changes, and I have complete confidence that with his leadership, he will fix it. Those of us in a position of influence need to speak out. The only strategy is doing right by fans, players, and the NBA community. Close quote, Matt Ishbia on his Twitter account.
You know what? I believe that he believes every word he said. Now, people will say you don't have control of your own first-round pick until 2032, so, it doesn't pay for you to be in a tanking position. Now, the previous Suns have tanked many years. They tanked. The problem is they couldn't convert the tanking into success. They failed with Dragan Bender and Marquise Chris, and DeAndre Ayton failed. I mean, he got him to the NBA Finals, but you know what I'm saying. There was several guys that they had. Alex Len didn't work. Marquise Chris didn't work. Josh Jackson didn't work. So there were plenty of times when the Suns tanked, and it didn't really work. The best way, and Mark Cuban said it, the best way to get better is to get the best players in the draft, and it's not 15 of them. Usually there's 1 to 4. This year it's going to be 4. Some years it's 1 or 2, and these teams strategically tank to try to put themselves in a position. Matt is a competitive guy. I don't think in my lifetime that he will ever embrace tanking. I don't see it. I just think that he's competitive in business. He was competitive in that freaking All-Star game. He was competitive when he walk on at Michigan State. His whole life has been about competing. So to go up to somebody like that, an alpha like that, and say, you need to lose, just not in his DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're not going to do that. Well, then we're not going to have the top. Well, then we're not going to have the top pick. Like, we'll find a different way. We'll find another way. So I just don't think that you'll see a Matt Ishbia team ever go into tanking. Jerry Colangelo, you remember this, and I remember this from when I moved here. When I moved here, the first bat, I would still love to see somebody had a picture of the billboard. We just added a little rocket fuel. It's the first thing I remember about Phoenix, Arizona. The Suns traded Barkley, and that was the billboard. We just added a little rocket fuel with the 4 players. Jerry Colangelo was adamant not to tank. He went out and got Rodney Rogers and Tony Delk to be a 500 team and just at least get in the playoffs, to have some revenue and be relevant. He didn't want to tank. Now, the last regime with Robert and when Ryan McDonough was there was like, let's get the best players. That's the best way out of this. And a lot of teams feel that way. I just don't ever see Ishbia doing that.
I don't think he will either. I would be a little curious to see if he would have a slightly different tact, like you said, if there were control over their picks and things like that. But they've built such an entertaining winning basketball team this year that it's really a moot point now at this point. Like they're playing well enough to win and maybe even get a 6th seed and not even be in the play-in tournament. I remember those tanking years. I was doing the show with you. I wanted them to tank. How many conversations did we go to tankathon.com and play the simulated lottery and see if we got the first pick? I mean, it was for, as we've said many times, if you're not going to be real good, the best strategy for you is to be really bad.
Yeah.
And to get those ping pong balls and try to set yourself up. It's just on you to do the right things with those picks. and Ryan McDonough never could. I mean, all of those picks were just disasters.
Yeah.
All of them. I mean, outside of Devin Booker.
Mikal Bridges?
Okay, you're right. Mikal Bridges wasn't a disaster.
Yeah.
But that was also, Mikal Bridges.
He got lucky.
Was also in that little kind of awkward transition phase between James and Ryan, too, where they were both in the front office and all of that
Ryan
stuff.
ran that draft. He was going to make the trade for Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. He hesitated. Kupchak ended up making a different trade because his initial goal was to get Shea, and he hesitated. And when he didn't get Shea, then he pivoted and he went to McHale.
But there was still influence by James Jones. I mean, there was still a presence by James Jones in that room. So it was. I think that draft was a little bit different with how it was run. But I mean, for all of those late 2010 years, that was the best strategy for the Phoenix Suns. Hey, if you're not going to be good, be as bad as you possibly can. And as tough as it was to watch and as forgettable as that whole era was, it was their best path. Now, this regime, Matt Ishbia has been very clear about it. He said what he said. And now the league has said what they've said. And today, Shams Charania reporting that Adam Silver has informed the general managers in the league, all 30 of them, the NBA plans to make anti-tanking rule changes for next season. Okay. All right? You ready for some of these suggestions?
I'm ready.
Multiple sources with knowledge of the GM meeting as well as the competition committee, the league has discussed the following concepts.
Okay, let's go over them.
First-round picks can be protected only top 4 or after 14. So everything from 5 to 13.
You can't trade?
You can't protect. You can trade, but you can't put protections on them.
Okay.
So protections only for 4 or better, 14 or worse, to prevent kind of that middle ground of, well, it's the 8th pick in the draft, but if we finish with this record, then it's going to be that sort of thing. So trying to, I don't know if that one's going to work, but that's just one suggestion.
I don't think that works because, again, you're still trying to get it. No, who's trying to get to 8? You're trying to get to top 4.
Lottery odds freeze at the trade deadline or on a later date.
Ooh, okay, this is interesting.
So at the trade deadline, that's it. That's it.
So
those
now there's
are the odds.
no incentive to lose the last 15, 20 games of the season.
After mid-February, so even more than that.
25?
30 games of the season.
Okay.
The trade deadline this year, I think there was 30-plus games that were left in the season.
Could that lead to even worse tanking in the beginning of the season?
Or earlier tanking, yeah, potentially.
But it does give you no incentive to shut guys down. It also gives you no incentive to shut guys down at the end.
No longer allowing a team to pick top 4 in consecutive years and or after consecutive bottom 3 finishes.
Oh, wow.
So if you do it multiple years. So if I'm in the top 4 consecutive years, can't do that.
So
or
you would jump out of the 4th spot?
Or I have one of the 3 worst records in back-to-back years. Can't do that. Can't do that. You're out. You're out. Because it's too long of a strategy.
Man.
You're making your fan base suffer for too long.
How many years are they saying?
Just consecutive bottom 3 finishes, or consecutive years where you're picking in the top 4.
Okay, but here's the thing: if I'm the Dallas Mavericks and I was trying to make the playoffs last year and I got in or whatever, and I got Cooper Flagg, like, am I going to be punished for that? Am I going to be? If I'm the Dallas Mavericks? And I had a 1% chance, 1.9% chance to get the top pick, and I got it. That moved me into the top 3. It moved me to, like, why should they be punished?
It's going to de-incentivize you from doing it again. Ooh, we got Cooper Flagg. Let's do it one more time and see what we get this year. We got.
Okay, but what if they fight really, really hard, and the ping pong balls fall their way, and they end up with the 2nd pick? They'd be like, you can't have it?
Yeah, they'd be like, you can't have it.
Some of these ideas are just stupid.
Teams can't pick in the top 4 the year after making the conference finals. So you make the conference finals, and then what? You get hurt. And so this would be like the David Robinson, Tim Duncan thing, where, if they made the conference finals, but okay, you got David Robinson, he gets hurt, you're terrible the next year, and you get Tim Duncan the year after you're terrible.
What if your free agent leaves? What if you're LeBron in Cleveland and you leave to go take your talent to Miami, and all of a sudden then that team's no good? You don't get
what you're highlighting is that there are no easy solutions to this.
No, all of these are terrible ideas.
There's no easy way to fix this. Lottery odds extended to include all play-in teams. So if the Suns finish 7th, or if the Suns, they'd be in the lottery.
So you're in the lottery if you're a play-in team.
Yeah, to give you hey, there's no incentive to lose. There's still an incentive to win. You're still in the lottery. You're still it's the Utah Jazz thing.
Okay, let me ask you something.
They might be good enough to be a play-in team if they just played all their guys.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you. You're the Phoenix Suns. You're going into the last game of the season. You're the 7th seed.
Oh, it's easy.
If you win, you get the 6th seed. If you lose, you've got a chance at the number 1 pick.
Win.
Okay.
It's easy. I don't even have to think about that one. Would you have to think about that one?
I mean,
Matt Ishby is your owner. Do you have to think about that one?
No, he's not going to think about it at all, no.
Flatten the odds for all lottery teams. So every lottery team has exactly the same chance as getting the number 1 pick as the worst record has the same odds as number 13. Everybody's got the same odds.
The goal should be that the worst teams are going to get the best players.
Should.
I mean, it should be. Like, in a perfect world, the teams that are bad need those players more than the teams that are.
But that way, if you're like, the Utah Jazz, all right, you're going to be a lottery team, but you don't have to be so blatant about tanking because your odds are going to be just as good as if you had one of the 3 worst records in the league. You're still, you're bad. We get it. You're not one of the best teams in the NBA. But you're, as the 8th worst team, you're still competing. You're still playing. You'll
get a chance just like everybody else.
You'll get a chance just like everybody else.
That one's more realistic to me than any of the other ones. Listen, win a couple baskets. I understand that they need to do something. They really do need to do something. That one probably sounds the best to me.
Yeah.
Every team that ends up in the lottery gets the same odds.
As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we're inviting you to the men's basketball game on February 28th against Utah. Use the code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for the info. Reset time next. I'm Burns and Gambo.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union and all the ways they are working so hard to save you money, to keep your money in your pocket, really is what they're all about at Global Credit Union. They are changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. Instead of piling up a bunch of fees, they have helped their members save over $194 million. Better rates, fewer fees, way better customer service. Trust me, as somebody who started out with an auto loan through Global Credit Union, now I'm starting to see the benefits of banking with Global Credit Union. Checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, everything designed for me to save my money and everything designed for you as a member to see the benefit of membership. It really is a better way for you to do your banking and something that is certainly worth checking out. So explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Make your next round unforgettable at Verado Golf Club. Both the Founders and Victory courses are in peak shape, featuring pristine, overseeded fairways and the best greens of the season. Play where breathtaking scenery meets everyday value. With stunning vistas and impeccable conditions, both courses are a must-play and among the best in-season values in the Valley. Experience Phoenix's most memorable finishes at Verado Golf Club. Tee times fill fast, so book your round today at veradogolfclub.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marada. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP. or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from gated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight. They're in Austin, Texas, not San Antonio, Texas, but they are taking on the San Antonio Spurs. It's just going to be on the University of Texas campus at the Moody Center. Taking a look at the latest injury report, a name we're keeping an eye on right now is Grayson Allen. He was not initially listed on the injury report, but right now, he's officially questionable. He's dealing with a right ankle sprain. Dylan Brooks is out for tonight's game. He is serving a 1-game suspension. He received his 16th technical foul on the season in their previous game against Oklahoma City and is serving that suspension tonight. Tip-off will be at 6:30 with pregame coverage starting at 5:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And to catch up on everything that happened from day 3 of Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marada mornings, you can watch the latest videos on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and you can read all the latest stories right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
We're late. That's my bad. So we'll step on it in this 4 o'clock reset. Tell you everything going on in sports. Ooh. Lauren, take it away.
All right, we're going to start with the Phoenix Suns because they're back in action tonight in Austin, Texas to face off against the Spurs. Dylan Brooks will serve a 1-game suspension tonight, so he's out. Grayson Allen popped up on the injury report today. He is now questionable with a right ankle sprain. Tip-off for that one is at 6:30 pregame, starting at 5:30.
Big Jalen Green moment for him to see how he does after having a week off, to see if he's better physically acclimated. Devin Booker coming off the ankle injury, looked pretty good in the All-Star game. Let's see how he looks after having a little bit of time off.
I got my eye on Jalen Green tonight.
See how they play without Dylan Brooks and maybe Grayson Allen,
it's a lot of shots that are available now.
Yes, there are.
A lot of shots that are up there.
I'm really looking forward to this team getting whole, and I'm hoping it's coming soon. I really am. Dylan Brooks being not suspended, Grayson Allen being available, and Jalen Green just being right. Because we haven't seen him right outside of one game against the Clippers and what seems like forever ago. He hasn't played a lot, and he hasn't looked right when he has. So I'm hoping all those things come together over the last 27 games.
And I was curious with Dylan being out if that could just allow him to be a little more aggressive and take more shots. So I'm looking forward to tonight's game.
And it feels like that should come soon. Everybody being healthy soon enough.
Maybe this weekend. Perhaps.
Fingers crossed.
We're all better. The flu's over. Let's go.
The flu. We're done.
Said
We're
patient
over.
0 over here.
I was the first one. Yeah.
Well, no, the scout was patient 0. You were patient.
That son of a gun.
You were patient 1.
I was no patient.
You're the only one here who avoided it.
Thank you, guys.
Everybody else has just ravaged the station except for you.
I know.
Tough,
I know somebody at the Suns went to the scout and was like, "What are you doing?" And like, "Well, I was,
Really? Somebody
said something to him. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing coming here sick like that?
What were they doing?
Yeah.
What were you doing? Like,
you should be an NBA scout. You appear to be impervious to
apparently
all flu-like
that's the
symptoms. You
solution.
should be the one out there doing it.
All right, let's lead with the fact that the Bears are moving to Indiana.
That's not.
started.
We're already
led with the
6
Suns.
minutes into this.
I guess so. Okay.
Welcome to the party, Gambo.
No.
I'm not having a great day.
Gambo's a little off today. I'm a little off. Lauren, you take it wherever you want it to go.
Okay, we're going to go back to what you guys were talking about last segment, and that is the new tanking rules for next season, if you will. The following concepts were discussed to curb tanking. First-round picks can be protected, only the top 4 or top 14 plus. Lottery odds freeze at the trade deadline or later date. No longer allowing a team to pick top 4 in consecutive years and or after consecutive bottom 3 finishes. Teams can't pick top 4 the year after making the conference finals. Lottery odds allocated based on 2-year records. Lottery extended to include all play-in teams and flatten the odds for all lottery teams.
I think the flatten the odds for all lottery teams is probably the fairest. But again, it's not a perfect world because there are some teams that are just bad. And so they're getting penalized for the teams that are tanking. When there are teams that are they're bad. We're just not good. Like, what are you going to do? We've tried to be fair. Like, those teams should be rewarded for being bad to help them get better, but they're getting penalized because of the teams that are tanking, that are actually pretty good, but they're tanking.
I'm also intrigued by the lottery odds freezing at the trade deadline or a later date. I'd like just move it up really, really early and see how teams.
I would go a little bit later than that. But that one could be interesting.
Caught my attention. Yeah.
And moving on over to the NFL, the Arizona Cardinals broke ground on their new facility today. Here is Michael Bidwell at the groundbreaking when asked who is the team president of the Arizona Cardinals.
Michael, you guys are among the minority of NFL teams that does not have a team president to oversee the business side of operations. Why have you not hired someone for that role?
I am the team president.
Why have you not hired a team president?
I am the team president.
And do you think that's the
So next question.
Odd exchange.
Was that Teo?
Yeah, it was.
I like him. That kid stirs it up a little bit. I like him. He's a little pot. Next question. Michael, how come you're not coming on Newsmakers Week? Next question.
I know that clip is circulating around quite a bit. I don't know if it's particularly relevant, to be honest, given the struggles and the totality of the organization. But I've seen it on social. I've watched it a couple times. It's a little, cringy, the way it comes down. But I also don't.
Oh, you have, huh?
Oh yeah, no, I saw it. I saw it earlier in the day. Given everything else that I would worry about if I'm a Cardinal fan, I don't know who the team president is in even the top 10 of my list of things that I would worry about as a Cardinal fan. I just don't know if it moves the needle that much for me, but that's just my opinion.
Especially with the draft coming up here soon. And an NCAA update. U of A men's basketball got back in the winning column last night.
You did right, they did!
75-68 win over BYU.
First of all, the shot by Del Orso to end the first half they were in complete control the whole game. They really, and they didn't, and what I liked about their win last night, Krivas didn't play well. Burries didn't play well. They didn't have Pete. It was a big game by Del Orso and a big game by Karchenkov. Those guys played well. They were beating BYU pretty easily. The score at the end was just but they were in complete control of that game. They took over in the second half.
It was a weird game. First game this season in which they've been outscored in the paint. first game this season, I believe, in which they scored more of their points from the perimeter than they did in
Krivas
the paint.
and Walker were not good.
So that was unusual. And I'll tell you what, that was the easiest 35 I think I've ever seen in a college basketball game from Debate. He effortlessly got 35. Like it felt like he didn't even break a sweat. He could have gotten 45 and not blinked. I know the takeaway is U of A won, and you're excited about that.
Yeah.
Man, it was fun watching that kid play last night because that was the easiest 35 you ever saw.
And I think a lot of that game plan was don't let everybody else beat you. He's going to get his. Don't let everybody else beat you, and they didn't.
Yeah, he still had some pretty nice moves out there I don't know if that was all just, okay, we're going to let you do whatever you want out there. He was pretty slick.
And after the Texas Tech win earlier this week, in CBS's most recent bracket, ASU is a first four out.
I saw that today.
That's ambitious.
I saw that today, and I said, like, okay, because I look at these to see where Arizona is, and I noticed that they push with UConn losing to Creighton, a shocking loss. And the other crybaby Hurley, not ours is fine. But the other, that crybaby.
Doing a lot of crying.
He's a whiner of epic proportions, that guy. Losing to Creighton knocks them off that front line. A lot of people think that Houston has now jumped them and that the Big 12 would have two number one seeds right now.
I got to think if we're having a serious conversation about ASU as one of the first four out, first four in, last four in kind of thing, they got to beat Baylor, they got to beat TCU, they got to beat Utah. Those are the next three games they have on the docket. They have to win one of the two against either Kansas or Iowa State, and then they probably have to win a game or two in the Big 12 tournament if we're really going to talk about this. I'm not a bracketology expert the way some of these others are. It
why not?
Feels like because I got to manage you all day long. It feels like they've got some work to do to get there.
I agree, bracketologists.
But I think, like, if I'm Bobby Hurley, I'm going to use that. Guys, we're now in that bubble. Like, we're there.
You bet.
We pull off another big win, we might be able to jump some of these teams. I'm going to try to sell that if I'm Bobby Hurley.
And in an Olympic update.
Oh, give it to me.
The U.S. women's hockey team
Give me the highlight.
Canada. All right, what one do you want?
Do
you want the game-winning goal or do you want the game-tying goal?
Screw it. Give me them both. They were so good.
Across to Keller. Back out to Edwards. Edwards with a shot. Score! The United States ties it with a goaltender pulled with 2:04 remaining. The captain, Hillary Knight.
And the game-winning goal.
The outlet pass for Keller, a defenseman. Nice move, cuts to the net. Score! Megan Keller, the overtime hero. The United States wins gold and belong.
Freaking incredible. Just absolutely had to pull the goalie. Down 1-0 the entire game. They pull the goalie. They get the equalizer with 2 minutes left. They go to overtime. They win it. A beautiful juke on the defensive player from Canada who swiped at the puck. She made an incredible move, backhanded it past the goalie, and then you can see the defensive player just watching the puck go in the net. She's on the ice, just puts her head down and starts crying. What an incredible win by USA. My favorite moment of the Olympics so far. My favorite moment.
It was fantastic. It was great.
My favorite moment of the Olympics so far just happened about 2 hours ago because Alyssa Liu, the 2022 world bronze medalist who retired from ice skating at the age of 16 in April 2022 to pursue a normal life, quote, citing exhaustion and the desire to explore other interests, returns to competition in 2024, tells her coaches exactly how she's going to skate, in what order, and designs her own skates with her coaches, became the first American woman in 20 years to medal in an individual Olympic skating event, and the first since 2022 to win a gold. She also got caught on the camera coming off the ice saying, quote, "That's what I'm effing talking about."
You know what I liked about her?
That's great.
The other U.S. Olympian that messed up her routine and didn't do
Amber
the triple. She was the first one to console her and hug her and she was the first one to go over to her and help her. So I liked that. I'm happy for her. And I really thought the girl from Japan who came in third, little 17-year-old, I almost thought she was going to win the freaking goal. Her routine was, I was watching it here. I was like blown away. Like, that girl might actually take it from her. Because a little 17-year-old from Japan, and she was incredible, like flying all over the ice. And she took one of the medals. I think she took bronze. So that was exciting. I agree with you.
Very exciting. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock race.
Thanks, Lauren. We do appreciate it when we come back.
And
on
the
Birds
USA
Gamble
has
Show.
tied Italy for golds. They both have the same amount of gold medals.
Oh, have they? Okay. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Join us April 11th for Pat's Run. It's presented by Tech Systems, 4.2-mile run/walk honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. Shout out to our friends in Tolleson for joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We appreciate you, Tolleson. When we come back, are this year's Suns the you don't want to play them team? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marada mornings.
Why are we bringing up the name Tyson Bagent? Because it's been brought up in the Cardinals' potential quarterback search moving forward.
The thing about Tyson Bagent is when Gambo put the name out of there, I would venture to guess 97% of the Valley said, who?
90% of the Valley, 100% of the Owls.
Yeah, exactly.
Bickley and Marada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do love telling you about Christian Brothers. Family owned. Over 50 years now. 50 years in business for Christian Brothers. And again, if you love giving your business to great local companies that care about the community, that are invested in the community, that didn't come from somewhere else, that isn't a part of a big corporation, then you want to know about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. Right now, there's a lot of people taking advantage of the big savings on new air conditioning units. Now, Christian Brothers is offering $2,500 off new AC units. This is a great time to buy. They're not as busy. They're busy with electric. They're busy with plumbing. Not as busy with AC, so they can offer $2,500 off a Train, a Goodman, a Bryant. You can get financing as well. Take advantage of great financing offers with Christian Brothers. Get that AC unit now instead of, you wait a few more months and you realize, hey, my AC unit's old. Now you're paying top dollar because when the summer hits, nobody's giving any discounts. They're slammed. Like, you want a new AC unit? It's top dollar. Call Christian Brothers now. Save that money. 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click BuyForNow.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Vince Marada. Join us Friday. Full recap of how the Suns did against the Spurs in Austin. And, of course, Newsmakers Week wraps up with a great roster of interviews. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We were talking about tanking earlier here on Burns and Gambo, and Matt Ishbia's real strong statement about how, you know, it's terrible for the game. He's not going to do it. He thinks it's a bad strategy and things like that. And you asked the question, if the Suns, they did allow play-in teams to be eligible for the lottery, would you want the Suns to lose a play-in game so they could be in the lottery, or win so they could be the 6th seed? And of course, we would always choose for them to win to be in the 6th seed. But it does speak to this year's Suns team and how, when you look at the play-in tournament and you look at the teams that the Suns might be competing with, there is a real case to be made that the Suns are the most dangerous team that you could meet in a play-in tournament.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about it. They're the team that, not that they're feared. I don't want to say they're feared. I mean, if you get in, you're playing, the 1 or the 2 seed. So I don't think that, you're looking at that like this is the Dikembe Mutombo Nuggets that are going to win. But I think that that's a team that could put some scare into you. One of the teams that put a scare into the Suns the year they went to the end, the year they went to the NBA Finals? It was the New Orleans team that won 2 games against them. Was that the year they went to the Finals, or was that the next year? I can't remember. But that New Orleans team was like, okay, they could win a game or 2. I think the Suns would be looked at as they're going to play freaking hard, and if we don't play our best, they could beat you. And all of a sudden, they win a game, they win 2 games, maybe they develop a little confidence. Because that's the one thing that I look at. I look at them, if they do get it, if they can't get the 6th seed, they get a play-in, and they can win and get the, and get the, what would that be, the 2 seed for them? They would be they played the 2 seed.
If they won the 7th seed, yeah.
If you get the Spurs, you might be able to compete against the Spurs in a 7-game series. Denver, probably not. Houston, maybe. They're starting to fall apart right now, and the whole KD thing's going to be interesting to watch. Oklahoma City, no. So I do think that they would be a team that could scare you more than the other play-in teams.
I think the idea of them being a scary team is really based on how they play in these last 27 games. I really do. Because I think Jalen Green is the X factor in whether they can be a scary team or not. I think the team, as we've seen it up until this point, I don't think they're that scary of a team for the 1 or the 2 or the 3 in the NBA. I think for the Suns they'd have to get all the way up to 5, to maybe play. And even the Rockets, that's not been a good matchup for the Suns this year. I know they're falling apart. I know, thanks to KD's Twitter account, they're imploding. But I think even still, if they were the 6 and they're playing the Nuggets, if they were the 7 and they were playing the Spurs, if they were the 8 and they were playing the Thunder, unless Jalen Green becomes such an integral part of their offense that they take it to a level that we haven't seen yet, I don't know if they're that dangerous of a team to the 1 or the 2 or the 3 in the West. I think those 3 teams, especially with Jokic, they're just too good. I think they're just too much. You know what I mean? I don't see them maybe winning a game or 2 in that series, but I don't know if they could do much more than that.
Do you think a team would fear the Clippers more than the Suns because of Kawhi? And because of the run that they've been on?
Maybe. But they traded Harden at the deadline. And Zubac at the deadline.
Right.
And Kawhi.
I agree with you. That's why I would say no. I would say no because I don't think Kawhi can hold up over the rest of the season and the playoffs without some kind of ailments. But they were playing really good basketball. And it is Kawhi. Kawhi's that one guy who could single-handedly, offensively and defensively, change the complexion of a game. I think the Suns are a better and deeper team, but the Clippers do have that one guy. Golden State, not worried about them because I don't think Curry has any help. I just don't think he has now. Butler's out. They did get Porzingis. And is he ready to play now?
I have no idea.
I think he's close to being able to play.
But how long is he? Even
right,
if he
right.
is,
He's never healthy.
Even if he is,
Portland,
can he play?
I mean, Portland's got some young, but I just don't. Listen, I don't know if any of these teams would be capable of winning a series. It would have to be a matchup, and that matchup would have to be, to me, the Spurs because of their inexperience.
Yeah, I think the Spurs are. I think they're good enough to overcome their inexperience for at least a round. I think maybe in the next round, maybe their lack of experience would get them. But I do also think the Lakers, they're just okay. They're nothing special. Minnesota.
I think the Suns could pass the Lakers.
I think they potentially could. I mean, I think if we've talked about them all along as like the team you can probably go get if you. And again, I think that comes down to these last 27 games. Don't forget, Suns have the 9th toughest schedule of any team remaining. So for Jalen Green to reintegrate himself as soon as possible would be very beneficial to that. Join us on April 11th. It's Pat's Run, presented by Tech Systems. 4.2-mile run/walk honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. The Cardinals' total win projection for next season, it's not a good number. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marada talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at babboitalian.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-718-4040. That's 800-718-4040. 800-718-4040.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Day 3 of Newsmakers Week today, headlined by the general manager of the Phoenix Suns, Brian Gregory, who with Bickley and Marada today was crediting the organization for their alignment in their first half season success.
I think from top to bottom, from Matt to Jordan Ott to our players, they've responded extremely well in every situation, and because of that alignment, things have worked out in a good way.
You can watch that full conversation right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. And for all of the conversations from Day 3, which includes Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of Arizona State football, and ASU Athletic Director Graham Rossini, you can see all of that and much more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Suns back from the All-Star break. They're kicking things off in Austin, Texas, but they are facing the San Antonio Spurs. If you remember last year, they did a game like this where they're playing at the Moody Center on the University of Texas campus. Dylan Brooks is serving a 1-game suspension tonight for racking up 16 technical fouls, so he is not available tonight. Grayson Allen is a name we're keeping an eye on. As of right now, he is questionable with a right ankle sprain. He was not initially listed on the team's injury report. Tip-off is at 6:30. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
Back here on Burns and Gambo. Gambo did this thing yesterday. Did you check the Pro Football Focus list today, by the way? I didn't.
I did
not know
not.
if you did either.
I did
okay,
not.
no, you did not. Yesterday, Pro Football Focus is revealing their top 101 players of the 2025 season.
Yeah, I'm sure it's out. I could go to it.
And as of yesterday, there were no Cardinals on the list. There were like 6 Seahawks.
Like 18 players between Seattle, the Rams, and the 49ers.
Yeah, and no Cardinals.
And no Cardinals.
Now, we expect Trey McBride will be on the list. Buddha might make the list. I think Josh Sweat should make the list. I just
what did
don't
we
know
go
if
up
he's
to,
gonna be the top
41?
one. Yeah, 41 was
okay,
where
went to
we
40
ended yesterday.
Okay, yeah, they added more.
Okay.
So I'll tell you right now, add one more Seattle player to the list.
Okay.
Add one more 49er player to the list. And that's the 21. So still no Cardinal players. So from 21 to 101, not one Cardinal player.
Mitch?
There's only going to be one, if we're being honest. If they're this high already, it's only going to be Trey.
It's going to be Trey McBride.
If they're at 21, it's going to be Trey McBride.
So what I'd have to look at my email yesterday, but if you now we add one more Seattle guy and one more San Francisco guy. George Kittle comes in at number 27, and Kenneth Walker comes in at number 33. So that would be the.
I'm looking at your email from
what I have yesterday.
Give me a second here.
So 2 more added, 21 to go. The Cardinals, and my point on this, as you look at that, was it really proves what I've been saying all along. Like, the Cardinals need to draft great players. Like, forget about trading down and getting quantity. They need quality. They don't have great players.
Yeah.
They don't have. All these other teams have great players. The Cardinals don't. They have good players, but they don't have great players.
As of yesterday, Seattle had 5, the Rams had 8, and the Niners had 3.
So 4 for San Francisco now, 6 for Seattle, and then 8 for the Rams. Is that 17?
I wasn't keeping track of the numbers when you were giving them out. One more time.
2 more. So you had Seattle at 5. Now they're
13.
6.
There were 16 players between
the
three
Rams
of them.
stay at 8. That's 14. And what do the 49ers have?
3.
Okay, now that's 4.
So that's 18.
So it's 18. There are 18 players in the NFC West that are considered the best players in the league between 21 and 101 for Pro Football Focus. The Cardinals don't have 1.
And we're not breaking new ground here, but to kind of highlight this problem even more, one popular gambling site today officially released their over-under win totals for the season. Now, look, if we're just being honest about it, this is probably not a fair time of year to do this. We haven't had free agency.
I
we haven't had the draft. And I'm not saying the Cardinals are going to do anything.
But those gamblers, they want to get. Gamblers want to get in.
Well, because if you,
Mitch is trying to get his bet in now.
Mitch is a degenerate. He's already looking through the list, trying to figure out where he can put his money, where the good bets are right now. Right. But the Rams over under 10.5. Seahawks over under 10.5. San Francisco.
Oh, let me guess.
Over under
10.5.
10.5.
Okay.
The Arizona Cardinals over under 4.5. Only the Dolphins had as low a number.
Wow.
As the but is it a wow?
4 and yes, it should be a wow.
Why is it a wow?
Because come on, man, I like
based off of
they had the most miserable season in the history of the organization. And you're saying they can't win 2 more games than they did last year?
I'm not saying they can't.
But that's what they are.
I'm just saying based off of what we're talking about, a real lack of talent compared to everybody else in the division. We really shouldn't be that surprised that the over-under is at 4.5. Now, if you want to bet the over, go for it. Go for it.
I'm glad I don't gamble because I like my money and I don't like to give it away for stupid reasons. So, but you know what? I'm also not the moral police. If you want to gamble, by all means, go ahead. It's your money. Do what you want. I would probably say over. I would probably think that new coach coming in, they'll spend money in free agency. They're gonna walk themselves into 1 or 2 more wins. Man, it's hard to lose 14 football games in a year. You gotta be really, really bad, and they did.
Yeah,
they lost 14 football games.
I would agree with you between the injuries and I mean before things really slid off the rails last year. They were so competitive in so many games, and there did seem to be not an element of luck necessarily, but as we've talked about, like in a regression to the mean where those close losses they have last year, it won't be like that again. It shouldn't be like that again. Just the law of averages say, well, how much higher than 4.5? I don't know if a lot depends on who their quarterback is. If they go out and get Malik Willis, if they go out and get Mac Jones, if they
stick with Jacoby Brissett.
If they stick with Jacoby Brissett. I mean, I think that's gonna have a lot to do when it comes to dictating the number and where we think.
The division's not going to get any easier.
Oh no!
I mean, that division's not getting any easier.
There was a story we didn't even talk about this yesterday. There's a story NFL.com did of all the resources every team has to get better this offseason, combining salary cap space with draft capital. The Rams were actually one of the 5 best teams in the NFL.
With draft capital and space?
Better than the Cardinals. I believe the Rams, I have to go back and check my notes to be sure, but the Rams were either right above or right below the Cardinals when it came to, this is a team that has a massive amount of resources this offseason.
I can't take another 0-6 in the division.
To be able to fix their football team. They're just massive. Well,
can't have 3 or 4 years going 0-6 in the division.
You ready for a little surprise that came up for you?
Okay, I'll take a surprise.
Lauren, you
got a brownie?
No, it's not a brownie. It's not a brownie.
Chocolate chip cookie?
Devious Lauren on the other side of the glass found this audio from the Felger and Maz show. Did I say it right? Felger and Maz? Thank you.
Felger and
Maz show from 98.5, the Sports Hub in Boston. in which they're having a conversation about whether the New England Patriots should trade for Marvin Harrison Jr.
Would I rather go up a first for Michael Pittman or a first and a third for Marvin Harrison with all that ceiling? I'd rather go up a first. I don't really care about the third.
Neither.
Okay.
You're crazy, Maz.
Yeah, listen.
He has underperformed there, but again, he's with the Arizona Cardinals, who has a quarterback who can't even get him the ball. There's been some injury issues there, but there's a lot of talent.
Was it 4 overall that he was drafted or
Something
whatever?
like that,
I think that's right.
3 or 4. And he goes there, and you take advantage of another stupid team's inability to get the most out of him.
He had 600 yards this year.
This is the dysfunction of the Cardinals. This is part of it. There's a lot of talent there. He went that high for a reason.
No, I would do that. Yeah, I would do that. I think that's sort of buying low or lower on a premium asset that just a couple of years ago was thought to be the best player in the draft, just about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right, but if you're buying on a distressed asset, you're not giving up a first and a third.
Yeah, but your
the
first is
31st. It's 31st.
I'm still not doing it.
You're being stubborn, Maz.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
That's for you,
the
Gambo.
communist radio station in Boston?
That's 98.5, the
98.7, the commie.
Yeah.
98.7, the commie in Boston with their listen, I think I was the first to say it. I would, after Michael Wilson had some breakout games, I would consider trading Marvin Harrison Jr. If Michael Wilson is all that in a bag of chips, I would trade Marvin Harrison Jr. Give me a first and a third from New England. I'll take it right now. I'll take it right now. You got Marvin Harrison Jr., I'll take the first and the third. Now, unless LaFleur sees something that we don't, I saw a guy that doesn't have breakaway speed. I saw a guy that doesn't run great routes. I saw a guy that in his second year, he got a lot bigger and stronger, and it didn't really make much of a difference. He still wasn't any good. So would I trade Marvin Harrison Jr.? Yeah, you're damn right I would. I would trade him for a first and a third.
You'd be selling low on him. Could you get a first and a third? I wonder. I wonder.
Well, that was their point. Their point was the first.
No. One of the guys was saying, I don't know if you could get a first and a third. You're getting a distressed asset. I don't know if you'd want to give up that much for a guy who's coming off of 2 really bad years. You know, like you might not. I don't know. I don't know what. I don't think they're going to do it.
That's a bad look for Monty too. If you had a new GM, would you do it? He might do it. If you had brought in a new GM,
that changes the equation.
Well, I'm saying
sure.
like Monty might not want to do it because that's my guy and I believe in him. And if I have the right coach, we'll get more out of him. And he might be right. I mean, he might still end up being a terrific player. But what we've seen so far after 2 years is he's a very average player.
When we come back, Malik Willis, Mac Jones, Aaron Rodgers. Quarterback options for the Arizona Cardinals. All 3 of those names have been discussed in the last 24 hours. We'll tell you who they've been discussed by next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're moving in the right direction. I like the spot that we're in. The one thing is with this league, it is fragile. Things turn quickly in this league. So what we need to do is not be satisfied, to keep driving, keep pushing.
Back from the All-Star break, the Suns visit San Antonio tonight. Pre-game at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We do a lot of video now. We're on YouTube. We put a lot of video out. I don't wear glasses or contact lenses. I never have. My eyesight did start to change where I was about to. I was on the verge of having to need glasses and contacts and readers. And I went to Dr. Jay Schwartz, you know the name, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, team eye doctor for your Suns or your D-backs. And my options were, okay, let's fit you for some glasses and contacts. And, knowing that your vision's going to get worse as we keep going. And every year or so, we'll have to readjust and get a new pair and change the prescription on them. Or we could do this thing called LASIK surgery. And I found out a little bit about it. And I said, yeah, give me the LASIK surgery. Dr. Schwartz offers 2 years of interest-free financing. It makes it very easy to do your LASIK. I had 2 friends that asked about Dr. Jay Schwartz just last week while I was at the gym, John Murphy and Renee. They asked about LASIK surgery because they want to go get it done because their eyesight's changing. Dr. Schwartz is the best. He's the most advanced LASIK technician in the Valley, the most advanced LASIK surgeon in the Valley. He's performed over 60,000 LASIK procedures. I did it 15 years ago, and I still see great. Contact the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES or go online for more info at teamidoc.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics?
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Lawrence here's got poll question update for us, and then we'll tell you about all these different stories and all these different quarterbacks. Lauren, hi.
Hello. I will not be tuning in for the Aaron Rodgers discussion.
No?
No.
You're going to...
I don't know what I'm going to do.
You're going to reject that? All right, you reject that?
Yeah, I'm going to walk out of the booth in protest? I don't know.
I'll tell you what. If they sign him, I won't watch 1 game next year.
It's going to be tough for you to do your job here.
Yeah, that's going to be
maybe
really
I just won't.
inefficient.
Then, might be time to go a little bit earlier than expected.
That's going to be really hard for you
I'm not
to
watching.
do
I'm not watching Aaron.
daily show.
I wouldn't want to watch Aaron Rodgers on the Cardinals.
Wow, that's maybe the boldest thing we've heard on today's show. Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening. Yeah.
I have 0 interest in watching that guy play for the Cardinals.
Yesterday, he said he's bringing out the limo more.
Might be bringing out the limo for me.
Or is he he's mantiplying himself?
He's mantiplying himself.
That's right.
Oh, no.
If Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback of the Cardinals, I'm going to mantiply myself. No limo.
I cannot. No. Just no.
No.
Well said, Gimbo. Yes. All right. Well, luckily today our poll question has nothing to do with Aaron Rodgers and everything to do with the Phoenix Suns. So we're asking, with Dylan Brooks suspended for tonight's game, who do you predict will be the team's 2nd leading scorer?
Who?
Excluding Devin Booker from this conversation. Will it be Jalen Green, Mark Williams, Colin Gillespie, or others?
I feel it. I'm feeling the big Jalen Green game.
Huh?
I don't know why.
Put me down for Gillespie. I think he needed the rest, and I think he'll be a little energized tonight. And I'm just not sure if Jalen Green's there yet. So put me down for Gillespie.
Jalen Green still leading the way on this one with 56% of the vote, 33% going with Colin Gillespie, 9% going with Mark Williams, and 3% going with other.
I'd like to go with Grayson Allen, but because he's questionable for tonight's game after not being on the injury report yesterday, who knows? Who knows if he's even going to be available for tonight's game? Because I thought this time yesterday that there was a chance he would be, and now he's questionable. So
Okay, we'll try to find out.
Yeah, because I'd vote for him if he were available. He'd be the guy I'd vote for. All right, so I'll just bring up the Aaron Rodgers thing because there's 3 quarterbacks here in this segment that we want to talk about. There was a story on ProFootballTalkToday.com. ProFootballTalk.com today. Sorry, I got the words all jumbled. Could the Arizona Cardinals be an option for Aaron Rodgers? That was the headline of the story. They cited the Nathaniel Hackett connection. Obviously, he was the offensive coordinator of choice when he was with the New York Jets. Mike LaFleur was the OC of the Rams, and apparently during that time, Rodgers was their plan B if Matthew Stafford had left. I had forgotten that, but I remembered it when I read it.
This is the stupidest thing we're going to talk about today. First of all, he's not like what you're not Aaron Rodgers away. Like the Steelers, at least, like, okay, we have a chance. Maybe with him we can win. They got to the playoffs. Like you won 3 football games. You're going to bring this guy in to what? Win 6? And screw your draft choice next year where you don't get a top 5 quarterback? Because you're not picking in the top 5 because Aaron Rodgers won you 6 games. You're not going anywhere. You're not going to make the playoffs with Aaron Rodgers. Mm-hmm. This is that type of player, and it doesn't have to be Aaron Rodgers. Any player that's going to take you – Kirk Cousins does the same thing. Mm-hmm. Tell me right. This Cardinals side Aaron Rodgers, did they make the playoffs?
No.
Kirk Cousins, did they make the playoffs?
No, they did
Russell Wilson, did they make the playoffs?
No.
Like,
no. That would
stop.
Honestly, that one makes me cringe more even than Aaron Rodgers. Russell Wilson makes me cringe more than Aaron. I'm not going to sit here and say I'd be happy about Aaron Rodgers. I wouldn't. But, God, when you said Russell Wilson, I got a little chill up and down my spine.
Out there. No. My point is, like, if you want to sell me on Malik Willis and Mac Jones and Daniel Jones, you're looking at guys that have the potential to be here for a little while. Kirk Cousins 1 year, Aaron Rodgers 1 year, Russell Wilson 1 year. Any of the 1 year guys that can take you from 3 to 6, that's the dumbest thing you could do as an organization. Roll with Jacoby Brissett, win 3 more football games, have a top 5 pick next year, and let's call it a day. Dumbest thing you could do is go get some 40, 36, 37, 38-year-old guy, 40-year-old guy, and make him your quarterback when he's got no future here. And he's now, if you had won 10 football games and your quarterback was hurt, and you would okay,
or even 8 football games. Right?
Aaron Rodgers could get me over the hump and get me to the playoffs. Okay, I get it. I'm hearing doubtful on Grayson Allen now.
Okay.
Doubtful.
Okay.
Just.
Well, I think there's that makes sense given that he looked like he was fine yesterday and today's questionable. He's going in the wrong direction. So, the Mac Jones stuff. There was a story today on The Athletic, and there's been a lot of conversation about Mac Jones, and already Kyle Shanahan. Quote, you always listen to people with trade offers. We're also not into getting rid of good players. I'd be very surprised if Mac wasn't around us next year, close quote. But the story kind of cites the idea that when the teams all get together in Indianapolis for the scouting combine next week, the 49ers can expect that people are going to ask. You know, like they need to be ready for
like this.
People are going to be asking about Mac Jones.
Yeah, could you sell high if you're the 49ers?
Oh, I mean, okay, we just had the conversation about Marvin Harrison.
Yeah.
That's selling low. This is the time to trade Mac Jones if you're the 49ers.
There's not anything out there.
His stock is high. The market is thin. There are teams out.
The draft sucks.
The draft sucks. Sam Darnold just showed the value of a Kyle Shanahan rehabilitated quarterback and the value he might have. Plus, there are teams out there who have Shanahan disciples looking at you, Mike LaFleur, who might be looking at Mac Jones going, yeah, in my system, he works. He works. He fits. I could win games with Mac Jones.
And the thing with Mac Jones is, like, he could be your quarterback for 5 years.
He could. He's young. He's not an old guy.
So that's like, you want to take a chance at a guy like Mac Jones, I'm all for it. I get it. I understand. these quarterbacks that are Kirk Cousins, just stop. That'd be the dumbest thing they could do. They'll lose their whole fan base if they do something that's stupid.
I'll be curious to see what sort of offers they get. And then finally, the Malik Willis thing. There were a couple of notes on Malik Willis today. Number one, there was a story on NFL.com in which they listed 8 players who could be overpriced or misvalued. Basically, guys who could be overpaid or might get underpaid.
Yeah, half the league the quarterbacks are overpaid.
Yeah, but you click on but they're talking about free agents this year, right? And you click on the link, and of course you're going to see Malik Willis's name, and sure enough, you did. Like, you just don't know what you're going to get. Buyer beware. He hasn't made that many starts. He's going to get paid a lot of money this offseason, a lot, and it's going to be a risk no matter who does it. But also, on the other side of the coin, longtime NFL.com writer Greg Rosenthal, who on social media, and I think this is really interesting, wrote, Monty Ossenfort can't have that much time left in Arizona. Betting it all on Malik Willis is the way to go.
Okay. I would agree with that if you're trying to win next year and not tank for a quarterback in the draft. I would agree with that, and I would bet it all on Malik Willis.
It'd be an interesting choice if they did. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, we had managing general partner Ken Kendrick from the Arizona Diamondbacks on today. What he had to say about the state of his team and the state of his league, you'll hear next on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, back here today about Liberty GMC there in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. President's Day is over. President's Day weekend is over. The President's Day sales, they're not over at Liberty GMC. They're going on all month long. That means like the President's Day truck event, still going on. $12,250 in savings on an all-new 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% financing right now to get the best truck on the market. Maybe you're looking for a smaller truck. How about lease a 2026 Canyon for just $299 a month? That's a tremendous deal right now at Liberty GMC. And, of course, the very popular 2026 Yukon XL. Those models are arriving daily with lease options from $769 a month. It's all Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of people are tired of the big box financial firms.
Well, they should be, Paul. Those firms push products, they follow corporate scripts, and clients end up feeling like a number.
So working with an independent fiduciary is a very different experience?
It is, and at Bright Wealth Management, our only job is to act in the client's best interest.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call now, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marada, and yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
One thing sports taught me is how to look beyond the moment, to think about what comes next. Hey, it's Tom Chambers. When I retired from basketball, I learned quickly how important it is to have a long-term plan, not just for money, but for peace of mind. That's why I partner with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan. Goal stands for Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. But to me, it's the Get Out and Live loan because it helps people work towards something huge, retiring with their home paid off sooner, using the income they already make. And here's the truth. When retirement gets close, it's not about chasing interest rates. It's about whether you're still carrying a mortgage when you want more control over your time. Goal helps shorten that timeline so retirement feels more real and a whole lot more comfortable. If you want to see how it works and whether it fits your situation, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Today was day 3 of Newsmakers Week, and Sons general manager Brian Gregory caught up with Bickley and Marada this morning. As far as the first half success in their season, Gregory credited the organization and their alignment.
I think from top to bottom, from Matt to Jordan Ott to our players, they've responded extremely well in every situation. And because of that alignment, things have worked out in a good way.
You can watch that full conversation right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. The Phoenix Suns will be back in action tonight. They're taking on the San Antonio Spurs, but they're not in San Antonio, and they're not in Phoenix. They're in Austin, Texas. They're on the campus of the University of Texas playing this game at the Moody Center. We have an official update regarding the health of Grayson Allen. He has now been downgraded to out for this game. He was not initially listed on the team's injury report, was later downgraded to questionable, and has now since downgraded to out. So no Grayson Allen tonight. Dylan Brooks is also out tonight. He is serving a 1-game suspension for receiving, 16 technical fouls on the year. Tip-off is going to be at 6:30, Pre-game coverage at 5:30 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery. Arizona, eat for a cause. February 25th, visit any Babbo Italian Eatery, all 7 Valley locations, and 100% of the profits go to cancer research. Dine in, take out, or go online to donate. Buy raffle tickets and online auction. BabboItalian.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Dan Bickley writes, surprising Suns enter final stretch of the season with a lot on the line. Suns GM Brian Gregory confident in direction and knows the payoff is yet to come. And Kenny Dillingham says high-level donor helped ASU's indoor practice facility move forward. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show. We're still on till 6, but Mitch is going to step on in here at 5:30 for Here Come the Suns.
Mitchy Mitch.
As we get you ready for tonight's return to action for the Suns. They take on the San Antonio Spurs in the first game after the All-Star break.
Doubtful for Grayson Allen.
Okay.
This is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that it is doubtful.
Oh, he's officially out.
Okay, so I was right. We said that a few minutes ago. Did it just come down now? I got it about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, yeah, he's
Oh,
officially.
we actually said it in the last segment. I'm hearing he's doubtful.
He is out. He will not play. So that's too bad. Boy, you know what?
Jalen Green game tonight. I'm telling you.
But that is. We'll get to Ken Kendrick here in a minute.
Is he going to start?
Jalen Green.
Honest question.
I bet Gillespie starts still.
But Gillespie and who? Because you don't have Allen either.
Gillespie.
Oh,
you
never
don't
mind.
you don't know. You don't have Brooks either. Yeah, Jalen Green's going to start because you don't have Brooks. Because I was thinking Gillespie, Book, O'Neal, Brooks, and Williams, but you don't have Brooks, or you don't have Dylan Brooks. Now you don't have Allen. Yeah, Jalen Green might start tonight.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just guess. He might start tonight.
Okay.
We'll find out 30 minutes before tip, like we always do.
It makes me a little nervous that Grayson Allen had the entire All-Star break.
I know.
To not get it right, and it didn't get right.
Yesterday, they were very hopeful that he would play, that he had really progressed and he was working towards it, and they felt it was a little better than 50-50. And remember, yesterday he was not on the injured report, and then today he kind of popped up on it.
Yeah.
So, sucks.
It does. The game.
We just want the team to be healthy.
We just want them to
just
be
want them to be whole.
Ken Kendrick was on with us earlier today, and these cuts are a little bit longer, so we might only have a chance to play a couple. But I think the two biggies that we should play here. Number one, going over budget to bring Zach Gallen back. Here's what Ken said on that topic.
Zach is obviously a very special young man, and he's had his whole almost entire career as a D-back. And as you may remember, we did present him the qualifying offer at the end of last season, and he decided to go to the marketplace, and we presumed that, he would find a home elsewhere. And time passed, and things didn't go maybe as he and his representation would have wanted. And so we kind of stayed in the weeds. I think I even said personally it would be wonderful if we could keep him. Wasn't sure we could do it financially, but they worked with us. We worked with them, and we put a deal together that, both sides I think are okay with. I don't know would have been the deal either one of us would have planned at the end of last season, but he has a chance to be, right at the top of our rotation, which he has been in the past. And it's a opportunity for him, to go and have a great season and potentially get that long-term high-value contract after this coming season.
Just credit to him for doing it.
Wow.
I mean, it's not a lot of. I mean, it's $8 million.
It's a lot of. It's a lot. They're already over the budget.
Relative to their budgets, it's a lot of money. But for a pitcher like Zach Gallen, it's not a lot of money.
No, it's
not.
It's $8 million now and $14 million kicking that can way down the road. Starting in 6 years, he'll start to get the rest of that money. You still have to take that money and put it into an escrow account. You don't get to not. I mean, he's got to take that money and account for it and put it in an escrow account, but you don't pay interest on it. So it will be interesting just to see, because again, they and this is Ken. He's very committed to winning. And he went way over last year, and he's going way over the budget this year. And hopefully they reward him, because if they can make it to the playoffs and get some home playoff games, there's a lot of revenue in home playoff games.
Yeah, I want to get to this other cut from Ken, and if we have time, we can go back to him kind of going over budget on some of these players. But probably the number one takeaway was when you asked him about the Dodgers, their high spending habits, the 900-pound gorilla comment that he made the other day.
Yeah.
And the upcoming labor negotiations and the potential looming lockout, and how the Dodgers are kind of at the core of that. This is Ken's answer when you asked him about kind of all of that. Here's what he said.
It's, of course, you are opening the door to the fact that we're about to engage in labor negotiations, and it's really not my place to talk about that. I would personally like there to be a different model than we have, but that's a collectively bargained issue. We have a committee that will start right around the corner to meet with the Players Association and their bargaining committee. And so I'm hoping that we all would see we can, through bargaining, we can make the game a more competitive game from top to bottom. Right now, it really is clear that we have a group of teams at the bottom and we have some teams at the top. We are in neither of those groups, to be fair, and I think a model that would allow those extremes to not be what they are, I think would be good for the fans. And honestly, I think it would be good for the players. I hope they're going to understand the math that I think could prevail. And there's already some, public information out there that if we remodeled how we operate into more like the other three sports operate, it might be better for all. But I can't really get into the detail first. The detail isn't yet there, and I'm not one of those that are on the front lines of bargaining. I'm a cheerleader.
My question to that, and I don't disagree with Ken. I think it would be better for the sport if you could bring the bottom teams up and the top teams down a little bit and make it a little more competitive. Like he says, it could be better for the players. I don't think the players will ever give them any sort of salary cap. I just don't think they ever will. I'm trying to think how it could be better for the players. My first thought was you go to a team like the Pittsburgh Pirates, you're never going to be there long term because if you get good, you're going to have to leave because they're not going to pay you. So you don't get to be a legend in Pittsburgh. You don't get to be Roberto Clemente. You don't get to be Willie Stargell. You don't get to be John Candelaria. You don't get to be those guys. So that would be my first thought of like, if that matters, establishing, if you're on the A's, if you're on the Pirates, if you're on some of these teams that just have no chance to compete, the second you can get out of Dodge, you're going to get out of Dodge, or they're going to trade you before you start making any real money.
Listening to that again, unless I missed it at the very beginning, and I might have because I wasn't paying attention to this until about halfway through that cut, he never actually used the words salary or cap.
No.
Did you notice that?
He did not.
He never used the phrase salary cap at all. Quote, I'm hoping we would all see we can, through bargaining, make the game a more competitive game from top to bottom. I think a model that would allow those extremes to not be what they are, I think would be good for the fans and the players, close quote.
A model.
He
just said a model.
Never said salary cap.
No.
And then at the end, I caught what he said, and this is the main thing I noticed, and I said this when we were talking about it initially. I'm not at the front lines on this. I'm a cheerleader in the back, right? And he was very deferring the fight to those who are fighting it. And not that he's not fighting it. He's an owner in Major League Baseball. Of course he is. But there's a negotiating committee, and he clearly didn't want to say anything that would give anybody any real ammo in the fight on the other side.
That's why I used the word model.
He was very cautious about how he chose his words, and I think even more importantly, how he chose his tone about how he answered the question.
We'll know tomorrow.
Very careful.
We'll know tomorrow because if somebody thinks that he's talking about a salary cap and they bring it and they write that, it'll
maybe,
blow up.
But I don't think there was anything in there that was.
There was no model. It was just
incendiary.
model.
I don't think there was anything in there that would.
He was very careful with his words. I think he spoke for the good of baseball. There are models out there that can help us. I think it'd be good for the owners. I think it'd be good for the players. I do wonder how it would be good for the players are able to make as much money as they can based on their talent level. They could look. Do I like these 10-year I hate them. I hate these contracts that pay guys until they're 40, 41 years old. When you give it to them when they're 30, you're 29. It's just stupid, and they end up backfiring most of the time. And I wish but they can't protect themselves, And these agents are good at getting their money, but something's got to give here.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, a big money donor stepped up and gave ASU exactly what they wanted. You'll hear all the details from Kenny Dillingham and Newsmakers Week next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're moving in the right direction. I like the spot that we're in. The one thing is with this league, it is fragile. Things turn quickly in this league. So what we need to do is not be satisfied, to keep driving, keep pushing.
Back from the All-Star break, the Suns visit San Antonio tonight. Pre-game at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, Arizona, Vince Marada here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? Games we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Suns basketball is on tonight. Taking on the San Antonio Spurs at 6:30. And as we just learned at the beginning of the last segment, Grayson Allen has been ruled out for the game. He will not.
Yeah, no Grayson Allen. That's tough. That's tough. He was progressing well. Yesterday, they felt there was a good chance that he was going to play, but obviously not good enough to go, so he is out for tonight's game.
Yep, that game starts at 6:30, which means here come the Suns with Mitch and with John Gambadoro and with me, Dave Burns. Begins at 5:30. So we're our Burns and Gambo show, but we're not going anywhere. We're just going to... I'll slide over there. Mitch will slide into here, and we'll preview Sorry, that Lauren, game. you don't get to participate in.
Lauren
gets to go home.
She gets to go home. She's like, out of here.
Lauren,
she's like, I gotta go online and start to find my Indiana Bears jersey.
I was gonna make the same joke. So we got the Bears playing in Indiana. We got the Chiefs now playing in Kansas.
Yes.
In like 5 years.
Yeah. The Jets and Giants actually play in Jersey.
This is getting annoying. So Tim Ring, who fills in on all the shows here frequently and is a Chicago guy. I saw on Twitter where he's like, look, Hammond, Indiana, it's Chicago.
It's just across the state line. It's like the different.
It's like Jersey.
It's like Phoenix going to Glendale. It's like it's just
true.
You have to cross the state line to get there. Lauren is being very silent throughout this conversation because she is pissed off that her team might be moving to Indiana, even though they're still basically in Chicago.
Just because we're gonna bug her about it.
That too. They're not going to change the name, are they? Are they going to be the Indiana?
If you're Indiana, do you claim them? We got a pro team in our state.
The Gary Bears.
They're going to pay taxes in Indiana, not Chicago.
Because the Indiana
which might be better.
Is giving them, like, blank check, dude. What do you want? Come, please. Come. We're going to see this beautiful land. We're going to give it to you. We're going to, here you go. Dome Stadium. You got it. Absolutely. We might have to talk about that tomorrow, too. We got into a really interesting conversation off the air.
Yeah, I hate them.
The outdoor stadiums in the NFL, they're not a dying breed, but they're slowly starting to get phased out. So like
one by one.
That weather game we saw in the AFC Championship, slowly that might become a thing of the past.
I could talk about that tomorrow if you want. I'm excited about it.
We can have a conversation about that tomorrow because that is becoming a thing. Today on Newsmakers Week, and congratulations once again to our morning show for pulling off Newsmakers Week. It is hard, and it takes a lot of work. Today, Kenny Dillingham, ASU head coach, was on and revealed that an 8-figure-ish donation came in, and because of that, they're starting that indoor facility right next to Mountain America Stadium a lot sooner than they thought.
I went on a rant about a 8-figure donor one day, and
stroking that check.
Yeah, we got somebody very close to that to help with the indoor already. Somebody who's not naturally associated with the program, but somebody associated with the Valley for that indoor. So that's trending in the right direction. That got approved for the indoor. It's going to be one of the largest indoors in the country. It's going to have a 50-yard football field and a 100-yard field with 2 indoors in one indoor. So it's about 180 to 190-yard indoor facility, which is going to be unbelievable for the football team and for the tailgating and the fun and the experience. Maybe able to host youth football championship games in there because you have your practice field to warm up. Like, there's so many different things that we're going to be able to do with this.
I saw the pictures of it. It's like it's a 100-yard field indoors.
Yep.
And then a little bit of space, and then another 50-yard field indoor. And then next to that, there's a 100-yard field outdoor.
So, like, I would get no need for the bubble. Turn that into something else.
Pop the bubble. Or maybe they use it for something else. I don't know what they do with the bubble.
I could use it for something else.
Yeah, but it's right next to the stadium. It's right next to the locker room. No more going across the street for practice. Or
the thing we've learned in really like the last 15 years or so is, man, the facilities. I remember when Todd Graham they got the new workout room, and Todd Graham was showing it off, and I went down there. I think you may have went down there too, and just to see it, it really is. I mean, you want to give these kids the best chance to succeed with the best facilities out there, and that's what's winning nowadays. That's what's you need to hire the right coach, but you also have to have the right facilities.
Yeah. So because of this, they released some of the mock-ups today, some of the drawings on the facility. It looks great. It was a big day for that. The Cardinals had the groundbreaking on their
and I'm excited
new facility.
For them.
I'm very excited for that. And the ASU announced the mock-ups and the drawings for this. That's exciting for them. They're going to be able to start it a little sooner than they thought because the money came in as quickly as it did.
You said the Cardinals is 2028?
Yes, the Cardinals.
So just 2 more years in Tempe.
Yes, 2 more full seasons left in Tempe. Michael said today that the plan is when they're done with training camp in the summer of 28, they'll move into their new building. Okay. By then, it would be done.
Okay.
Whereas for the ASU one, initially it was believed construction wouldn't start until January. Now they think they're going to have a groundbreaking ceremony in either late spring or early summer. So they'll be able to get that one soon. I don't know what the completion date is going to be on that one. I'm not sure.
I just looked up the TV and I saw Bickley and Marada and Kenny Dillingham on Channel 12.
Oh, so Channel 12.
They were just on. They were showing Bickley and Marada.
You were pointing at the screen. I thought you were pointing at somebody on YouTube.
No, they were showing our boys. They were showing our boys out there.
Congratulations to the guys. That's fantastic. So you had that from the morning show today, which was really cool to kind of get that reveal. That was certainly kind of news. And then you had Kenny Dillingham, who was also talking about Sam Levitt.
It's college football. I'm not surprised about anything. So you could tell me any comment right now, and I'd be like, yep.
I get it.
I get it. I understand it. Like, Peyton Manning can go play again? Yep. Got it. Like, hey, that's just college football nowadays. Like, I don't know what's going on. I mean, all of it can change on a dime. I'm rooting for him. Like, people think all this stuff. I am not one of those people that, I want to see the people that I leave fail. I want to prove that I want to go see him win the Heisman. That's what I want. I want to go see him win the Heisman. I want to go see him compete for a national championship. But I have that dude helped change our program. That dude's a great person. There's a lot of layers to these things now. Sam is an unbelievable person to me. Had a huge effect on my career. So I want to go see him achieve the goals he wants to achieve that I was hoping he'd achieve here. But you know what? We got more guys here now that they have goals too. And my goal is to get them to achieve theirs, which is win the Heisman, right? Compete for championships and those same things. And that's my focus now, is getting our current guys to play their best level of football, get them where they want to go.
Always the high road with Kenny.
There are people out there that would never. First of all, there are people out there that probably don't believe that, but I do think that is Kenny. I do think that's him. It's like, you know what? I like this guy came here and he helped us, and I'm not going to root against. I'm not going to root against the young man. He made a decision, and I may not agree with it, but I want him to do well. That's great. There are a lot of coaches out there that probably would want those guys to fail because they feel like it's like you left me high and dry and stuff like that. But Kenny was never worried about the quarterback position. He always knew he'd be able to get a good quarterback in.
I don't have time to play the sound, but one other thing that I had to laugh at from Newsmakers Week this week is when he said that Hines Ward, when he goes to recruit.
Oh, this is great.
The moms love him because he won Dancing with the Stars.
Right.
That's
right.
hilarious. That's going to do it for us here on Burns and Gamble, but we're not going anywhere. Here Come the Suns is next on Arizona Sports. Stay with us.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marada talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, Diamondbacks GM Mike Hazen, Suns and Mercury CEO Josh Bartelstein, Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and end 3/2/26. See dealer for details.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marada. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Arizona Sports on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Here come the Suns. Our pregame coverage of Phoenix Suns basketball. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
It feels like it's been a while since we've been able to get yourself ready for Phoenix Suns basketball, but we are back from the All-Star break ourselves, as are the Phoenix Suns, and they're kicking things off not in an NBA arena, not even at home. They're kicking things off in Austin, Texas, although this is not too unfamiliar for this group. They just did it a year ago, but it should be a fun contest tonight. Round 3 against the San Antonio Spurs, taking place at the Moody Center at the University of Texas.
Is that Spurs rodeo thing?
I think this is the rodeo trip, isn't it? Yeah, I believe so.
They used to do some of these games in the old Alamo Dome. I remember they had some of the games there in the big 7,000 seat arenas back when they used to have a football team play there. I can't remember what for, but
Wranglers? No.
Something like that. Or it just was a multi-purpose arena. But also it's just a very large and open, cavernous place to watch a basketball game. So put it in the college campus, a little more intimate, make it nice and fun. Obviously, the voices you're hearing, Mitch Ferreldis, John Gambadoro, Dave Burns. It feels like it's been a minute since we've gotten to talk Suns basketball. Now they're back. It feels good. It feels good to be able to watch this team again, guys.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Jalen Green game tonight. I really am. No Grayson Allen, we know that. Jalen Green, looking forward to him getting out there, seeing what he could do. I do think this could be the breakout game. He hasn't had one yet. His first game was very good, but I think he's capable of a lot more. And with Dylan Brooks out tonight, I think that leads to a lot more shots, and those should go to Jalen Green.
I hope you're right about Jalen Green. I really do. I think for me, this is going to be a tough matchup. The Spurs are playing at a really, really high level right now, and there's a lot of talk in San Antonio about how they're outperforming their preseason expectations by a lot, given how they've come together. I think for me, it's just as much. There are 27 games to go now. There are no more breaks. You're basically playing every other day for the rest of the season. You've got the 9th toughest schedule remaining in the NBA. You're currently sitting 7th in the Western Conference. This is the push, right? This is the final big push for this team. And granted, it's still 2 months to go in the season, but this is where you want to be at your best. And I hope that between Jalen Green finding his full form, Grayson Allen hopefully getting back at some point, Dylan Brooks hopefully being a little more disciplined when he's on the floor, that the Suns can find the best version of themselves. I hope we haven't already seen the best version of the Phoenix Suns.
I mean, think of it this way. Welcome back from the break. Your first 3 games are going to be in Austin, Texas, and then you have a back-to-back at home over the weekend against the Magic, and then the next one is going to be against the Blazers. So they're getting a tough contest in the Spurs. They get this weird matchup with the Magic.
Magic have been disappointing this year.
They've been about as middle of the road as you could possibly be for a team that had high expectations. And then the Trailblazers, the Suns have not had any issues with the Trailblazers, don't get me wrong, but the Trailblazers can be a little plucky. They're a defensive-minded team.
Sure.
So there's some tough matchups that they're here to face. Let's get into who's going to be a part of tonight and who's not going to be a part of tonight. Let's start with Jalen Green, because you're, Gambo, obviously amped up for the opportunities he could have. You alluded to Dylan Brooks not being available, Grayson Allen not being available. More on them later. But I think for Jalen, this is now probably the healthiest he's been since going back to the Clippers debut. It's been a lot of he's getting there, and then we're slow to get him out there. He's getting like 20-ish minute spurts, 15-minute spurts. This is probably the first time he kind of just has full reins and gets to go with it tonight.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to it too. And I don't know that there's going to be a minute restriction on him. And I think, his ability to come in there and just get off to a good start. The first couple minutes of the game, just get off to a really good start. See what he could do, drive to the basket. He's a guy that the defense is going to have to be aware of him because if you always try to stop him, because if he gets hot, he's got the ability to go for 30, 35, 40 points. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what he could do tonight. I said it, Grayson Allen's out. That's shots. Dylan Brooks is out. That's a lot of shots. Somebody's got to shoot the ball. This might be the good time for Jordan not to go to Jalen Green. It's okay. Okay, let's go. 100%, full blow. Let's see what you got tonight, because he's capable of a lot more than he's given us so far.
The physical restrictions, he's had a week off. It's the mental restrictions, the restricting of himself that he's been, and to his credit, he's been very open and honest talking about it. He hasn't beaten around the bush about it. He's been very, to the point. Yeah, I'm feeling it a little bit. Kind of holding myself back a little bit. I'm unsure. I'm uncertain. I think more than anything, that's the thing to watch for tonight. We know what explosive, healthy, confident Jalen Green looks like. We'll know if we see it tonight or not. Like we'll be able to tell almost right away. Oh yeah, he's feeling it. He has taken the mental governor off, and now he's just going full throttle. I hope we see it, because until we do, they're never going to hit peak version of themselves.
I mean, we also think about how fascinating it was, how quickly he was able to introduce himself in that first game that he played as a member of the Suns. And he was getting the green light. Like, he and Devin Booker had a relatively equal shot load in that game. They were almost like taking turns in the second half, but Green got up a healthy amount of shots. And all these games that he's played in since, it's either been early exit in the first, or we're slow to get him going, and he's only playing in 5-minute spurts here and there. So there's not really a ton of opportunities for him to shoot the ball. But this really is the first opportunity where it's like, just feed him. Like, I almost wonder if the offense is going to tell us very early on that we're going to Green, we're going to Green, we're going to Green. You know what I mean?
Yeah. His ability to get to the basket, too, is something that this team can really use.
They need that rim pressure.
Listen, they've got the three-point shooters. They got the mid-range guys. But, yeah, they need to put pressure on the rim. That could lead to good offensive rebounds. When you get defensive help coming over to, he blows by a guy, and Wemby comes over to take him, and he's able to get a shot off. It could lead to an offensive rebound and a putback. So his ability to get downhill is something that I think that that's why I think there is another level to the Suns and how well they play, and I think it's him.
Let's get to the rest of the injury report, which is brought to you by the Barrow Neurological Institute. You can learn more at barrowneuro.org. No one of major significance on the San Antonio side of things. I think I saw Lindy Waters. He's recovering from significant injury, but this is the first time this year, Bernsey, that the Suns are playing the Spurs where it's both De'Aaron Fox and Victor Wembanyama in the same lineup. The previous two times there was Wemby but no Fox,
and then Fox
no but no Wemby.
And they won both times. They're 2-0 against the Spurs this year, which kind of is one of those we saw this 2 years ago with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Hey, the T-Wolves are exactly the team you want to face. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be looking at the regular season record so far and going, oh, yeah, I want the San Antonio Spurs in the playoffs. Yeah, no, it's they're away. They're I mean, Castle's such a good young player, and Harper's such a good young player. And Wemby, man, he was okay, locally the highlight was Devin Booker. Nationally, the highlight of that All-Star weekend was watching the give-a-crap levels of Victor Wembanyama. I mean, it was refreshing to see somebody who wanted it so bad and who was disappointed so much in the results. So he's really coming into his own as just the freak, and I think this is going to be a tough one for the Suns tonight because of the lack of Dillon Brooks, which I know you're going to get to here in a minute. But nobody should be looking at the 2-0 record against the Spurs this year and thinking the Suns have somehow cracked the code when it comes to San Antonio.
With respect to Giannis, the freak tag belongs to him. We're talking about the alien over here, Victor Wembanyama. I'm only teasing, though. Spurs also recently picked up Mason Plumlee off of the buyout market.
Yeah,
he's returning to competition reconditioning, so he's not available. But a veteran big behind Wemby and behind Luke Cornett as well, so they've got some stretch there. As far as the Suns, Grayson Allen, he was not initially listed on the injury report. I was reading from Jordan Ott pregame, intrepid Dwayne Rankin of AC Central out there doing the dirty work. Quote, "It just happened, shoot around, weird instances, quick tweak. They tried it here pregame, not able to go." Close quote.
Like that. I don't like that.
No, because yesterday I was told that it's better than a 50-50 chance he'll play. They didn't want to say he's going to play, but they were hopeful he was going to play, and he wasn't on the injury report yesterday.
Right.
Then today he did, and you tweak it. To Burnsy's point, I don't like that either, because this is something that just may linger for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, he had a whole week to get it right. Right? Like, he had more than a whole week to get it right. He missed a couple games going into the break, too.
Didn't play the Wednesday game, yeah.
Yeah, and so he had almost a full 10 days to figure things out. You would have thought he'd be back and ready to go, and apparently he was, based off of what Gambo had said.
Thought,
yeah. And then he tweaks it, and all of a sudden we're kind of back to I wonder, when they get him back, how long does it last that he stays back?
Haywood Highsmith, recovering from a right knee injury management is what is listed as. He was officially signed yesterday to a 2-year deal, but he's not available tonight.
And he won't be for a while.
Right. He's still recovering from surgery.
He's more of a next year. He might play a little bit this year. I don't know that they're counting on it, but the whole signing of him was more for next year than this year.
Cole Anthony still out. He's not even with the team right now. Kobe Brea on a G League 2-way contract, not available. Let's talk about Dillon Brooks. I'm more curious from your guys' perspective. Gambo, I'll start with you.
Yep.
Where the impact is lost most with Brooks. Is it more the offensive side or the defensive side for the Suns?
Unfortunately, it's the offensive side. You want it to be the defensive side, but it's the offensive side. His offense has been a catalyst to them winning basketball games. He's had some great quarters. He's had some great halves. He's had some great games. He takes up a lot of shots. He's a high-volume guy. His defense has been good this year. It hasn't been great, but it's been good. I was reading a story just the other day about how, guys that are able to go by their defender, and, he's not ranking very high on that list as far as that. So I would say it's the offensive game of Dillon Brooks that's going to be missed the most.
So I will be curious to see offensively if the ball flows a little bit better. It just gets stuck with him.
Yeah.
And for as much, this sounds so ungrateful every time I even think it, let alone say it. For as much as we should be grateful for what Dillon Brooks has done for the Suns this year, and we should, there's a caveat there. Sometimes offensively, things just get in the mud with him, with the ball and not passing and it getting stuck with him. So I think they're better offensively with him than without him. But tonight will provide a little bit of a nice litmus test to see how the offense functions without him, I think, when he's out there, to see if the ball pops a little bit and moves a little bit because with him it just doesn't.
I totally agree. I'm looking forward to that as well.
And maybe that'll also just allow a little extra one way for Green, as we've alluded to already, with him likely getting the second most of the shot diet there and there.
Yeah, and one other thing I want to add about Dillon, if I can here, and maybe you were going to bring this up, and if you are, I apologize, but I do. He now has to sit and watch tonight, and he don't get to play. And
don't pick up a technical foul on the bench.
Well, don't just God. That'd be the worst. That seriously would be the worst thing in the world. Picking up a tech on the bench. God, Mitch, thanks for bringing that up.
He's done that once this year.
He has, but it's like, I hope tonight is the lesson that, because Gambo and I disagree on this one. Gambo has no doubts in his mind that Dillon Brooks is going to be fine and buttoned up the rest of the season.
I do.
I don't think he has it in him. I don't think he possesses that kind of control on the floor. So tonight will be a great moment for him to sit and watch and see how it feels that he can contribute, and I hope he applies it moving forward.
And I will totally agree with you if he gets a technical, like Mitch said, sitting on the bench yelling at the officials. I'm not saying he's not going to get another technical, but I think the percentage of technicals the rest of the season is going to go way down.
For what it's worth, if I'm not mistaken, it's now every 2 he picks up the rest of the way.
It's next tech is a fine and then a suspension, and then a fine and then a suspension. And
thank goodness it resets in the playoffs so that he can start over fresh.
And he still has a suspension waiting for him if he picks up more flagrant fouls, too. If he gets a flagrant 2, he gets suspended. If he gets 2 more flagrant 1s, he gets suspended. So he's dealing with that issue as well.
Cheery. All right, let's bring in some extra insight. This matchup against the Spurs, it's an intriguing one. Let's bring in our guru, Kellen Olson, next. Here on Here Come the Suns on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
More Here Come the Suns coming up. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, 0 security deposit. 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today